The collapse and rebirth. Uzumaki Mizuki emerged from the distant, crumbling utopia, his form a grotesque testament to resilience and destruction. His arms, reduced to stumps, were slowly regenerating, granulation tissue growing inch by agonizing inch. Ninja art, mitotic regeneration, coupled with the creative power of yang release, fought tirelessly to repair his battered body. Yet, his form was far from human, an amalgamation of something otherworldly. The process was painstakingly slow. Almost turned into a stick, Mizuki muttered darkly, glancing at his mutilated arms. His tone shifted as he surveyed the scene before him. But it seems the world is collapsing faster than I am. He turned his gaze toward the horizon, where the Soul Society trembled under the weight of its impending collapse. The sky quaked, fissures forming like spiderwebs across its expanse, as the realm teetered on the brink of annihilation. Boom! Without hesitation, Mizuki conjured a shadow clone, which vanished in a flash, appearing before Urahara Kisuke and the gathered captains. This world is doomed to perish, the clone declared, its tone as calm as it was unnerving. The Spirit King has vanished, but fragments of his power remain. Who among you is willing to become his replacement? A stick to hold this world together. The declaration sent a ripple of shock through the assembled captains. They hadn't fully grasped the scale of the catastrophe above them, where flames and chaos obscured the heavens. Kairaku Shunsui, his voice uncharacteristically grave, broke the silence. Captain, did you fail? Mizuki's clone nodded. The Spirit King has dissolved into spirit particles, scattered in that space. If we don't act now, this world will collapse entirely. A new Spirit King must rise, or we all disappear. The weight of his words silenced the group. Two names rose from the depths of possibility, Eisen and Ichigo. Eisen, someone muttered. He's dangerous. Too dangerous. And Ichigo? Rukia's voice was tense, her concern for her friend palpable. Why him? Urahara Kisuke answered, his tone clinical. Ichigo's lineage is unique. His mother was a Quincy, his father a Shinigami, and he carries hollow powers within him. He's the perfect vessel for such a transformation. The captains exchanged uneasy glances. The truth of Ichigo's heritage was not widely known, and the implications were staggering. And Eisen? Mayuri Kuratsuchi's voice cut through the tension, laced with curiosity. Urahara hesitated. Eisen has already absorbed the power of the Hogyoku, an artifact crafted from the essence of Shinigami, Quincy, and Hollow. It makes him an equally viable candidate. Does that mean anyone infused with the Hogyoku could potentially replace the Spirit King? Kairaku asked, his tone skeptical. In theory, Urahara admitted, but the intricacies of the Spirit King's role are still shrouded in mystery. We've never been able to fully uncover the truth. All eyes turned to Mizuki. His presence was unnerving, his words carrying a detached yet calculated weight. I have an idea, Mizuki said, his voice tinged with a faint smirk. From his king's treasury, he withdrew the Hogyoku, its ethereal glow pulsing with untapped power. The captain's shock deepened. Is he serious? Suifeng whispered, her voice betraying her disbelief. Ignoring their murmurs, Mizuki opened a massive gateway to the sacred tree within his treasury. The gnarled, ancient trunk loomed like a monolith, its roots writhing in eerie stillness. Implanting the Hogyoku into the sacred tree will allow it to absorb the immense spiritual residue left by Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni, Mizuki announced. Without waiting for approval, Mizuki embedded the Hogyoku into the sacred tree. The artifact fused seamlessly with the bark, and the dormant tree stirred, its roots extending outward with unnatural speed. At first, the roots fractured upon contact with the spiritual remnants, unable to withstand the strain. But Mizuki persisted, driving the tree to adapt. One by one, the roots began to hold, drawing in the immense spiritual energy. The air around them shifted. The chaotic tremors in the sky began to subside, the cracks knitting themselves together. It's working, Eisen observed, his tone tinged with intrigue. The captains watched in silence as the sacred tree absorbed the residual spirit particles. Slowly, the collapsing world stabilized. Who will be the Spirit King's vessel? Eisen's question hung in the air, cutting through the momentary calm. Mizuki's clone vanished into smoke, leaving the question unanswered. Amid the tense silence, Eisen's voice echoed once more, smooth and calculated. This world was flawed from the beginning. The Spirit King and those who followed him only hindered its evolution. Now we have the chance to rebuild. Urahara's eyes narrowed. This isn't the time for your philosophy, Eisen. We need to ensure stability. With the sacred tree now acting as a stabilizer, the captains turned their attention to the future. But the question remained. Who would bear the burden of becoming the new Spirit King? The divine tree's ascension. So, the divine tree has become the new spirit king of this world? Orochimaru's voice carried a rare tone of astonishment. The revelation caught him off guard, and he couldn't help but marvel at the magnitude of what had unfolded. The thought of such an operation, replacing the spirit king with the sacred tree, stirred something primal within him. Despite his vast knowledge and experience, he had arrived too late to witness the monumental event. All that remained was the fractured void in the sky, its jagged edges a testament to the chaos that had transpired. It appears so, Uzumaki Mizuki confirmed. However, the tree lacks consciousness. Without it, the world cannot fully stabilize. The fragmentation continues, slowly but irreversibly. With a wave of his hand, Mizuki teleported everyone present to Siri-Iti, the spiritual heart of the Soul Society. Though he did not wield the full power of the Spirit King, the sacred tree's influence allowed him to manipulate fragments of that immense energy with ease. Kayaraku Shunsui and the other captains gazed around the familiar grounds, their expressions shadowed with a mix of nostalgia and grim resignation. Has the Spirit King's power been fully absorbed? Eisen's calm, inquisitive voice broke the silence. His sharp gaze gleamed with an unsettling intensity, betraying his long-standing fascination with the Spirit King's power. Yes, Mizuki replied. But the energy is dissipating. It's not being replenished, and the world remains on the verge of collapse. Mizuki's candor was unnerving. His confidence radiated as he explained how the sacred tree, bound by the chains of heaven, was anchored within the king's treasury. This binding ensured the tree's power would not spiral out of control, while reinforcing Mizuki's dominion over it. The sacred tree pulsed faintly, emitting a luminous glow that filled the air with the essence of natural energy. Mizuki described the sensation as akin to being submerged in an ocean of pure vitality. The Spirit King was never whole, Urahara Kisuke interjected, his tone grave. Team Zero's actions fractured its essence long ago, leading to this instability. The captains exchanged uneasy glances, their faces etched with worry and weariness. The truth of Urahara's words hung heavy over the gathering, a grim reminder of the precarious balance they now faced. A world reorganized. Turning to the captains and vice-captains of the Gotei 13, Mizuki addressed them with authority. You have two choices. You can continue serving as Shinigami, or you can relinquish your duties and live as ordinary humans. You have 1 week to decide. His voice carried no malice, but the ultimatum was non-negotiable. With a gesture, he sealed their Ryatsu, ensuring none could act against his will during the interim. Jin, handle their arrangements, Mizuki instructed Ikamaru Jin, who smirked as he bowed and departed to carry out the orders. Next, Mizuki gathered Orochimaru, Eisen, Urahara Kisuke, and Kuratsuchi Mayuri in the First Division's Assembly Hall. The souls of the Soul Society and the hollows of Hueco Mundo serve as the spiritual framework of this world, Mizuki began. But the sacred tree alone is insufficient to maintain balance indefinitely. Within a century, its power will wane. During that time, I expect solutions to stabilize the world permanently. His words left no room for dissent. Each figure, though vastly different in personality and motivations, acknowledged the gravity of the task. Understood. Of course. An interesting challenge, Kuratsuchi Mayuri muttered with a gleam in his eye, already formulating theories. To aid their research, Mizuki allowed the sacred tree to extend a branch, which he cut and placed on a workbench. Eisen erected a protective barrier around it, ensuring the fragment wouldn't cause unintended consequences. Do not hinder one another, Mizuki added sharply. Solving the problem takes precedence over your individual ambitions. The restructuring of the Soul Society. Meanwhile, the Soul Society underwent drastic reforms. The noble houses were disbanded. Families like the Kuchiki and Shihuin lost their privileges, their wealth and historical records confiscated for public use. They were granted small plots of land on the outskirts of Rukongai, tasked with rebuilding their lives without the weight of aristocracy. For the Shiba clan, already diminished in status, the changes had little impact. But for the others, it marked the end of an era. The Gotei 13 retained most of its captains under Mizuki's rule, though Zaraki Kenpachi's death at his hands loomed large in their minds. Surprisingly, Kenpachi's subordinates bore no resentment, viewing his death in battle as the ultimate honor for their captain. Integration of the ninja world. Mizuki's plans extended beyond the Soul Society. Drawing skilled fighters from the ninja world, he bolstered his forces with Jonin-level operatives who swiftly subdued any signs of dissent in the human world. These ninjas, operating with precision and discipline, quelled unrest before it could take root. The human world watched in awe and confusion as Mizuki's regime unfolded. Televised broadcasts revealed his rise to power, leaving many stunned by his youth. 17 years old? Kigo Asano blurted, staring wide-eyed at the screen. Inoue Oriheim watched silently, her expression a mixture of amazement and concern. Mizuki's declaration. Standing at a podium before the world, Mizuki addressed the masses with confidence. I, Uzumaki Mizuki, the king of the Uruk Empire, declare this only the first step in humanity's rise. Together, we will conquer new challenges, ascend to greater heights, and unlock the potential of supernatural abilities. He paused, letting his words sink in. A special class will be established to teach these techniques. Those who strive for power will find opportunities to rise and contribute to our shared future. Together, we will reach the pinnacle of this world. The broadcast left the world reeling, divided between fear and hope. Older generations clung to stability, while the youth were galvanized, eager to seize the opportunities Mizuki promised. As night fell, the world buzzed with anticipation for the new order Uzumaki Mizuki sought to create.
Hey everyone, Quantum Audiobook here. Sorry for interrupting, but if you're enjoying this content, please consider subscribing to the channel. Also, feel free to share your thoughts on this novel in the comments, and don't forget to like the video.
Watching the skyrocketing points, Uzumaki Mizuki did not have much pleasure. The number of people in this world is about double that of the ninja world, floating around 130 million. Uzumaki Mizuki directly added 6.5 billion points once. Adding the 2 billion points recently issued by the Jonin world, and the several hundred million in stock, it is now approximately close to 9 billion points. It is not far from what Uzumaki Mizuki wants to change. Now, there is no time when his strength urgently needs to be improved, so there is no rush. If the divine tree can perfectly integrate with the Spirit King, then his strength should be greatly improved. However, I don't know what will become of it. The sacred tree of your Itsutsuki clan, do you have any other abilities? On Uzumaki Mizuki's side, find Kagaya and ask. He felt that although the sacred tree seemed to absorb the Ryotsu, it was slowly disappearing. However, Hogyaku seems to be strengthening the sacred tree. Moreover, the attribute that Hogyaku puts on the sacred tree, which gives him a slow improvement, is also increasing. The Itsutsuki family plundered the power of life from one planet after another through the sacred tree. If it reaches a certain level, it seems that the level of life can be improved, but those can only be mastered by the highest level. I don't know very well. Kagaya said. 25 stayed in Hueco Mundo for several months, and she felt that her strength seemed to have recovered a lot. But she sucked it up by herself, still not as fast as Shenshu. Go on. Uzumaki Mizuki nodded. He didn't expect to be able to ask too many things. Kagaya was silent. Anyway, now that I'm in another world, I'm not afraid of people from the Itsutsuki family coming to my door. Also, she is more afraid of Uzumaki Mizuki now. I feel like I can't see through him anymore. About half a year has passed. This world also accepts this. At the same time, the courses on the full manifestation technique have also begun to be officially launched. But it is not so easy to learn. But there are also ninja courses, but they are the exclusive abilities of civil servants. It is enough to separate the chakra seeds and then guide the practice. Senju Tobirama is responsible for this matter. The second is the Quincy division. The selection is very strict. Ishida Ryusaki is responsible for it, but the main thing is to be loyal to the Uruk Empire. It belongs to the supervision force of the Uruk Empire's real-world area. It is responsible for monitoring Shinigami, Hueco Mundo, and others. The three forces of the present world. Now in this world, there is no shortage of food, so there is no biggest problem. Those who wanted to do something were basically dealt with before they had time to expand. While eating delicious food at Uzumaki Mizuki, Orochimaru appeared. Did you find the result? Uzumaki Mizuki asked. Yes. Should they come and explain? Orochimaru nodded, and asked for instructions. Let's go. Uzumaki Mizuki waved. Bring Orochimaru directly to Eisen's side. At this time they are also in the laboratory, waiting for the arrival of Uzumaki Mizuki. Explain. Uzumaki Mizuki sat down directly. Behind him loomed a chair made entirely of wood. This is the formation of the sacred tree. Rukonga's soul, and Hueco Mundo's constant voids, should be the means by which Team Zero restricted the Soul King's recovery. After this period of testing, increasing the reincarnation of the soul will not cause overpressure, but will directly clean the soul, let it return to its essence, and wait for the opportunity of reincarnation. And Hueco Mundo's void is the result of accumulating all kinds of remnant souls and suppressing reincarnation over the years. Putting Rukonga's soul into the reincarnation, and compressing the size of Hueco Mundo at the same time, should be able to stop the power loss of the sacred tree, and even become stronger. Urahara Kisuk said. At this moment, he was a little surprised at the composition of the sacred tree. It's amazing that there is such a thing in this world. There is also Zanpakuto. The ability of Zanpakuto may be deprived from the Soul King. Otherwise, this kind of power that is different for each Zanpakuto is simply not something that people in the Zero team can produce. However, if you do what Urahara Kisuk did, it is very possible that the Soul King will recover. As an added note, it is Eisen. Some of Zanpakuto's abilities are indeed too heaven-defying. Why is a weapon able to do this to such an extent? Then the only possibility is the power from the Spirit King? The size of Soul Society and Hueco Mundo can also be reduced, as long as they remain relatively stable. This should also reduce the pressure on the Divine Tree Spirit King. Kurotsuke Mayuri added at the end. Originally, he knew the least about the aspect, which was different from people like Urahara Kisuke and Eisen who wanted to overthrow the Lingwangwan. Is it too risky? If it is irreparable, these people will all die. Although there may be a new world by then, these people will all disappear. Uzumaki Mizuki asked. Invest in Rukonga's soul reincarnation first, and if that doesn't work, hunt Su in Hueco Mundo, and continue to maintain the equality of soul and Su, which should be able to save the world from being out of control. Also, Wang, you have also mastered some of the authority of the Spirit King, and under your control, you should be able to complete this matter. Urahara Kisuke said hastily. At this time, he will not treat the souls of Rukonga, and the void of Hueco Mundo as life. This is the safety of the whole world. King Ling, the possibility of recovery is the biggest risk. The people of Team Zero, who have been on guard for so long, should be for this matter. Eisen said. This is the most troublesome position of the matter. Try it, it's not a big problem. If it doesn't work, I'll take people back and change the world. Uzumaki Mizuki said directly. The divine tree can bring him great help. And woke up, also in Wang's Haibeo curry. No matter what you want to do, you can't escape his palm? Confirmed the plan. Sei Linjian immediately started to act. If you directly say that you want to be reincarnated, it is very easy for those souls to be reincarnated. About a week passed, and 3/4 of the soul in Rukonga disappeared immediately, and suddenly became very empty. The world is out of balance, and it's time to take action on Hueco Mundo. Kurotsuke Mayuri reports here. From Uzumaki Mizuki, go directly to Hueco Mundo. Then use the power of the God Tree and start shrinking the boundaries of the Hueco Mundo 390. But then, the Soul Society got out of balance, and Uzumaki Mizuki started shrinking the Soul Society again. After being busy for more than a month, I stopped. Both Soul Society and Hueco Mundo have shrunk to about 1/10 of their previous size. However, the power of the Divine Tree has stabilized and is still slowly improving. At the same time, the biggest gain is the present world. The concentration of spiritual particles in this world has been greatly increased. It worked. Watch the world return to stability. Urahara Kisuke's face lit up with joy. This is the world he wants to see. In the past, those 5 parasitic families that sucked whales like barnacles were sucking the life of the whole world. It's gone now. Become concise. It doesn't seem like a big problem now, but I don't know if there will be problems in the future. However, it's not something that will happen for a while. Get ready, half a year later, go to the new world. Uzumaki and Mizuki are in no rush. Anyway, the longer the time, the stronger I must be. At that time, even if the real Spirit King appears, it will be a dish. Hearing Uzumaki Mizuki's words, Eisen, Urahara Kisuke, and others became excited at once. This is the world they care about most. Constrained by this incomplete world. Finally, can we go to see a stronger world? Know your flaws and make yourself more perfect. The two worlds, under the control of Uzumaki Mizuki, had a preliminary exchange. Mainly here in the present world, go to the ninja world to observe. A series of videos were shot. In terms of administrative status, the two parties are equal. However, it is completely loyal to the king Uzumaki Mizuki. But about Shinigami, I didn't tell them. It belongs to the secret hidden among the high level. Because souls such as earthbound spirits will become void, there will still be things, but there will not be so many. People who have learned the technique of full manifestation can see this thing. It's just a reinterpretation to explain what's going on. Hueco Mundo is basically equivalent to Uzumaki Mizuki's residence in this world. Soul Society, on the other hand, was completely reduced to a reincarnation base. At this time, the goals of these high-level leaders have all changed, from stabilizing the world to opening up the new world, and becoming Uzumaki Mizuki's soldiers in charge of fighting. What are you going to bring? Are you ready? Uzumaki Mizuki asked. Opening up a new world is not that simple. Who knows the next one, how big the risk will be. If he hadn't seized Shinigami's Zanpakuto in advance, he might not have been able to kill Yamamoto Genryusei Shijikuni. Now, in the world of Shinigami, he is almost equivalent to the level of a creation god, and he is stronger than in the ninja world. However, Shinigami is more like a special map, and Ninja World is like a small village in that universe, which is still far from the real world. Wang, can't I go? It was Kurotsuke Mayuri who spoke. He was a little envious that he could follow Orochimaru, Eisen, and Urahara Kisuke. You are still a bit short. First study, how to stabilize chakras integration of the completion technique. Uzumaki Mizuki refused. The level of Kurotsuke Mayuri and Urahara Kisuke and Eisen is still quite different. Orochimaru belongs to the first team, so we still have to stay. As for Yakushi Kabuto, he is studying the power of the Quincy in the ninja world, and integrating with chakra to develop a new model. Both sides have a leader in charge of strengthening the world's power. In terms of absolute strength, Shinigami is stronger, but this is before Uzumaki Mizuki captured Zanpakuto. Now that there is no Zanpakuto, there is not much difference in the strength of the two sides. Should I still go? Kagaya Haim didn't quite want to run around. It feels good to stay here. The Atsutsuki family will definitely not be able to come here. She didn't have much interest in taking risks or anything. Ambition? Under Uzumaki Mizuki, there is no such thing anymore. I just want to absorb some life force every day and restore my own strength. That would be great. If you want to be sealed by me and stay like in the ninja world, then you can. Uzumaki Mizuki said directly. The guys he took were all dangerous. Does Eisen dare to put it in this world and go directly to other places? Likewise, Kagaya-hime. Urahara-Kisuk also has such potential. Orochimaru's words, a little less, are closer to scientists who want to understand the truth of the world at this time. However, the pursuit of power is also part of what he wants. Itaki and Niji were sent back to Ninja World. It was Uchiha Fugaku instead, who came to this world and was tasked with assisting Nagato. Although they are equal, the Ninja World is the headquarters after all, and the degree of trust between the two parties is still different. This world also sent people to the Ninja World. It was Komamura Seijin, Hitsugiya Toshiro, Ichimaru Jin, and Rangika, and there was Star K, 4 Shinigami and an Arankar. There are also a large number of people in this world who studied abroad in the past. They all belong to the level of not being able to threaten people in the original world. Naruto and Sasuke are too, enough to overwhelm them. I'd better go. Kagaya-ji did not dare to resist Uzumaki Mizuki. When Uzumaki Mizuki spoke just now, she felt that the life force around her disappeared directly. The world is crowding her out? This shocked her. It feels that the life systems of the two parties are not at the same level at all. Several people around looked at Kagaya-ji in surprise. They all know that Kagaya-ji is the source of the power system of the ninja world, and it is somewhat different from the Spirit King who created the world in their world. But it definitely belongs to the level of the ruler. I didn't expect it to be like this. It was the first time for them to officially meet Kagaya-hime. In the next world, their strength cannot be measured. Any imaginary possibility has the possibility of appearing, and it may die at any time. For example, it is very possible that life will be forcibly wiped out by the power of invisible rules, or the entire planet will explode. Scared? You can quit now, Uzumaki Mizuki said. Roughly speaking, things like snapping fingers, star destroyer cannon, and star explosive fist. Things like the destruction of parallel worlds happen frequently. Any unexplainable force may appear. I believe that under the leadership of the king, we will be invincible. Orochimaru flattered him very well. I want to see the real world. On Aizen's side, they didn't keep their ambitions. Excuse me, king. Urahara Kisuk bowed his head sincerely. Only Kuratsuka Moyuri is hungry? Can't go? Kagaya-ji was expressionless and very uncomfortable. Find a suitable place to lie down, and it's gone again. Then, let's begin. Uzumaki Mizuki pulls out a new portal. Put it on the ground. At this time, everyone is in the Technology Development Bureau of Soul Society. They have all tried this portal to the ninja world, but only when Uzumaki Mizuki is there will they be taken there. Dangerous guys, let him take them all away. Soon, the portal was successfully activated. Like a black hole, it absorbs all the surrounding light into it. You are advanced. Uzumaki Mizuki is careful. Make sure no one takes the opportunity to run away. Mainly looking at Kagaya-hime, Orochimaru walked in very skillfully. He believed most in his ability to protect. Promise. Followed by Eisen and Urahara Kisuk. The last was Kagaya-hime, with Uzumaki Mizuki following her. Kuratsuka Moyuri thought about it several times, and finally decided that it would be better not to anger Uzumaki Mizuki. Next time must go. Passing through the portal, there is a sea of Wangyang. Uzumaki Mizuki put the portal away and put it in Wangjibeo curry. Let's find land first. Uzumaki Mizuki opened his hands while talking. A spinning black hole slowly appeared. Then, he walked in directly first. Several others soon followed. Within minutes, a city was found. It's human. Seeing the humans, Urahara Kisuk, and Eisen and Orochimaru, was somewhat exciting. Want to dissect? Greedy? It's here. As for Uzumaki Mizuki, he said in a slightly complicated tone. It attracted the attention of several people around. Wang, do you know this world? Orochimaru asked tentatively. He found that Uzumaki Mizuki didn't seem to care too much about it. Therefore, the courage is slightly bigger than before. There should be more than 5 people at the level of King Ling, and there should be many people like Old Man Yamamoto. Be more careful. If you die, you should very likely die. Uzumaki Mizuki returned the mobile phone he had just stolen from a passerby. Then he spoke to them. Catalog of Forbidden Books of Magic. The World of Pickup Hands. When he was watching the news on his mobile phone and saw the word Academy City, he knew it was there. So there is no need to look any further. He doesn't know much about this world. All I know is that there is indeed a way to pick up girls. The setting is only understood, knowing that there is a powerful existence, who can erase the world at will, and it feels similar to the level of the Spirit King. What? Both Urahara Kisuk and Eisen were taken aback. More than 5 Spirit Kings? It's too exaggerated. Their bodies trembled a little, not knowing whether it was excitement or fear. Orochimaru is also very excited. Only Kagaya-ji had shrunk. She also knew what level the King Ling was. Definitely better than her. When she was in the world of death 293 before, she felt that the world was nothing more than this. Staying to suck life force every day, there is no decent enemy that needs her to come out. I didn't expect that there would be so many dangerous guys in this world. This world actually has a population of 6 billion, dozens of times more than the current world. Eisen also exclaimed. Is this the real world? Urahara Kisuk is also quickly reading the various information he has collected. Why, there are similar words, and the similarity is more than 90. Urahara Kisuk uttered the first doubt. It is obvious that such a difficult method is needed to be able to meet the world. But why are the words similar? There are so many kinds of words in this world. However, he feels that this country with similar characters is somewhat similar to the present world. When your strength reaches the level of the Spirit King, I will tell you a more complicated matter. I hope that you will not be heartbroken by then, Uzumaki Mizuki said calmly. These words made the 4 people on the field feel oppressed. Who they are, the king should be very clear. But, will it break their hearts? What happened? The 4 people who had just arrived in New World had no sense of excitement at all. Tell you all the basic, CFDG, information. This world is divided into the technology side and the magic side, the forces specializing in technology, Academy City, and the forces specializing in magic, various religions. Both sides have the power to destroy the world, but the single combat strength, the strongest, should be at the level of Yamamoto, and the level of the Soul King will not appear casually. But we, who are outsiders, are likely to attract attention. Conquering this world is more difficult than imagined. Let's understand it first. You choose which side to understand. Try not to expose yourself. If you don't have time to save you, then you can't blame me. I'm going to Academy City. Uzumaki Mizuki told a few of his men to make a choice. This time, it is not possible to conquer the whole world so quickly. There are too many people. In the current world and the ninja world, if you want to gather people to take over, it will not be possible to do it in a short time. This world is much more complicated than the present world, and the different cultures of each country need to be dealt with. The most important thing is several demon gods. To take over the world, you need to get rid of them. I also want to go to Academy City, Urahara Kisuk said. Then, I'll go to the magic side and experience these religions. Eisen said. He doesn't care much about technology anymore. He felt that those existences that could rival the Spirit King were related to religion. I'll go to the magic side too, Orochimaru said. Kagaya Haim didn't speak, she just wanted to follow Uzumaki Mizuki. When Uzumaki Mizuki said that someone could kill her, she made up her mind to follow Uzumaki Mizuki and never leave. Clatter. These mobile phones are used as communication tools. Looking for you, I will send you over at any time, contact privately, you can figure out a way for yourself, that's it. Uzumaki Mizuki snapped his fingers. I took the gold bars directly from Wang's Haibeo curry, took out a few mobile phones from the mobile phone shop, and registered the number. Everyone recorded their numbers. This is the easiest and most convenient way to contact you, so you don't have to think too much about it. But Urahara Kisuk also began to be amazed that the mobile phone technology in this world is so similar to the present world. Different routes lead to the same goal? He doesn't feel like that? The magic side is not so easy to join, be careful. Uzumaki Mizuki asked Eisen and Orochimaru. Let the two of them go out to mess around, it's not that easy to die anyway. After finishing speaking, he snapped his fingers and took Kagayaji and Urahara Kisuk directly to the vicinity of Academy City. Then he took the two of them directly into Academy City. Let Kagayaji change the appearance of a female high school student, after the appearance is similar to human beings. Try to hack into the computers of this world and get 3 IDs. Uzumaki Mizuki arranges Urahara Kisuk Road. Yes. Urahara Kisuk is also a little excited. Follow Uzumaki Mizuki, nature is the safest. Uzumaki Mizuki took Kagayaji and sat down directly at a cold drink shop. It took a while for Urahara Kisuk to come in, and he also had an extra computer device in his hand. Then, I just looked at him and kept typing on the keyboard. The keyboard is about to smoke. It's such a complicated defense system, it's much more troublesome than the present world. Although Urahara Kisuk said so, his tone was pleasantly surprised. He was still familiarizing himself with it while trying to launch an intrusion, trying to obtain an ID in the background. Is such a thing necessary? Now, it is completely possible to use strength to isolate ordinary people from probing. Kagayaji was puzzled. It's so boring, I want to find a school to hang out with. Since birth, I have been on guard. Now, relax. Uzumaki Mizuki said. With Naruto since I was a child, I dare not relax at all. From then on to the present world, I didn't expect the progress to be so fast. In this world, it's not something that can be solved so quickly, so Uzumaki Mizuki is ready, take a break, don't be so anxious. Alright, Urahara Kisuk said. At the same time, the computer screen was turned around so that Uzumaki Mizuki and others could see it. The identity of a small country is used, and visitors are used to come in. Most places should be able to go. The entity ID, just say it's dropped, tell the account number, and it should be able to identify it. Urahara Kisuk said. It is too troublesome to directly invade, and this computer alone is not enough to calculate the calendar. So he took a trick and directly changed the method, which is much simpler. Kagayaji, you just protect him. In this city, no one should be able to threaten your life. If you want to understand it quickly, it's best to find a secret research institute to sneak in. It's the fastest to grab it directly, but it's a bit troublesome, you can judge for yourself. If something happens, I will contact you. After Uzumaki Mizuki finished speaking, he directly put down the checkout money on the table, then disappeared in front of them. Urahara Kisuk naturally didn't dare to have any opinions. Kagayaji is sullen, she wants to follow Uzumaki Mizuki. I feel that in this world, only being around him is safe. It seems that an interesting person is here. Asia Rice Tower Crowley opened his eyes and smiled. Boom. There was a huge explosion, and a house about 5 stories high collapsed directly. A group of formally dressed people around watched this scene dumbfounded. Even, many notebooks used to record data fell directly on the ground. There were also a few older ones whose wigs were blown off. LV5. This kind of power, you can never go wrong. One of the middle-aged men whose wig was blown away said excitedly. There is no expression of heartache after the building was destroyed by. Totally excited? Suddenly it was delivered to the door and said the person who wants to recruit a special quota. It's actually a LV5 ability user. In the entire Academy City, there are only 7 people. To actually come to his unknown academy, isn't it pie in the sky? As the headmaster, this is an excellent achievement. There are not many schools with people with LV5 abilities, but in Academy City, schools are everywhere. Owning LV5 is enough to prove the strength of their school? How about it? It can be stronger. Uzumaki Mizuki asked. He searched for a while, found an ordinary high school, and recommended himself directly. After a little demonstration of the ability of repulsion, I quickly got the teacher's permission, and then started the test. Level LV3 is considered an excellent student. Not to mention LV4. Uzumaki Mizuki was acting like LV4 at the beginning, so he was allowed to test. Unexpectedly, the kitchen is at the level of LV5. No need. This is not a special testing place, and it is not suitable for using too much force. I approve your special recruitment quota, the headmaster said very excitedly. Quickly directed another dean whose wig was blown off to arrange a degree for Uzumaki Mizuki. If you're 17, you're a sophomore in high school. It's class 1, grade 2, I'm going to find the class teacher now. The dean is also in a hurry. At the same time, the students of the whole school were also attracted attention. Because of the explosion just now, there was a lot of movement. Who cares about going to class? Soon, the news that their high school had an LV5 joining them spread the word. In the afternoon, this news was on the headlines. Every LV5 is very mysterious. One person has the strength to block an army alone, this is a god. In a world where magic is not revealed, superpowers like LV5 exist like gods. Many people will care about this matter, including the appearance of Uzumaki Mizuki. It was also in the news immediately. Wong, has he gone to school? Is there anything special in high school? Orochimura watched the news with a dazed expression. He will not be mistaken, this person is the king of Urok. Also puzzled, there is Eisen. Still, he felt, Uzumaki and Mizuki couldn't figure it out. It's too mysterious. Although Uzumaki Mizuki said, there are more than 5 soul kings in this world. However, what he fears the most is Uzumaki Mizuki. This person is unfathomable. Urahara Kisuk and Kagaya Haim are not surprised. I just didn't expect that Uzumaki Mizuki would be so prominent. Urahara Kisuk was looking for a place to sneak in, and Kagaya left a mark directly on his neck, and then sneaked directly into the space she made in the mark. There is a puppet outside, and if there is something to do, he will not be the first to find her, which can make her feel more at ease. Knowing that there are so many powerful guys out there, she has no interest in hanging out. The treatment is good. Uzumaki Mizuki in a room of a high-end apartment. It was rented especially for him. After completing the admission procedures in the afternoon, I got the key. The demon god is usually in his own place, pays attention to this world occasionally, and regards this world as a playground. They are so strong that they can wipe out a planet and change the rules at any time. According to the level of Dragon Ball, they have at least several million combat power. The most valuable things in this world are those holy artifacts, magic books, and nuclear bombs. With the current strength alone, they cannot completely defeat them. The only one who has this ability is Touma, the owner of this authority. Trouble. Uzumaki Mizuki turned on the TV, while watching the news, while calculating what to do next. Ask for flowers. Are you going to give up on this world, or think of another way? However, the level of a demon god is the same as that of a ground snake. Able to change the rules. Only after reaching this level can we fight against them. The next time the points arrive in the account, there is still half a year to go, so if you get it and exchange it for that thing, you should be sure. It's not a big problem to retreat completely. Touma still needs to pay attention to it. Uzumaki Mizuki drank the coke in his hand in one gulp. Then, looking at the news, it was said that Academy City would hold a 7-day Daha Star Festival soon. A timeline also appears. Since you're not in such a hurry, then just relax and experience life. They should also gain something after putting 3 big silver ratios out, waiting for them to deal with it. Uzumaki Mizuki crushed the tube and threw it in the trash. At night, leave the apartment directly. He was going to see if he could find accelerator. He is not very clear about the specific timeline, but right now, it should be just the beginning not too long ago. Pharmaceutical company Brain Nerve Applied Analysis Institute. It feels like it matches me. Come here tomorrow to try it out and see how the world's technology is developing. At the same time, Urahara Kisuk also found his goal. It is easy to get an ID, but it is not so simple to intrude information. After understanding, I found that this Academy City is really powerful. The designer of the dendrogram made it impossible for Urahara Kisuk to decipher it. Without comparable computing power, there is basically no way. Therefore, I can only go out by myself and come to these research institutes to explore the secrets. Although there are many props on the body, however, with Uzumaki Mizuki's warning, he still doesn't want to make too much noise. It still doesn't feel right to have Uzumaki Mizuki come to his rescue. The most important thing is to save your own life. Found it? Uzumaki Mizuki opened his eyes. At this time, he was standing on the roof of a 70-story building. Through the Tensagen, locked the experimental battlefield of one party. And it's a coincidence. The woman next to me is very familiar with Spoon. A bullet shot out directly from the muzzle of the gun. Sparks fly. However, the bullet was reflected back at a faster speed and hit the girl holding the gun. Boring. So boring. Accelerator stroked his hair and said in a slightly hoarse voice. Jump straight from the air and land on the ground. Looking at the scene of the girl fleeing not far away holding the wound on her shoulder. Tired? He is a little tired. Such an experiment, he felt that it had no effect at all. However, his life has no meaning. LV6? That's what he exists for. Become the first LV6 absolute ability user. However, things like this now, he feels useless. When he was about to deal with the experimental body in the distance directly, suddenly the pupils shrank. He saw a blonde man appearing behind his 137. Ordinary people, break into the experimental site. Experiment paused. Remove target. On Misaka's side, I also found Uzumaki Mizuki. Stopped running away. Instead, they are going to find a way to expel Uzumaki Mizuki and leave here. It is very troublesome to implicate ordinary people. And generally, the venue will be cleared in advance, and no one will find out. But there are always mistakes, and there have been mistakes in the past. All are executed according to this procedure. You are not an ordinary person. However, the things here have nothing to do with you. Experiments are going on here, so leave. Accelerator said to Uzumaki Mizuki very coldly. He's not a killer either. Just follow the program. I'm new to LV5. Look at you, do you have the qualifications to defend the strength of the first place in LV5? Uzumaki Mizuki tilted his head, looked at Accelerator and said. Both of them had their hands in their trouser pockets. Looks like a bum. Blonde, white hair. Accelerator, however, looks much thinner. Ordinary people can't see through his body what kind of power he possesses. What? The new LV5. Ha ha ha, interesting, really interesting. How about it, can this place be used as a battlefield? Accelerator let out a puzzled sound. Then he laughed straight away. Finally, he asked the Research Institute staff on the earphone microphone side. This experimental site was arranged by them. It's hard to say whether it can support a LV5 battle. However, Accelerator really wanted to fight. It's so boring to abuse these clones every time. It's not easy for LV5 to be a sparring partner. Accelerator finished speaking. There was a loud noise from over there. It lasted for about 10 seconds, causing Accelerator to frown. Approved, but try to be as quiet as possible. Soon, a sound came from the earphone. During this period of time, they also searched for information about the vortex water. I found out that it really is an LV5 that appeared today, although I don't know if it's true or not. But it doesn't matter if you try. It doesn't matter if you die. Anyway, in this city, there are not a few people who die every day. One more and one less, all the same? Then let's get started. The voice Uzumaki Mizuki also heard. He bent down directly and picked up a stone from the ground. The location at this time is in an alleyway, which is very dark. Still, no one. Shout, hurry up. Accelerator said impatiently. Then, a stone appeared in front of him in an instant. He tensed up. If it is not always open reflective state. With that blow just now, I felt like a big hole was about to be opened in my body. This kinetic energy. More powerful than a sniper rifle. Accelerator was very surprised. But, also excited. The ability reported by Uzumaki Mizuki is to control gravity. Therefore, he didn't plan to bully others, so he prepared to use these two abilities to deal with Accelerator. That is, Misaka Mikoto appears. Hidden in the corner. Accelerator was recognized. But Uzumaki Mizuki does not know. At the same time, she also found Miss Misaka holding her wound in the back. It made her heart tremble. Is that plan still in progress? Really? This made her extremely angry. Boom. An impact directly punched a hole in the wall next to the alleyway. This made Misaka Mikoto wake up from his anger. What happened? Is this man here to stop him? It doesn't matter, take Miss Misaka away first. Misaka Mikoto decided to say. And in the alleyway, Uzumaki Mizuki and Accelerator are engaged in an invisible contest. Shenluo Tianzhang fought out. One party directly doubles the increase and reflects it back. Uzumaki Mizuki continued to release the repulsive force to remove the impact. Then release Shenluo Tianzhang again. Now, without the Rinnegan, he can be released directly. His body has evolved a lot. Through the sacred tree, the power of the Spirit King was used. Capable of directly simulating various capabilities. Repulsion and attraction are both very simple things. However, through the use of Rinnegan, the power is definitely stronger. Accelerator gradually became serious. He turned the reflex almost to max. The surrounding houses have already begun to tremble. Uzumaki Mizuki was still downplaying, blocking his reflected attack. Universal pull. Uzumaki Mizuki suddenly changed his tactics. Boom. Accelerator, who was the whole person, was immediately thrown out by Tanfei. In the end, like a shell, it hit the wall directly. But his reflex was always on, directly transferring the impact to the wall. The wall behind him split open in an instant. Spread over the entire wall. You. Accelerator was startled and furious. Good guy. Capable of two-way control capabilities. Is it the same as your ability? Vector control? Ability is not unique. Be serious, these 5.8 levels, I can't even do it with my hands. Uzumaki Mizuki looked at Accelerator and said, this reflection is not able to reflect all. It can only be done by knowing what Accelerator knows, and calculating various data in an instant. Reflection, which is always on, simply reflects everything. Sounds, impacts, objects and more. But when it comes to things like magic, it doesn't work very well. Not to mention Zanpakuto or something. Things that are not in his cognition cannot be reflected. Pooh, interesting. Then, don't die here, it will be troublesome. Accelerator was furious. It was the first time that someone provoked himself like this. On the side, Misaka Mikoto has already transferred the injured Misaka's sister. At the same time, they are also paying attention to the battlefield. She wants to stop this inhuman plan. Despair. Accelerator took the initiative to attack. Originally, he was not very good at close combat. However, it feels like an ordinary attack is ineffective against this person. LV5 superpowers really can't be solved casually. The whole person, like a cannonball, rushed towards the vortex water. A repulsive force hit directly, but it was immediately reflected back. Uzumaki Mizuki continued the Shinra Sky attack and counteracted his strength. Accelerator also came to Uzumaki Mizuki. With a sneer, he directly punched Uzumaki Mizuki. Through vector control, he increased the attack power of his arm by 10 times. If the opponent continues to use that kind of impact, it will be directly reflected. At such a close distance, he didn't believe that the opponent could dodge quickly. If you don't attack, an ordinary person's body can't stop your fist that is 10 times as powerful. One blow is enough to knock down the wall. Snapped. Uzumaki Mizuki caught his punch with one hand. When the fist and the palm collided, a shock spread out towards the surroundings. 25. Impossible. Die to me. Accelerator was furious. He didn't expect that the opponent actually received his strengthened fist with his body. Step on the ground directly, gather kinetic energy, and prepare to kill Uzumaki Mizuki. But, when kinetic energy was released by him onto Uzumaki Mizuki, it's just that the ground under his feet is slightly cracked, but Uzumaki Mizuki still looks at him very calmly. You. Accelerator finally panicked. Have you lost your ability? The force of the impact just now should be greater than the direct impact of a train traveling at 80 km per hour. I used this trick to shatter quite a few cloned experimental bodies, and ordinary people couldn't bear such an impact. Uzumaki Mizuki grabbed his hand directly and threw him out. One party, Accelerator, spun and recorded in midair, and after releasing the force through vector control, he landed on the ground. What exactly is your ability? Although Accelerator was a little flustered just now, but I have never been afraid. Instead, he became even more excited. Just now he was ready. The strength is very good, and it made my bones loose. Uzumaki Mizuki said while flexing his neck. He has also seen the ability of Accelerator. It is really effective against ordinary people. All kinds of kinetic energy, as long as they can be seen through, can be resolved. But, what you don't know, you can't deal with. Just like Johabaka's omniscience and omnipotence, there are still weaknesses. This force is not strong enough to break the rules. You are worthy of my real strength to deal with it. What happens next, I don't care, you are responsible for finishing. Accelerator's last sentence was for the research institute. Then, he took off the earphones in his ears and threw them aside. Accelerator directly grabbed his right hand to the wall of a nearby building. Then, he pushed the entire building up and rushed towards Uzumaki Mizuki. Boom. This building, before approaching Uzumaki Mizuki, was completely smashed by repulsion. But the impact that fell on Accelerator was strengthened dozens of times by him and reflected back again. Accelerator no longer keeps his strength. He wanted, really, to have a good fight with Mizuki Uzumaki. The strength just now is comparable to that of a small missile. This one will be destroyed. One-way traffic calculation. However, he didn't have any intention of holding back. He felt that the other party would not die so easily. What? However, immediately he was shocked again. Because seeing the other party just raised his hand, it was like swishing away a fly. The impact that directly reflected him back was shot into the sky. Accelerator felt a dull sonic boom coming from midair. However, Accelerator showed a kind smile. Don't worry so much, defeat him, you should be able to confirm my fineness, it shouldn't be far from LV6. Ha ha ha. Accelerator laughed fiercely. Directly, Mizuki rushed towards Uzumaki again. What kind of monster are these two people? Misaka Mikoto naturally felt the impact of the explosion in midair. Therefore, it became clearer what kind of battle these two people were fighting. Even so, I want to stop this plan from continuing. Misaka Mikoto said angrily. At this moment, she hoped that the blonde man could defeat Accelerator. As long as this is the case, the Research Institute will definitely stop the plan of the absolute ability user. Because, Accelerator failed? How can such a person become LV6? It's over. Your ability has been seen through by me, and there is no suspense in this battle. Uzumaki Mizuki said calmly. When Accelerator rushed to his side, Uzumaki Mizuki waved his hand again and directly took all kinds of gravel brought by Accelerator. At the same time, the fist that was punching towards Accelerator instantly stopped within the range of his reflection. Then, like a cannonball, the fist quickly landed on Accelerator's face. Kinetic reflection. If it goes backward, it becomes forward. Forward becomes backward. The current one-way traffic is normal. Ordinary people cannot grasp this opportunity. but Uzumaki Mizuki can. With his eyes, Accelerator's movements were slowed down countless times, and he found the most suitable timing. Impossible. Accelerator, who was beaten to the ground, had some doubts about his life. He also discovered how the opponent hit him. How did the other party grasp this moment? Deceitful of one's abilities. Instead, it strengthens the opponent's potential by 200? But Uzumaki Mizuki didn't answer him. The fists kept falling. Uzumaki Mizuki had to control his strength to avoid killing Accelerator. Impossible. Accelerator was furious. Pass potential energy in a row, control several houses, and rush towards Uzumaki Mizuki. However, they were all easily suppressed by Shenluo Tianzhang. A few minutes later, Accelerator was lying on the ground. His face was no longer human. At the same time, many ribs were broken. The left hand was directly fractured. Misaka Mikoto came out of the shadows. He looked at Accelerator lying on the ground with a complicated expression. He clenched his fists. She wanted to kill Accelerator. However, she knew about it, and the other party was not that big. The guy who lied to himself and got his own DNA is the worst person. Uzumaki Mizuki raised his head, looked at the sky, and smiled slightly at the same time. Find me. A look of surprise appeared on Rice Tower's face. The hovering loop he arranged over Academy City was invisible to the naked eye. This thing is also the most important prop for him to master this Academy City. Nanoscale robots. It is specially used for monitoring. He had a clear view of the battle just now. However, he couldn't see through the origin of this person. He felt that the other party was not a superpower, but he didn't look like a magician either. This made him involuntarily interested. Can you tell me your name? Misaka Mikoto asked Uzumaki Mizuki. The tone is somewhat embarrassing. Uzumaki Mizuki. See you later. Uzumaki Mizuki replied. Then I took a look around. He snapped his fingers directly. The people sent by the Research Institute fell to the ground in an instant. Although it may make you feel very confused. But, thank you, Mizuki Mizuki. Misaka Mikoto bowed in thanks. The eyes are still a little red. However, he found that he didn't wait for a response, and when he raised his body, he saw that the other party was already walking towards the busy street outside, and at the same time, he turned his back and waved to her. This LV5 information, immediately, find all of it for me. Kiera Jens's face was full of excitement. Able to defeat Accelerator. It proved the opponent's potential. And it seems that the other party has not come up with the strongest strength to deal with it. Such a person is the best experimental subject. Find a way to fool him back and conduct research. However, before that, get information about this guy and study his weaknesses. Only in this way can we better control the opponent. One side passes, it is worthless. And the plan for mass-produced ability users, it's time to give up. Such a waste of resources. Lost to an unknown person. What a disappointment. If evenly matched, he hasn't felt that big yet. However, it is completely suppressed by one party. There is no resistance at all. What kind of strongest LV5 is this? The value is no longer that great. Fang Accelerator is only at the level of the team leader, but his ability is very strong, and it is easy to deal with it if he finds a way to deal with it. LV6 should be able to approach the level of Eisen, and after that, the level of Old Man Yamamoto, the chairman of Academy City, should be at this level, maybe even stronger. After all, the plan prepared by the other party is aimed at dealing with demon gods, not at the level of angels. It's not a big problem to deal with a demon god. If there are too many, it will overturn. Uzumaki Mizuki probably judged the problem through Accelerator's strength. If you just keep the status quo, you can do things casually. The demon god might not pay attention. After all, they are too bored with the world. It's more like a playground. Only those who are interested will come to play. Otherwise, they will do things in their own space. However, with the entire planet together, the result will be different. Sure to get noticed. If you show different abilities, you will definitely be besieged. Go back and rest. Let these few people mess around here. Uzumaki Mizuki considered. The points are still a little short. After exchanging a new item, Uzumaki Mizuki feels that he should have the strength to deal with these people. But it will take some time. During this time, let's collect some information first, and it will be relatively simple to arrange for people to come and receive it. Uzumaki Mizuki decided. I have been busy in this world for a long time, and there seem to be more games in this world. Well worth the break. That night, regarding Uzumaki Mizuki's information, Kiera Jens almost searched all the databases that could be hacked. But there is no information. It's a forged identity, but I can't find any source. Through the internet, there are no similar people. What is the origin? Kiera Jens was a little puzzled. Except for the kind of people who are specially trained to be dark children. For other people, as long as they have been on the internet, it is easy to find out the origin of each other. The location where it appeared for the first time is on the edge of the South American continent. Is it Anzi? But Anzi of this value is sent to Academy City like this, isn't that what you want? Kiera Jens was a little confused. A tool of this level can be used as a nuclear bomb. It can be said to be a very precious resource. If it wasn't in Academy City, another place would be enough for people to treat him as a god. The person who defeats Accelerator is worth more than Accelerator. But why so careless? Really wild? However, it is not that simple to reach LV5 on your own. Every person with poor ability is not an idiot. They need to learn a lot of knowledge to be able to perfectly display their abilities. Originally prepared to use strong directly. In the end, it was decided to invite a wave first, and if the other party disagreed, then use tough measures. Even people with superpowers are still human. Poison gas, hypnosis, poisoning, etc., can be used. This kind of experimental body that can be killed at will is not so easy to find. The other party is completely illegal intrusion and can be handled privately. The next day, when Uzumaki Mizuki went out, ready to enjoy the life of an ordinary high school student, Kiera Jens came downstairs to the apartment and waited for him. As soon as he went out, Whirlpool saw this old man with a kind smile on his face. It's this kind of person again. There are already a lot of subordinates, and it feels like his level is a little lower. Uzumaki Mizuki yawned. He casually looked at Kiera Jens. Orochimaru and Eisen, both have almost reached the top of that world. But Kiera Jens has not yet. Somewhere between Yakushi Kabuto's degree. Also cheated by Asia Rice Tower, the fool is working part-time. I really thought that the plan for those capable of mass production was for LV6. Little did she know that it was Yarai's tower, planning for herself to make artificial angels. Mr. Vortex, I think we can talk about it. I'm Kiera Jens, the research director behind Accelerator who was defeated by you yesterday. I don't know if there is time, so I'll just delay it. There is a car here, and the time on the way to take you to school is enough. Kiera Jens said with a very sincere look. At the same time, a bodyguard in a black suit and sunglasses opened the car door directly. Uzumaki Mizuki was naturally not afraid. Get in the car directly. Hello Wong. Kiera Jens smiled. Then sat on the other side. Interested in working for me. The one given to you must be better than the current one. Being deceived all the time, isn't it hard to live such a life? Uzumaki Mizuki was in the car, crossing his legs, scrolling his phone while looking at the game review website. After the car started, before Kiera Jens could speak, he asked first. With a local person, you can still handle a lot of things. Although this person is ruthless, but Orochimaru Eisen, who is not such a person. If you obey the orders, then you can. Kiera Jens was stunned. The original fake smile disappeared under the sun. Take me. Kiera Jens couldn't help asking. He felt a little funny. In Academy City, he is almost the second in command. I have what I want. Give you a part-time job? Clothes. The forces behind you are other countries. Kiera Jens asked Uzumaki Mizuki, frowning. In Academy City, there are many big countries supporting it. Otherwise, it is possible to build up there on your own. In private, many research institutes are actually serving these countries. Even he secretly collude with many countries. Because research is very expensive, without support, it is difficult to spend so much money on him alone. As a report, he will also give a lot of research results. It even includes providing various body enhancements to those rich people. The LV5 that suddenly appeared in front of me can only be cultivated by a big country. It is impossible for an ordinary rich man to have such strength. Is the country behind me? No, I'm just inviting you in my own name. I can give you manpower and financial support, and there is no problem in terms of strength. Uzumaki Mizuki locks the phone. I have already found a game to play, and I will go after school in the afternoon. At the same time, answer Kiera Jens's question. It is a good choice to study this world from this guy. When the time comes to arrange for Eisen and others to come over, I am not afraid that the chairman of Academy City will make trouble. After all, they never imagined that there would be people from other world visiting. Hehe. Do you know how much research costs? 620. Calculated on the basis of tens of billions of yen, the current plan has already cost hundreds of billions of dollars, and it is not over yet. Are you sure that the forces behind it are willing to pay so much money? Kiera Jens smiled contemptuously. The plan for those with absolute ability is more supported by the chairman. People from other countries were not allowed to intervene. After all, the emergence of someone with absolute ability is definitely capable of subverting a country. In his cognition, it belongs to the realm of God. Over the years, just making clones has cost a lot. This is the optimal solution that he improved many times before completing. However, if he can cheat money, he will not be polite. Is 10 tons of gold enough in advance? It can be added later. Uzumaki Mizuki said directly. He now has a lot of money, which is basically inexhaustible. Although he is not a tyrant, he did not squeeze his simming. However, the ninja world still collects a lot of offerings to him every year. Wang's Haibao Curry put a lot of such gold. 10 tons of gold. Kiera Jens was a little surprised. There are about 50 billion yuan in funds. That's a lot already. Although the amount of funds he had passed was far more than this amount, there really wasn't that much that he could take out at one time. Think carefully and come to me again. I will put in a few people, and the gold has been handed over to you once. Uzumaki Mizuki said finally. After speaking, he opened the door and got off the car. Already at school. Kiera Jens looked at the back of Uzumaki and Mizuki leaving, with a smile on his face. Interesting, which side will it be? But it doesn't matter. If you want to get my research data, let me see if you have the ability. Kiera Jens has already made a decision. He is determined to eat this gold. Jesus couldn't keep it either. He said it. Going to school was a wrong choice. Uzumaki Mizuki yawned. His abilities don't use that much calculation at all, and these courses he studied are really useless to him. Secondly, many girls surround him. He might be a little handsome after all. But fortunately, it didn't go on like this. The school organized a more professional test in order to obtain detailed data. Uzumaki Mizuki directly arranged for Shadow Clone to do this. He himself changed his appearance and went to the arcade to play games. There is a thrill of skipping class. Strong stats, but relying on this alone, it is impossible to defeat Fang Accelerator. He hides his strength. After the test on the avatar in the afternoon, Kiera Jens got the data. Looking at this data, you know it's fake. However, there is no other way. Unless the other party is willing to cooperate. Otherwise, it is definitely not that simple to get accurate data. But, CFDE, it is not magic, no spells are used, almost all of them are instantaneous. Repulsion and attraction, but isn't gravity? Kiera Jens judged. As long as it's not someone on the magical side, it's fine. As for people on the magic side, as a science side, he naturally doesn't like them. In the afternoon, he directly picked up Uzumaki Mizuki's avatar after school, and agreed to provide funding. Our research institute has the strongest research on capable people in the world. If you feel that your strength has reached the bottleneck, we can help you continue to improve your strength, even reaching the level of LV6. Kiera Jens continued to invite Uzumaki Mizuki. Besides money, he also wants people. There is no such confusion yet. I will contact you if you are interested. After my people arrive, you can take care of them, you're welcome. Uzumaki Mizuki said with a smile on his face. I hope that this old man can stand up to Orochimaru and Eisen by then. Urahara Kisuk should be mostly studying here. Of course. Seeing that Uzumaki and Mizuki were unwilling, Kiera Jens couldn't force him. A LV5 who doesn't know the details is not easy to deal with, at least, he has no way to solve it now. Have you agreed so soon? It seems that this old guy is also full of bad water, thinking about backstabbing at any time. Uzumaki Mizuki's shadow clone, after completing the task, it will be automatically released. Ontology wandered around Academy City. There is no fun in this world. So did Soul Society and Hueco Mundo. But this world is different, many places worth visiting. It feels like this world is not too stable. On the contrary, Ninja World feels more like a real universe. Uzumaki Mizuki judged. Then, he took out his mobile phone and contacted the three of Orochimaru. Let them figure it out, whether to come to Shadow Clone, or to come over from the main body. Urahara Kisuk and Eisen, both got chakra seeds, through their physical fitness, easily got chakra comparable to cage level. Separate a Shadow Clone and maintain it for a few days without any problems. The next day, all three appeared in front of Uzumaki Mizuki. The knowledge at the top of the science side, but this guy is in charge of the chairman of the city. He is very powerful. Try not to kill this guy. Let's see if he can hide it. Don't reveal too much. Uzumaki Mizuki asked them. A message was also sent just now, asking people from Kiera Huansheng to come pick them up. Yes. The three Orochimaru all replied respectfully. Eisen and Orochimaru have infiltrated into some sects and know a lot of knowledge. I learned how wide this world is, and there are so-called gods and so on. Very complicated world? Through these, they became more aware of what kind of qualifications Uzumaki Mizuki, who is only less than 20 years old, possesses. Following such a person is a correct choice. Is it these three people? Kiera Jens, sitting on a chair in the research institute, looked at the appearance of the three Eisen who appeared on the screen in front of him. At the same time, the machine is also undergoing rapid analysis. However, I only found information about Urahara Kisuk. Joined the Brain Nerve Applied Analysis Institute of S Pharmaceutical Company. It seems that it was premeditated. This person also registered information suddenly. He was also a blank account in the past. Which force is it? It's really intriguing. Kiera Jens crowned this Mediterranean head, revealing a sinister look. However, the plan of the absolute capable person is what he wants to see the most. For this, he has made a lot of preparations. Accelerator has not lost the possibility now, but the possibility has been reduced a little. Losing to the mysterious man Uzumaki Mizuki doesn't feel like a failure. Gold, how do you transfer it? Is it transferred directly through the account, or is it an entity, and we need to receive it? Kiera Jensei's subordinates asked the three of them directly. At the same time, Dr. Kunyuan also appeared from the door. This money is not so urgent. However, to join this research institute, there is always a price to pay. After all, this is the top research institute in the world. So, you need to prove your sincerity. Kiera Jensei hunched over and said to the three very calmly. Of course. Orochimaru replied with a hoarse voice. At the same time, he took out his mobile phone and dialed Uzumaki Mizuki's number. As for sending money, Uzumaki Mizuki is not interested in sending it in person. Other methods are quite troublesome, and 10 tons is not a secret volume that can be sealed casually. The three of them are not very good at the ability of the space system. After the phone rang once, he hung up immediately. Boom. The whole building shook immediately. Then, directly behind Orochimaru, a large pile of gold bars appeared. For Uzumaki Mizuki, it was delivered directly from Flying Thunder God. This is Space Department capable users. This kind of weight, a powerful person. No, it's the space system of superpowers. Kiera Jensei instantly burst out with strength. Asked very excitedly. The originally hunched body suddenly stood up. He looked around by the gold nugget, but could see nothing. Although several machines were crushed, he didn't take it to heart at all. Your organization doesn't look like a simple force. Can you let me meet this space-type superpower? Kiera Jens asked excitedly. The ability of the space system is rare, and there is not even a LV5 superpower. This move made Eisen and Orochimaru slightly underestimate Kiera's phantom. However, they came here to inquire about intelligence. That one is the Film King, so naturally he won't reveal his secrets. Well, let's communicate after we have a deeper understanding, Orochimaru said. Although not stated, many things, Eisen and Urahara Kisuk, are left to Orochimaru by default. It really surprised me. You guys shouldn't be ordinary. It seems that this time, I should gain a lot. Kiera Jens also realized that he was a little excited. The mood slowly slowed down, and he said to the three of them with a kind smile. Similarly, these three people also showed the same kind smile. Certainly. Orochimaru nodded. Then, under Kiera Jens's affectionate greeting, he began to explore the research institute. At the same time, they also discovered that Accelerator was in the treatment cabin. He was going to be the core of our plan, but lost to Mizuki Uzumaki. If Uzumaki Mizuki is willing to replace him and become the core of the plan of the absolute capable person, it would be great. I think he has great potential to become the first LV6 existence. Kiera Jens said to the three of them. That person's level is above ours, and we can't decide it casually. Let's continue to let this one take the test questions. One from LV5 is enough to take on this responsibility. Orochimaru said hastily. They have been here for a few days, but they haven't actually fought yet. Therefore, it is impossible to analyze how strong LV5 is. But, Uzumaki Mizuki, he's not kidding. So that's the case, then this is the only way to go. What a pity. Kiera Jens's eyes brightened. He felt as if he had found a lot of news. Does that high school student have a higher status than these three researchers? In Academy City, researchers generally have a higher status. He seems to be recovering from his injuries. Ask for flowers. Can you let me try his strength and see how it is? Are you qualified to serve as the core of this plan? It was Eisen who spoke. These days, I have actually dealt with many magicians. Too weak. He really wasn't interested at all. Good guy, weaker than the average Su. None that made him feel dangerous. This time he came to the main body, and the avatar stayed in those sects to let him collect information. Finding this guy who was defeated by Wang, he wanted to experiment to see how good the opponent was. He is LV5 ability user. His ability is vector control. One person is enough to deal with an army. Are you also a super ability user? Kiera Jens frowned and said. He felt that these people seemed somewhat weird. 0. Superpower, I should be counted. Eisen said very calmly. At this time, he was wearing a white coat, with his hair down, and he looked similar to the one in Sireino. Kiera Jens looked at Orochimaru, and the one with the fair hair. Neither was found to be dissuaded. Is that so? If something goes wrong, don't blame me. Kiera Jens smirked again. He was really curious about the origins of these people. The next battle should be able to expose a lot of things. That guy just knew my ability. Next time, if you don't fight him in close quarters, he won't be able to fight me at all. After Fang Accelerator woke up, his face was full of anger. He felt that his strength had not been brought into play at all. There is a new experiment, do you want to try it? A researcher who seemed a little afraid of Accelerator said to him. Such a plan is useless at all. To deal with these weaklings, there is no evolution at all. Find that guy, I have to fight him again. Accelerator rolled his eyes and said anxiously. If you beat me, you can go to him. Under the leadership of Kiera Jens, Eisen and his party also appeared in this treatment room. The one who spoke was naturally Eisen. Researcher. After losing once, do you even think that you can defeat me? Accelerator sneered. He unabashedly released his killing intent. But Accelerator found out that the other party was still looking at him expressionlessly. This expression reminded him of the blonde man. This made him very unhappy. He picked up the syringe at the side and threw it directly towards Eisen. I'm going to make a hole in this guy's body to see if he can still maintain his current expression. Don't want. The original researchers on the side panicked. They naturally sensed Accelerator's killing intent and were somewhat afraid. After all, they have seen the scene of Accelerator killing the clone so many times. Naturally, they would not suspect that this person would soften his heart. But, while they were talking, the syringe was being thrown. With Accelerator's ability, it was almost comparable to a sniper bullet. If you get hit, it's not just as simple as opening a hole. At the very least, if it hits the arm, 723 is enough to directly interrupt it. I feel that he is really not suitable to be the core of this plan. It's too easy to get out of hand a little bit. Eisen received the syringe in his hand very calmly, and then spoke. Before coming, he had already learned about the information about Academy City. A lot of information can be found directly on the internet, as if this city is so open and transparent. However, it is basically impossible to expose those dirty things in private. All are hidden in the deepest part. But Eisen naturally didn't take these things seriously. What he didn't need these people to be noble. You. Kiera Jens stared at him with wide eyes. He didn't find any signs of the other party using any superpowers. Sure enough, it's not a simple guy. Interesting. It seems that if you want to challenge me, you still have some strength. Accelerator also calmed down here. Just pull out all the needles on your body. Daiwi jumped off the hospital bed directly. Then find a place to fight. Not everyone can provoke me. Now I am very angry, and with the determination to die, come here again. Accelerator wore a loose hospital gown and walked outside barefoot. Eisen followed calmly. Is it really okay? Kiera Huansheng also saw that the three of them seemed to be dominated by this long-haired man. So, he asked Orochimaru. It's okay, let's go and see together. Orochimaru was also curious. He was outside, and he didn't meet any powerful characters. Then the powerhouse in this world hides very deeply. However, he also locked down a few positions. They are the main churches of several denominations, the Vatican, and the Russian Orthodox Church. He was doubting whether the so-called gods of these sects really existed. Soon, a group of people came to an outdoor venue, about half the size of a football field. It is usually used to test some weapons. One accelerator has also been here to test, so it is familiar. Are you ready? Next, I'm going to be serious. Accelerator looked at Eisen and said. He felt the sight of this man, a little annoying, just like how those people looked at the experimental subjects. They almost didn't treat those clones as human beings. Let's start. Eisen nodded. Boom. Accelerator didn't care about it this time. Step on the ground with your right foot. A stone dragon soared into the sky and rushed towards Eisen. Eisen dodged directly, stepped on the stone dragon, and avoided the attack. He mainly came to test the opponent's hand, not to really fight. He didn't have much interest in this kid. What ability is this researcher? Kiera Jens asked. He was a little curious. Eisen showed so little. We don't know too well, but he is the strongest among us. Orochimaru didn't hide anything, and said directly. Urahara Kisuk was very responsible and started recording directly. Kiera Jens felt like an outsider. This test lasted about a full hour. Hoo. Accelerator was out of breath. Both eyes are red. It looks like it's about to lose control. But, in fact, he almost lost his mind just now. However, there is still no way. Can't hit the opponent. When Eisen is not overwhelmed by strength, his IQ is online. He also saw how one party's passing ability was used. Then, he kept avoiding. Always find a gap. The most important thing is that Eisen has influenced Accelerator's cognition through his own ability. Always misses him? This kind of ability that Accelerator can't recognize can't be reflected at all, so it's easy to be fooled. And every time, it gave Accelerator a feeling that he might hit him at any time. Accelerator, who lost his mind, didn't realize this. Angry, it is easy to let yourself fall into the trap. Mind manipulation. No, even Shokuhau's analysis ability can't affect Accelerator. What kind of ability? Kiera Jens was a little crazy. His curiosity exploded. But the other party did not disclose. Since you like to dodge so much, then try to see if you can dodge my trick. One-way traffic must be opened wide. He's going to blow up the whole venue to the sky. Let's see how this guy can escape. Okay, it can be over. Eisen spoke very directly. Accelerator's eyes instantly lost their brightness. Then, he just stood there blankly. The ability is very good. If you can play better and get to LV6, it should not be a big problem. Eisen spoke from this side. He has already confirmed the strength of this LV5 number 1 player. Stronger than some Aaron cars, the ability is strong within a controllable range. However, it is a little troublesome for things that you don't know. If you reach LV6, you may be able to compete with yourself. There is still a distance from Super Cage level. 5.8, LV6, is Super Cage level. Orochimaru is also judging based on the strength of the ninja world, mainly based on destructive power. Only Kiera Jens is really on the verge of dying at this time. He was eager to know what forces were behind this group of people. Although he knew that LV5 might not be enough to deal with the magic side. However, it is not such an existence that can be dealt with easily. Who the hell is that? Next, I will trouble you. Orochimaru said very kindly. It's not easy for them to leave without emptying your stuff. You're welcome. On Kiera Huanshen's side, some evil thoughts grew. He wanted to grab these people and study them carefully. Anyway, in Academy City, something happened, and the director was covering it. What can they do? Don't you have to go to school? Misaka Mikoto asked curiously from the side. But she behaved like a lady. Several subordinates are working hard, while Wang is picking up girls. It feels too boring. It doesn't matter if you don't go. Uzumaki Mizuki said directly. The two were sitting in a drink shop. But Misaka Mikoto left school early, and Uzumaki Mizuki didn't go to class at all. Met in the game arcade. Misaka Mikoto came first to say hello, so the two sat down here. Ah, your school is really good. The management of Tokiwada is too strict. You can't go without going for a day. Misaka Mikoto complained. But the expression is still very happy. That plan doesn't seem to stop, but your clone doesn't seem to continue. However, there is a large amount of stock being produced that may be disposed of. Uzumaki Mizuki, this way, go straight to the serious topic. Misaka Mikoto's face suddenly became tense. Will you be killed? Misaka Mikoto gritted his teeth and said out of control. According to what they said, it should be humane destruction. 2 ways now. One is to take the clone away from them, but you should be asked to pay 25. The other is to kill them directly, and then take away the clones. Uzumaki Mizuki said. The use of clones to continue training Accelerator should stop. The effect of cloning is gone. It is better to dispose of the ones that consume resources if they are kept. Is there anything you can do? Can you trade with them? Misaka Mikoto asked eagerly. She attributed all the fault of this matter to herself. If he hadn't handed over the cells himself, the other party would not be able to do so, and would not let these clones suffer such pain. She wants to save them. If I do it, I should kill this guy directly, Uzumaki Mizuki said. Miss Misaka has a very important duty. If you intervene in this matter, I don't know if the chairman of the board, Asia Rice Tower, will come to him. But facing his words, Uzumaki Mizuki was naturally not afraid. He is not easy to kill, he hides very deeply. He is an important researcher in Academy City, and he has received the attention of the General Council, so it is very difficult to get rid of him. Misaka Mikoto said a little disappointed. It's not like she hasn't thought about it. However, the success rate is too low, and if it succeeds, the Misaka sisters must also find a way to deal with it. Under the surveillance of Academy City, it is basically impossible. Be my woman, how about I help you deal with him? Uzumaki Mizuki made the connection dialogue very directly. What? You. Hearing this, Misaka Mikoto froze for a moment. Then the little face immediately turned red, and then it seemed to be overheated, and it was very tangled. If you think about it, you can come to me anytime. I can help you, it's not troublesome to deal with that guy. Uzumaki Mizuki smiled, did not continue to say more, then got up, paid the bill, and waved Mikoto Misaka goodbye. Misaka's sister is not at risk now. However, there is still some trouble in this matter. He has no penchant for helping others. However, if it is to help your own woman, then it is incumbent on you. Anyway, if you have confidence, what are you afraid of? However, this world seems a little strange. Uzumaki Mizuki punched on the way home, looking at the sky curiously. It feels like there is an invisible power slowly exerting on the whole world. The power of rules. Is the demon god moving? Uzumaki Mizuki was a little confused. He can't remember the plot too well. Anyway, he knows that it will become more and more exciting in the future. It's just the beginning. The movements in the sky didn't seem to be aimed at him. However, Mizuki still cares a little bit. So, using Flying Thunder God directly, disappeared in Academy City. Then, I found the place where this force appeared. Ordinary people would naturally not be able to detect it, but Uzumaki Mizuki is now extremely sensitive to these matters after receiving the blessing of the power of the divine tree after evolution. The sacred tree has now been treated as the legendary world tree by Uzumaki Mizuki. It is no longer the kind of ninja tree that is milked by Niantou. It is a true sacred tree that can support a world. This is it, I remembered. Uzumaki Mizuki came to the destination, recognized what was going on. Kamijo Touma's father created an oolong magic circle. He was still holding on to the idea of coming to meet the demon god, but it seems to forget it. It seems that there is an angel. Let's meet it and see how strong it is. Uzumaki Mizuki finally decided. Instead of destroying the magic circle, let it continue. Anyway, it won't affect him, so it's not a big problem. These days, Shadow Clone has traveled a lot outside. Churches of several denominations are locked, thinking that when the time comes, all the books in these churches will be brought to one pot. For several days, nothing happened. Misaka Mikoto seems to be thinking hard too. Thinking about it, I just agreed, isn't it too reserved? But, this is for my sisters? Should I go find him? It's a bit of a shame. Misaka Mikoto was torn. And Hiza Shirai at the side seemed to see something. His complexion is not very good. Whenever I have free time, I will keep an eye on Misaka Mikoto. Don't let this woman out of my sight. The three of Orochimaru are very rampant. On Kiera Jens's side, he still wanted to trick them into revealing their details. Then, influenced by Orochimaru Sharinon, and the five senses of Eisen, give direct play to the circle. Around Uzumaki Mizuki, they're daring too. He began to absorb the various data that Kiera Jens had accumulated over the years. They also understand the world more and more. Although the strength is not very good, but the destructive power is very strong. Eisen looked at the screen and was surprised by the weapons that could be used to attack the orbiting satellites. If he is hit, it cannot be said that he can survive 100%. As for the nuclear bomb, as long as it is not in the center, he feels that there is no problem. It's all superficial strength. Wang's opponent is the most troublesome. Orochimaru followed suit. He also found a lot of data, which can be used in his body modification. From this world, he has almost found a way to mend his soul. At this time, his strength is actually several times stronger than when he left the ninja world. It's worthless, you can leave. Are you going to the magic side? Urahara Kisuk followed. He also gained a lot. However, it feels that it is not very helpful for conquering this world. Only when it comes to the level of strength of the Spirit King can it be helpful. Uzumaki and Mizuki just let them understand the composition of the world's abilities, and nothing was arranged for the rest. I feel the strongest in the city. Would you like to try it out? Eisen is not safe here. He had nearly found the location of the Tower of Rice. During this period of time, in addition to studying here, he also went outside for a while. Found a building with no windows. Although blocked by many things, he still found it. Ask the king what he means. Orochimaru is more afraid of Uzumaki Mizuki. Urahara Kisuk also nodded. Eisen also nodded in agreement. There are many interesting things in this world, and this is just the beginning. Want to find the chairman of this academy city? Uzumaki Mizuki put down the handle and looked at the three of them with some surprise. However, seeing the appearance of these three people, I felt that it was normal, and it happened to be something they would do. His strength, I can't be sure, but it should be the level of Old Man Yamamoto. Eisen may be able to fight. From him, I can indeed learn a lot of information. I guarantee that the demon god will not interfere with you, and I will not care about the rest. Uzumaki Mizuki continued. He doesn't want to make a big fuss just yet. The demon gods usually don't have much interest in this world, and if they are interested, they just squeeze out a clone that the world can hold to the limit to move out. Because they also avoided destroying this world. After all, it is not that simple to restore this world. But, if known to them, there are other worlds that exist. Then they will be different. Like Shinigami's world, they have been confined to this world for too long, and when they find out that there is a new world, they will immediately have ideas about other world, just like the members of the Zero Division team. Therefore, Uzumaki Mizuki is not prepared to expose too much before refreshing the next points. In a few days, I plan to send a clone back, let him deal with the matter, and then it will dissipate automatically. Except for these 4 people, I don't plan to bring more people over. Excuse me, King. Eisen et.al. are grateful. They feel that Uzumaki Mizuki will not deceive themselves. But if you only face an enemy at the level of Old Man Yamamoto, Eisen is very interested in trying it out. Orochimera and Urahara Kisuk, who also have their own cards, want to follow suit. They got a lot of things from the Kiera Phantom Research Institute, mainly on various data. In Academy City, it is almost the most complete development of abilities, and it is almost a similar method to exert the strongest effects of abilities, rather than relying on instinct. All 3 of them obtained a lot of calculation formulas and found many suitable methods for them. They naturally have some ideas about the chairman of Academy City. By the way, before leaving, control Kiera Jens and let him hand over the handling of those clones to Misaka Mikoto. Uzumaki Mizuki said finally. The girl never came to him. He felt that his charm had declined. However, now, he doesn't want to waste time doing things that are easy to do next time. Just let the people under you handle this matter. But when it comes to more important things, then he is not going to intervene. Yes. The 3 of them naturally had no opinion. Then Eisen directly opened the space door and left here. At the same time, what disappeared together was the enchantment. All 3 of them discovered the loop in the air, so naturally they didn't want to be watched. Arranging the enchantment is to block the enemy's investigation. A very mysterious group of people, and they haven't found out what kind of power the other party is. Also, it doesn't feel like a Rubik's Cube, but it doesn't have an ATM diffusion field, and it's not an ability user either. Do you want to clean up this group of accidents in advance? Subrise tower upside down in a jar. Looking at the picture of the Uzumaki Mizuki high-end apartment building, I thought about it. The other party has been implicated in an important part of his plan. Construction of the Misaka network? He didn't want the plan to go awry. Okay, did you come to the door yourself? Yarai's tower found, outside the building where he was hiding. The 3 guys who sneaked into the Kiera Research Institute appeared around. There is no such thing as before, hiding his meaning. Among the 3, all agree that Eisen is the strongest. But the second most powerful are Orochimera and Urahara Kisuk. No one knows. However, they all have the confidence to save their lives in this situation, so if someone wants to make a fuss, they choose to do it together. Whoever grabs the opponent will do it first, and take the big one. Eisen said directly. He thinks this one is very helpful to himself. At the same time, he also wanted to see how far Orochimera and Urahara Kisuk could do it. If he doesn't have that qualification, he won't be too polite in the future. Can. Orochimaru nodded. Urahara Kisuk on the side also had no comment. Then, Urahara Kisuk took out a handful of what looked like Zanpakuto and held it in his hand. Heido no 90 black coffin. Eisen chanted directly. In an instant, the dark wall directly covered the windowless building. 4 purple flame formation. On Orochimaru's side, a barrier was also arranged. Just to cover this building. The 3 white phosphorus snakes he improved were used as a medium to release. A hole was left. The 3 of them went directly from the hole to the bottom of the building. Okay. Before the 3 of them were ready to destroy the building. Suddenly, someone appeared beside them. Wearing a green outfit that looks like a hospital gown, holding a wand that looks like a flower in his hand. Shock wand. I wanted to go to you directly, but I didn't expect you to come to me so soon. Yarai's tower's voice seemed a little weird. But looking at the expressions of the 3 of Eisen, they were very calm. After all, his target is the demon god. Without 2 brushes, it is impossible for him to do this. Interesting. Leave him to me to deal with. On Eisen's side, I can feel the same kind of breath. But again, so is the snake. Only Urahara Kisuk has more fetters involved, and does not have these 2 pervert feelings. But Orochimera and Urahara Kisuk, both cooperatively took a step back. It seems that I have been underestimated. Yarai's tower said calmly. At the same time, the whole person disappeared instantly. Appeared again, between Orochimera and Urahara Kisuk. Snapped. One arm, dropped, and landed on the ground. It is Eisen. With a surprised look on Eisen's face, he turned around and looked at Eisen tower. A smile appeared on his face. As for Orochimera and Urahara Kisuk, the faces of the 2 were very serious. They didn't react just now. It was cut down directly, and at the same time, the strength was perfectly controlled, and it did not affect other parts. Orochimaru said directly. You are really amazing. Eisen said with a smile. At the same time, a new arm grew directly from the wound on his severed arm. This time, the pupils of a rice tower shrank a little. Regeneration? No chanting magic? There is also no ATM diffusion field. What ability is this? He considers himself to be at the top of both the magic side and the science side. In this world, except for demon gods, he should be able to see through everything at a glance. But this ability is very strange. Boom. At the same time, a strong aura erupted from Eisen immediately. He is enhancing his Ryutsu. Before coming over, he restricted himself. After all, his usual Ryutsu is enough to easily shake a human soul to death. And also to travel to the other world. Naturally, the smaller the Ryutsu, the better, so as not to attract attention. All three did this. Orochimaru and Urahara Kisuk also lifted their restrictions without hesitation. Yerai's tower's face became slightly dignified. I'm afraid it doesn't. Mainly unknown? In this world, there are forces that do not belong to the science side and the magic side. You guys, what is the origin? A puppet made by a demon god. Yerai's towered over here and asked directly. If you win, don't you know? If you lose, your accumulation also belongs to us. Eisen grinned and said directly to Asia Rice Tower. At the same time, hold it in your hand. A long sword completely composed of spiritual particles appeared in his hand. Lingza cluster. The power of the destroyer? It's interesting, so be it. Your origins seem very mysterious. Yerai's Tower also agreed to this condition. Boom. The voice fell. The scepter of Rice Tower collided with Eisen's long sword. The impact directly broke through the top of the black coffin, and directly spread towards the high altitude. The two collided quickly in this narrow place. Yerai's Tower fell into the downwind. Originally, he was not very good at this aspect. After all, he used to be a magician. Shocking staff. So, Yerai's Tower began to use his wand. In an instant, the power that erupted immediately increased dramatically. Splitting void. Single shield. Eisen released Kido in defense continuously. But the impact broke through these two barriers in an instant. Finally, after Eisen released about 100 single shields, the regiment withstood the impact released by the Rice Tower. A completely different power, really makes people curious. Orochimaru is very excited. He has gained a lot from Shinigami, Quincy, and Sue. If the power of this world can also gain something, he feels that his strength will double. Eisen is in a hard fight. This person is really strong. Urahara Kisuk also followed suit. At the same time, CFDF's cognition of Uzumaki Mizuki is even more important. Uzumaki Mizuki knew much more than them. However, it doesn't feel like Johabaka's servants are all-knowing and omnipotent. There are only so many possibilities left. He is a little impetuous. Yerai's Tower was also surprised by Eisen's strength. Eisen is also very serious. He didn't want to miss here. After all, there were two companions here. Your strength is more like obtained from the world. It's more direct, without the detours of magic, and without the calculation of abilities. Very funny. On the side of Rice Tower, they fought for a while, but also gained something. He has been analyzing what the opponent's strength is. In the end, it was discovered that after the formation of the magic circle, it was very similar to the power completely composed of the world. This made him more and more suspicious that these people were actually demon gods. It only takes 1/10 of my consumption to exert the same power. You are also very powerful. Eisen also followed suit. He found that the other party had never shot with all his strength. Although he didn't either, the opponent was obviously more relaxed than him. Belonging to that demon god, Nuda, or Tezcatlapaka, Yerai's Tower asked directly. He has always wanted to deal with these demon gods and wipe them out. Restore the world to normal, instead of being manipulated by these demon gods like a toy. Revenge at the same time, the revenge of losing his own daughter? Beat me, and you'll know. Eisen is also an old Yinbai. At this time, I naturally pretended that I knew it well. In fact, it was just gathering information. Orochimaru and Urahara Kisuk wrote down the two names. I plan to find out if there are any traces of these two demon gods existing in this world. Okay then. Yerai's towered eyelids. At the same time, the right hand held the impact stick in his hand like a western sword. Beside the palm, strange sparks and numbers appeared. Eisen's pupils narrowed as he saw the wand transform into a western sword. But in the hands of Orochimaru and Urahara Kisuk, nothing changed. I thought this person was going to use the wand as a weapon. After all, they have seen Zanpakuto grotesques a lot, so they don't have any doubts. Eisen's body was divided into two directly from the waist. Orochimaru and Urahara Kisuk on the side were really scared this time. After all, Eisen looks totally serious. Speak. The next blow is the head. Asia Rice Tower said very calmly. This trick is called a spiritual stumble. It can only be used on one person, and let the other party fall into the destruction of his own imagination. No distance limit. It is a control technique that connects one's body to another's body like an ancient magic doll and a person, and makes the other party perform the same actions as oneself. Applying this trick can penetrate into other people's brains, and even cooperate with gestures to drive the designated weapon and its power into the target's head. Let the body respond. Are you sure you hit me? But suddenly, it was Aya Rice Tower who was surprised. The arm holding the shock rod fell to the ground. Eisen appeared behind him. Holding the Lingza longsword in his hand, he cut off a Rice Tower's arm. No more Zanpakuto, but still such a strong effect. Kyoka Suijutsu? Urahara Kisuk's face was heavy. He didn't notice it just now, although something feels wrong. However, there was no doubt at all. Very funny. You actually lied to me. Possibilities that are not of this world. You are entitled to see me, come in from here. Yeri's tower spoke. At the same time, the arm that fell on the ground began to flicker, and then disappeared in front of the three of them like a phantom. After speaking, this Yeri's tower, the same, disappeared like a phantom. Good guy. This time, the three of Eisen were stunned. Just a phantom. Urahara Kisuk has some doubts about life. I saw Eisen abuse that LV5 number 1 before, and I thought this world was nothing more than this. But now, he was a little flustered. Orochimaru was excited. Looking not far away, there was a building with windows, and the entrance appeared. Want to go? Before Eisen spoke, he directly opened the enchantment. Use Shadow Clone. Orochimaru said. The three of them haven't really exerted their strength yet. But they felt that this person was indeed as Wang said. Great. Everyone nodded. Then, under the cover of a pitch-black barrier, 3 shadow clones were made, and the main body left directly by breaking the space door through Eisen. The black enchantment disappeared. 3 shadow clone, go directly to the entrance, ready to meet the real Yeri's tower. So, after you opened your mouth and said that the target is also a demon god, the other party is willing to exchange information. Get a basic introduction about demon god, and some knowledge about magic and science. Uzumaki Mizuki looked at Urahara Kisuk with some surprise. Yes, King. The opponent's target is also a demon god. And I feel that it doesn't seem to have too much influence on our conquest of this world. After knowing that our target is also a demon god, he is not too radical. After a while of communication, we exchanged understandings about our own strength. What we paid was the method of manipulating spiritual power, and he handed over some research on the magic side and the science side. Urahara Kisuk replied. He is very observant. When Eisen fights this guy, I found out that when the other party talked about the demon god, he was a little bit excited. I kept asking them which demon god sent them. So he guessed that the other party and the demon god should not be in the same group. In this case, there is a basis for cooperation. After entering the building, he saw Yeri's tower, and after he directly stated that their target was also a demon, Yeri's tower became a little more friendly. Then start the negotiation. Orochimaru assists. Eisen is a little weaker in this aspect. He prefers to use strong, or drag others into the water together and have to form a team with him. Urahara Kisuk and Orochimaru too, hide and flicker. The method of demagoguery is very powerful. Join forces together. I still talked about the old Yinbai of Yeri's tower. However, the other party didn't welcome us here, thinking that it would disturb him, and asked us to leave. Eisen said. However, he didn't have much interest in staying here. Now the three of them want to do research. Having acquired so much knowledge, they all have an urge to strengthen themselves immediately. Our agreement does not include Wang. Orochimaru added. The trade was just the three of them, and Yeri's tower and Uzumaki and Mizuki were not involved. Then it's up to you. If there is something to do, I will look for you. When you get the data, remember to sort it out and write it plainly. When the time comes, it will be handed over to the people who will come to work later. Uzumaki Mizuki said. Fighting, he will not let these people do it. Anyway, he was buzzing around, as long as he didn't bother him. Yes. All three of them decided to strengthen themselves. Naturally, there is no opinion at this time. There seems to be some strange changes outside. However, I don't know where it is. Orochimaru, before getting up to leave, said to Uzumaki Mizuki. Someone arranged a magic circle, and at the same time changed the rules and distorted the face. It can directly distort the level of the upper angel to the lower angel, and directly modify the opponent's strength. It's probably equivalent to, I can now directly modify the rules so that you can't use Jiangzi. Uzumaki Mizuki poured the cola that was on the coffee table into a glass that was ready to be filled with ice cubes. The words that were spoken made all three of them stiffen. The difference in strength. Is this done by humans? Aren't they those demon gods? Eisen pays attention to blind spots. Hastily asked. If humans can do it, so can he too? This world is more than a computer system. There is a data, unconsciously discovered a rule that can modify the system, that's all. Devil God, it is the authority of the administrator. A rice tower, I think it is because I want to destroy the authority of these demon gods. Only by destroying their authority can the demon god be completely killed, otherwise, it will not be successful at all. Uzumaki Mizuki figuratively said. Now it feels like the ninja world is wider, and there is no such sense of oppression in these two worlds. An inescapable prison? Therefore, these demon gods can only enjoy themselves while suffering. Keep the world intact and avoid being destroyed. If King Ling hadn't been unconscious, he didn't have much choice at the time. At most he could escape by keeping himself immortal. Ninja world, is it the real world? Eisen asked curiously. He had been there once, and felt that there was no sense of oppression in his own world at all. It feels like galaxies are everywhere. Maybe it's just a larger system. You don't have the strength yet, try your best to become stronger. Here, it's just the beginning. Uzumaki Mizuki said. The reality was too cruel, and he was afraid that these people would not be able to accept it. Ask for flowers. No one can admit that he is just a paper man. Eisen didn't say any more. He bowed slightly to show his respect. The same goes for Orochimaru and Urahara Kisuk. They originally thought that the harvest from the Yeri's tower seemed to be very large, but found that there is no use at all. The three left. They are ready to do their own thing. Strengthen yourself. The Yerais Tower gave a lot of things, and these things didn't seem to be of much value to the Yerais Tower. But for the three of them, there are many inspirations and things that can even be used. The two worlds of Ninja World and Shinigami lack foundation. What you study is limited to your own vision. This world obviously looks much smarter. 0. It is completely different from the Ninja World, which relies on blood, and Shinigami relies on Zanpakuto's rapid advancement method. This time, they want to strengthen their foundation? It has worked. Want to take a look? Uzumaki Mizuki went out and saw the distorted crowd outside. It feels like the magic circle should be fully formed. He is going to go over to see how strong this angel is. This world is very skilled in involving rules through magic. If you mess with it casually, it will destroy the world. Except for abusing accelerator, he hasn't done much yet. Before disappearing, he glanced at midair, and then disappeared directly in place. Sure enough, you found me. What is his identity among those three people? Do you want to solve this angel's fallen magic circle? Yerais Tower has been paying attention to the situation of Uzumaki Mizuki. Last night, I watched the three of Eisen disappear into Academy City through the cracked space door. But this person has always been here. He felt that this person was more dangerous. However, I don't know where the danger is. Use this time to spread the Misaka network. As for the Rice Tower, I don't want my artificial heaven plan to fail. This is an important part he uses to seize authority. It took a long time to find this possibility. For this reason, he did a lot of tricks, just to hide this plan. What happened? Kamiju is almost numb. It felt like the world was getting too weird. Index, why did you turn into that blue hair? Too disgusting? Oh, where is your sister? Kamiju Toya wondered. But immediately, I was taken aback for a moment, and then I went to talk about another matter. Good guy, after becoming like this, I'm almost going to be taken advantage of by this dog. Uzumaki Mizuki looked at the girl next to him who passed out like Misaka Mikoto. Glad I came in time. This magic caused everyone to change their appearance, but under the cognition of ordinary people, there was nothing wrong. Although it wasn't Misaka Mikoto himself who came over, he felt that if he let this pick-up hand approach him like this, he would still feel like a backstab. Younger sister, where is Odo him? Kamiju Touma was puzzled and said 087. She didn't come. Forget it, let's go to rest first, soak in the hot spring directly at night. On Kamiju Toya's side, said. Okay. Kamiju Touma felt something was wrong. Obviously you said it first. Fortunately, Sachi Mikoto, Kansaki Kaori and others all followed. They are responsible for protecting Index. Found something wrong, and began to research why it was. Uzumaki Mizuki put the girl in the hotel and made an invisible enchantment, which will be untied automatically when the time comes tomorrow. It really doesn't work for him. Hypnosis. Uzumaki Mizuki looked at Kamiju Touma in the distance, very calm. The opponent's hand is like a talisman that breaks the precepts of all things that is running all the time. It should be at the same level as the talisman of breaking the commandments of all things. But it also depends on who is using this thing. Now Uzumaki Mizuki can break it without this prop. That arm, helping him, blocked some invisible influence, including the physical changes of this angelic fall. However, Uzumaki Mizuki did not give up. Try using more impact to see how the arm looks. At the same time, he was looking to see if it was an old perverted true god who chose to hide in the world of mortals. Choose to pick up girls to have a good time. Okay. Kamiju Touma found that his arm seemed to have played a role. But he didn't touch anything? It is more extreme than the talisman that breaks the commandments of all things, and it directly clears up the uncertainties beyond the basic rules. Instead of breaking the talisman of the commandments of all things, setting goals for destruction, there are two forms. Uzumaki Mizuki confirmed. Then he didn't do much more. Because, he found out, that angel came over. The smell from the body is completely different. Uzumaki Mizuki's perception ability is very strong now. He feels that there are slight fluctuations around this person. It seems that today, there shouldn't be a fight. Take a rest first, and then intervene tomorrow depending on the situation. Uzumaki Mizuki thought about it and decided to do so. After watching for a while in the afternoon, I found that these people were still looking for the murderer. So, Uzumaki Mizuki directly checked into the same hotel. Check-in is done at the entrance. The four who came back found Uzumaki Mizuki who was checking in directly. This person. Sachi Mikoto looked at Uzumaki Mizuki, frowning directly. He recognized Uzumaki Mizuki, this Academy City's newly promoted LV5. Moreover, he did not find any intelligence about this person. Unexpectedly, it would appear here at this time. Uzumaki Mizuki glanced at several people, then walked into the hotel very calmly and went to his room. What's the matter? You know him? Kansaki Kaori was puzzled. She noticed that Sachi Mikoto's expression was not right. This person is the new LV5 in Academy City. However, it should be that the body has been changed. Two human said. But it feels a bit too coincidental. Is the question the target of suspicion? Misha, that is, the angel, asked directly. The opponent is a superpower, not a magician, and cannot complete this magic. Sachi Mikoto said directly. Misha didn't say much. A group of people entered the hotel and began to discuss the possibility. Uzumaki Mizuki is very relaxed. Open your eyes and look at a few people from time to time, and pay attention to things that you haven't noticed. The second is to play games. He was directly in the hotel room, where the TV and game consoles were placed, and he played directly. Good guy, this figure. However, while playing the game, Uzumaki Mizuki was surprised suddenly. Because following Kamijo Touma's figure, I saw Kansaki Kaori changing clothes. This ability. I want it a little bit. Uzumaki Mizuki takes a deep breath. Let the mood slow down. But at night, Tianyuman came to the door. He still felt something was wrong. So come here to try it out and dispel your doubts. Oh, sorry, I went to the wrong door. Mikoto directly pushed open the door of the room with his terrible acting skills. Then, I saw Uzumaki Mizuki playing games on a 100-inch TV. This made him stop what he wanted to say next. Wrong way, why don't you close the door? Uzumaki Mizuki said calmly. Mikoto showed the door in embarrassment. But when he closed the door, his face darkened. Good guy, what a 100-inch TV in this old hotel. It looks like it has just been placed, and the wiring has not yet been placed. Is there a problem? Kansaki Kaori waited at the side. She naturally knew that Mikoto had no combat capability. After discussing for a long time just now, I couldn't find anyone who might be listed as the caster. That person, there is a problem. If there is no wrong guess, then there are only two possibilities. One is that he is the real person, and the other is that he has changed his appearance and is a powerful character who is also attracted by this place. Mikoto said his own judgment with a serious expression on his face. This kind of inability to judge the existence of the other party by appearance is very troublesome. Isn't he superhuman? Then, it should be the second possibility of 5.9, is it a magician, or was the body replaced by another superpower? Kansaki Kaori said. While they were talking, Cai Xia also appeared. Solution 1, just try it out and you will know, the other party may be related to the caster. Misha said directly. Then, holding a weapon similar to a jigsaw in his hand, he walked directly towards Uzumaki Mizuki's room. Mikoto hesitated for a moment, but he did not stop. Then, I saw that Misha was thrown out like a cannonball, smashed through the wall of the house, and flew out. Mikoto and Kansaki Kaori shrank their pupils. Then he looked in shock at the direction Misha flew out of. The discussion is too loud. When I play games, I don't want to be disturbed. Uzumaki Mizuki's voice came from the room. But it didn't wait for Mikoto and Kansaki Kaori to react. Misha made a counterattack here. Dozens of ice crystals made of seawater condensed directly and smashed towards the hotel. He didn't pay attention to the safety of other people at all, and was ready to kill the person who hit him in one fell swoop. She sensed danger from that person. How could there be such a person among human beings? However, Shenluo Tianzheng, who was directly covering the hotel, destroyed these ice crystals directly. Is that the magician? Kansaki Kaori placed his slender fingers on the handle of the knife. Ready to go anytime. As long as Mikoto said yes, she was ready to cut. Unless he is not a superpower, otherwise, he cannot be a caster. Maybe, he has some way to avoid the influence, and he also found here, but how did the other party know these things? Same as myself, a spy sent by the magic side. Mikoto said quickly. The science side and the magic side are incompatible. If the opponent is a magician, it is impossible to obtain the title of LV5 in Academy City. Universal Poll. But the scene was much more complicated than they thought. Seeing that Misha is still not forgiving, Uzumaki Mizuki is going to test the quality of this angel by himself. Just open your hand and pinch. Misha's body was uncontrollable, and she rushed towards Uzumaki Mizuki directly. Clatter. Kansaki swung his sword. The speed is extremely fast, her slash exceeds the speed of sound. However, knowing that the person inside was not an enemy, she didn't attack with all her strength. He slashed directly in front of Xia, trying to stop him. She didn't see that Misha was tied up by anything, and thought it was the same props as the silk thread she used to tie Misha up. But nothing was cut. On Misha's side, it's not helpless. The 6 wings behind her, made of ice crystals made of seawater, waved towards Uzumaki Mizuki. But being directly crushed by the same number of truth-seeking balls didn't have any effect at all. Then the truth-seeking ball directly tied Misha's body. For a while, Misha couldn't break free at all. It disturbed my interest. Are you ready to accept it? Uzumaki Mizuki is wearing a very simple attire. With a t-shirt and shorts, he looked like a boy next door. But several people on the field looked at him very warily. Kansaki Kaori and Mikoto both had serious expressions. What's wrong? Touma appeared anxiously. Seeing that Misha was bound in midair, he couldn't help being shocked. You are Uzumaki Mizuki himself. Can you tell us why you haven't been replaced? Mikoto asked directly. He really couldn't guess what was going on with this matter. If you don't figure it out, it will be difficult to deal with it next. Whether it should be killed or not is not a simple matter. How can this level of power affect me? I wasn't interested in intervening so early, but since you guys came to me on your own initiative, Angel, let me see your strength. If it satisfies me, I can help destroy this magic. Uzumaki Mizuki spoke directly. Being implicated, he didn't know if it was because of Touma's hand. However, what does it matter? Hear this description from Uzumaki Mizuki. Everyone on the field looked at him in shock. Do you know who cast this spell? Stop it first, otherwise the world may be destroyed. Touma said anxiously. Angel. Kansaki and Mikoto looked at Misha, who was locked in midair, in surprise. They all thought that Misha was a member of the Russian sect, but he just changed his body. However, I never thought that the other party was actually the target of this magic, an angel? Question 1, are you really not a caster? Question 2, if you beat you, tell me who is the caster. Misha also followed suit. There are so many myths, why do you think that an unused one can destroy the world? There's no need to answer you, because you don't have the qualifications yet. Uzumaki Mizuki said to Kamiya Touma and Misha respectively. This matter. Boom. Kamiya Touma still wanted to say something with his mouth. Misha on the side didn't have such a good temper. Behind it, a very complicated magic circle was directly transformed, and azure blue light began to emerge. The truth-seeking ball tied to her was actually frozen and then shattered. In the night sky, her abilities were already strengthened. Uzumaki Mizuki snapped his fingers. He took Misha directly and disappeared into the hotel. After all, he didn't want the hotel owner to lose everything. Emerge directly on the sand. This angel, using his about water abilities. Therefore, let the opponent show the strongest strength. This place is very good. This magic circle will bring destruction. I won't hold anything back. Before you die, tell me who cast the spell. The magic circle behind Misha's side spread directly to a huge size. Almost all the sky is covered. Under the moonlight, the magic is very dazzling. Don't underestimate anyone. Uzumaki Mizuki was talking. At the same time, he drew out the sword of vowed victory from the treasure house of the king. Still, this sword is easy to use. If you use the residual fire sword, it feels a bit too bullying the angel 780. After all restraint. With the sword of vowed victory, he can use it more easily. Whoosh whoosh. The Misha people don't talk harshly. Dozens of huge ice crystals are shot directly towards Uzumaki Mizuki. Curry stick. A golden light swept across the air directly. In an instant, these ice crystals were turned into nothingness. The strength of these ice crystals is only slightly harder than steel. Red rings appeared in Misha's pupils. Like the angel eyes in mythology, the sea water directly forms a tornado and rises. Dozens of huge waterspouts continue to head towards Uzumaki Mizuki. Unexpectedly, she is actually an angel. Kansaki Kaori also quickly rushed to the battlefield. But she didn't intervene right away. After all, Misha and Misha are not real comrades in arms, and she is not stupid and sweet, so easy to believe. That person is more dangerous. What's the origin? It doesn't feel like a superpower at all. I can't see through what kind of ability it is. Mikoto is more concerned about Uzumaki Mizuki. Don't these people think that the world will be destroyed? Only Kamiya Touma was in a hurry. A look of compassion. Dozens of seawater tornadoes formed a huge ice dragon, rushing towards Uzumaki Mizuki. But the result is the same. The golden light directly devoured it. It's similar to using the power of nature, but it feels more direct to form ice cubes. Is it because of these magic circles? Uzumaki Mizuki looked calm. He also stood in midair, confronting Midhan. At the same time, Misha's ability was analyzed. The hidden Rinnegan and Tensegan are watching the magic circle. It feels like these magic circles are like codes. After it is formed, it will be able to manipulate the world, that is, the system will play a certain role. The artificial celestial world that Yerai's tower wants to make. It is equivalent to re-establishing a special system. AFK Windows? Mortal, unforgivable. On Misha's side, the speech is getting shorter and shorter. As if losing human emotion, Tianfen is ruthless. In the night sky, flames suddenly appeared. That is, meteor fire shower. This is the scene of the destruction of the world in the prophecy. Mikoto raised his head, looking at what happened in the sky in surprise. He couldn't help saying in shock. Do you want to intervene? Stop this magic as soon as possible, that's the most important thing to do now. Kansaki Kaori spoke from this side. His eyes kept staring at the red dots in the sky that were gradually enlarging in his eyes. At the very least, it is necessary to block the meteorites that will affect the surrounding ordinary people. Looking at the number, she felt the pressure. Boom. But that golden light pierced the night sky again. Almost directly illuminates the night. Those red dots in the sky were all destroyed before landing. This power. Mikoto felt that there was no way he could escape the shock. What exactly is the ability? Why is this person so strong? Where the hell is it? Kansaki Kaori's face became serious. She couldn't guarantee that she would be able to take the blow just now. Amazing. Kamiya Touma sat slumped on the ground. He felt that those meteorites falling down were enough to kill him easily. He, who came out to avoid the limelight, never thought that he would be implicated in such a troublesome matter. If that's all it is, then you're gone. Uzumaki Mizuki lowered his eyelids, and calmly said to Misha not far away. It feels impossible to approach the level of Eisen. From the old man Yamamoto, there is naturally a lot of gap. Stupid mortals. The gods are not something you can spy on. Misha seemed a little irritated. Behind him, 6 wings completely made of ice crystals appeared again. At the same time, a large amount of sea water gathered in her palm, then slowly formed a crystal clear cross long sword held in her palm. Don't stop them yet. Why do you want to fight? It's because you want to stop this magic. Kamiya Touma said he didn't understand. Don't we all have the same purpose? Why do you want to fight to the death here? The angel is angry, she wants to use the real power of God to solve the other party. Mikoto felt that it was very difficult. Want to help any of them? Kansaki Kaori asked. She is actually not very good at judging the situation. If Misha is not an angel, she must have helped her, but the other party is not a human being. and she is not familiar with the people on the human side. However, the other party didn't seem to have too much malice, and it seemed more like they were coming for the angel. Big sister head, are you okay? Sachi Mikoto asked seriously. After all, such a battle feels like it can destroy a town at any time. Although I know that Kansaki Kaori is the reincarnation of a saint. But after all, he has not yet reached the level of a true saint. It doesn't matter. At this time, there is no time to think so much. Kansaki Kaori replied. Holding his own weapon in his hand, he was ready to do it. Touma got up, and said with a serious face, I will help too. Then protect everyone, avoid their attacks, and affect ordinary people. The angel's goal is to destroy the magic circle, but now the only one who knows the caster is that person. But now it seems that the strength of the opponent is far stronger than that of the angel, and he has not used his true strength at all. If the angel can win, then the magic will end. If the angel loses, then the biggest risk will be resolved. So, not intervening is the best choice, but their fighting level is too strong, and it can easily affect ordinary people. These are the things we have to do. Sachi Mikoto analyzed directly. No matter which side intervenes, it feels like there is no benefit. It is the best choice to let them decide the outcome by themselves. Therefore, this is Sachi Mikoto's judgment. It is good. Kansaki Kaori trusts his companions very much. At this time, she will not have any hesitation. He directly pulled out the long knife that was slightly longer than his long legs, and stopped directly at the position closest to the battlefield. Weapons contain the power to destroy. Is Angel an antivirus? Uzumaki and Mizuki just watched the angel condense his unique skills, without any panic. This power of destruction feels too weak. It is far less powerful than the destructive power obtained by fusing the three powers of Shinigami Quincy and Su. Eisen, along with Orochimaru and Urahara Kisuk, all three have done research in this area. For Ichigo's side, he started training under the guidance of Urahara Kisuk. Uzumaki Mizuki also did not interfere. He himself also mastered this power. After all, there is a sacred tree that absorbs the power of the Spirit King, so there is no problem in using the three kinds of power. Is that the true power of angels? A weapon capable of destroying anything. Sachi Mikoto looked at Misha in midair with a solemn expression. He knew that the next step would be to decide the winner. Sachi Mikoto, how do you know so much? Touma was puzzled. I feel that my classmate is too mysterious. Zhao Hahao, know so many things. Obviously when I was in class, I was sleeping. Coming. Kansaki Kaori didn't look sideways either. Blocking will spread to ordinary aftermath, and it will definitely appear under this blow. She is fully attentive and ready to answer any questions. But suddenly, his eyes went dark. When I looked clearly again, I found that the two people in midair were gone. What happened? Sachi Mikoto was dumbfounded. This is not the result he expected. Just now, those two people just disappeared. It was Touma who spoke. Only he saw the specifics. The manipulation of the five senses has no effect on him. It only covered the vision of Sachi Mikoto and Kansaki Kaori. What happened? Sachi Mikoto began to doubt himself. Feel like you haven't woken up. How it happened is something that I can't understand. Unreasonable. Ugh. Big sister head, you have recovered. Sachi Mikoto was startled. Because he saw Kansaki Kaorihara in person, not the red-haired guy with the barcode tattooed on his face. There is only one reason for this, and that is that the fall of the angels has been lifted. Has the spell been lifted? Kansaki Kaori said in surprise. Too fast. Did that person solve it? Touma asked curiously. Because of the feeling, there is only this possibility. After all, just now, he saw with his own eyes that the two of them disappeared in midair. Instead of the blonde being killed by an angel. Is he the caster? Kansaki Kaori's tone was full of surprise. After all, according to Sachi Mikoto's words, the other party should be a person with superpowers, who can't use magic at all. The only person with the ability to use magic, her cognition, is only Sachi Mikoto. It should be that he solved the caster, or broke the magic circle. However, that is a very complicated magic circle. In such a short period of time, he still has to deal with angels. How did he solve it? Did the caster undo it himself? Sachi Mikoto shook his head, denying Kansaki Kaori's words. 793 also expressed his own judgment. The opponent's ability is not magic at all. Otherwise he can see it. Here is. Different space. Who are you? You can't be human. Misha's body gradually transformed and returned to the appearance of an angel. 3 pairs of wings appeared from behind. The whole person also seems to be that kind of cold and desireless existence. The appearance is indeed very capable, and when it comes to debut, there are definitely not a few people who lick the screen. Uzumaki Mizuki remotely breaks the angel fall spell. Open a space channel directly, and then stretch out the talisman that breaks the commandments of all things and touch it casually. Then, he directly forcibly brought Misha to the different space he created. This space is made up of the world tree, attached to him, is a real space. But here, it is still nothingness, nothing. Try again, use the power just now. Uzumaki Mizuki spoke. He wanted to try to see if this angel could still use the destructive power just now after changing the world. Impossible, the power of Tianzijian lies in the medicine. Misha said in surprise. Looking at the long cross sword that had just condensed in his hand, it actually started to disappear from the tip of the sword. Boom. A repulsive force rushed directly towards Misha. Misha held up the cross sword whose body had disappeared until only half of it met the impact. The whole person was still directly sent flying. Uzumaki Mizuki is constantly experimenting with Misha's combat capabilities. It was found that the strength has dropped a lot. It can't be compared to just now. It's over. Uzumaki and Mizuki didn't waste time either. A blue-white light directly penetrated Misha's body. Then Misha's body, like the long cross sword that had disappeared in his hand, slowly turned into particles and disappeared in this world. God will punish you. Revenge will come soon. Misha's tone was still the same as before. There was no fluctuation. It looked like a robot talking. Uzumaki Mizuki is not rare to answer. Watching this angel disappear. It works. World Tree, the speed of adapting to the laws of this world has become faster. Uzumaki Mizuki's eyes lit up slightly. These days, he doesn't do nothing. It's just that he doesn't need to do anything to do it. He transplanted a clone of the World Tree and planted it in this world. Just like a hacker, he threw a broiler into the opponent's fleet. At the same time, this broiler is adapting to the environment of these clusters, and finally, it is even able to come over and erode these clusters. In the range that the World Tree can cover, I can also do it, turning the matter of 1 + 1 + 3 into reality. CFDC. Dead people can also be resurrected again, and even reverse time and speed up time. Uzumaki Mizuki said while opening and closing the test. Resurrect Misha who was just killed. Then, kill it again. Then use time rewind, time speeds up. Constantly experiment with these new abilities. When the area covered by the World Tree is large enough, we should be able to move on to the next step. When they come within the scope of the World Tree, they should not be able to use their own phases and demon powers, because this world is not the world they are familiar with, but a new world that integrates the foundation of the Shinigami world. Uzumaki Mizuki analyzed. The way to defeat the demon god, except this. All that is left is to wait for enough points to exchange for a new treasure to enhance his own strength. Originally, World Tree didn't adapt to the rules of this world very quickly. It feels like a long time. But today, after killing this angel, after being absorbed by the space of the World Tree, he actually quickly adapted to the ability released by the angel just now. However, it is necessary to prevent backlash. Although the avatar is controlled by the World Tree itself, it can be destroyed at any time, from the most fundamental point of view. However, after all, he absorbed the unconscious Spirit King. Getting information about the demon god from the Yerais Tower, it seems that the distance from the real Spirit King is still a little bit, and he is rejected by the world. This world is not created by them, it is more like a hacker who occupies a higher authority, and at the same time occupies too much data, is rejected by the world, and can only use part of the power. Uzumaki Mizuki looked at the space, and finally did nothing. That angel made him a complete nourishment. Thinking about the next step, should we catch more people to come in? Or, take the magic book? This thing seems to be equivalent to the programming foundation of this world. Those demon gods all fused a lot of magic and finally became demon gods. It is equivalent to thoroughly mastering the source code. It's better to do this first without attracting the attention of the demon god. Uzumaki Mizuki decided to. Then, leave the space of World Tree directly and return to the hotel. Just happened to meet the 3 people who came back from the beach. When they saw Uzumaki Mizuki, Kamiju, and Touma were all surprised and speechless. For a while, the 3 of them didn't know what to say. What happened to the other party's angel? What is the purpose of staying here? Who are you? But obviously, the other party will not easily speak out about these issues. Dangma. But at this time, Index appeared. She was also changed by magic, which looks like blue hair earrings. Kamiju Touma has always been treated differently. 130,000 little yellow books. Uzumaki Mizuki glanced at Index, thinking, if she is used as nourishment, can memory bring accelerated integration of World Tree? Or does it have to be fully mastered to be effective? In the end, feeling unnecessary, Uzumaki Mizuki turned around and walked directly to his room. Here in the hotel, although there are still a few openings, they have little impact. Several people watched Uzumaki Mizuki leave. In the end nothing was said. Why didn't you ask just now, who is the caster? Kamiju Touma was puzzled. Against Uzumaki Mizuki, he felt the pressure. But aren't Sachi Mikoto and Kansaki Kairi both very powerful? Why don't you speak? If you guessed right, the angel should be dead. Sachi Mikoto only said this. I didn't say anything else. Because not long ago, what they said at a relatively long distance was heard by the other party. He made a gesture to the 2 of them, and both of them reacted without asking any more questions. The next day, Uzumaki Mizuki yawned. In this world, he still has a lot of things to do. To reorganize the world and formulate a new order, he can't just ignore everything. And we must prevent it from going astray at any time, and at the same time, we must guard against someone taking the opportunity to mess around. Put away the things in the room and put them in Wangjibeo curry. After washing up, Uzumaki Mizuki left the room directly. Saw a few people outside under umbrellas. Uzumaki Mizuki walked over without any hesitation, and then pulled out an empty chair and sat down. The caster is your father, and, are you willing to work for me? It doesn't feel very good to be a boarder under another sect. I can give you a new room for development. Under the watchful eyes of several people, Uzumaki Mizuki spoke directly. He didn't return to Academy City right away, but also discovered that a rice tower was sending these sisters away from Academy City and scattered them all over the world. Therefore, he also gave the other party this time. The threat of the Asia Rice Tower is naturally inferior to that of the demon god. And it's not aimed at himself, and by the way, these younger sisters can be properly dealt with. If he were to solve it, the younger sisters could only be gathered together, or scattered to the ninja world or the present world. Kind of hard. What? How could my father be a magician? Touma directly denied it. He didn't believe that his naive father would have such ability, but Mikoto didn't immediately question it. Go back and see the picture of your father in your house, you will know. If you think about it, use this phone to contact me. You are too troublesome. I don't know how many layers of undercover agents you have. Your ability is not bad. If you are willing to make up your mind to follow me, you can also come to me. Uzumaki Mizuki did not explain much here. Seeing that Touma is the real administrator, he said a little bit. After that, an invitation was sent to Kansaki Kairi. Managing a world is not easy. Taking over the world in the present world is far more troublesome than fighting life and death in the Soul Society. The time spent is several times. This world is wider, and there are many managements distinguishing is still a bit troublesome. In the future, more local people will still be used to govern. After all, he did not come to colonize. Are you provoking me? I am the female pope of the Amakusa-style cross-religion. Kansaki Kairi was a little angry. She also has her own beliefs. Although boarding in Puritanism in England belongs to boarding, it is serving God. Follow a human? Do not make jokes. But as soon as she finished speaking, a purple light instantly passed through her shoulders. It directly hit the sea about 1,000 meters away from the beach. Then, a huge mushroom cloud rose directly. Almost like the scorching sun, the light emitted is very dazzling. The faces of the 4 people on the field were all very stiff. It's like sitting on a nuclear warhead. This is... Touma looked in shock behind Uzumaki Mizuki. A huge purple eye appeared at some point. At the same time, there is a circle of golden light around the eyes. However, the other 3 were all controlled by Uzumaki Mizuki to block the existence of Tensagen. So don't know at all. After a while, I will visit the Puritan church in England. After speaking, Uzumaki Mizuki got up and left directly. Then, it disappeared directly in front of their eyes. A space spell. No, there is no singing, no magic circle, and no trace of the magic crossing. Little Yellow Book Index began to analyze. Ask for flowers. The anger was exhausted last night. Now she is very calm. However, among the 103,000 magic books in my memory, none of them could explain the situation just now. Superpower. This level, has it reached LV6? Mikoto didn't believe it. After all, LV6 is just a theoretical state. No one should be able to achieve it now. It's the eye, a white eye surrounded by golden light that exudes purple light. Touma said. Then a few people started arguing about what ability Uzumaki Mizuki used. Let's see if you can use magic. 00. If it can't be used, can it really only be used to hunt those hidden angels? Uzumaki Mizuki here, get to work. Directly divided 5 shadow clone, and then arranged for them to get the magic book. Be above board. But it's just manipulating other people's 5 senses and preventing them from discovering it. However, the main churches of the 3 major denominations are a little more troublesome. The 3 main churches of the Roman Orthodox Church, the British Church, and the Russian Orthodox Church may have some unknown troubles. However, the impact is not significant. Shadow Clone successfully started the work of taking away the magic book. Wang's Haibao Curry gradually accumulated a large number of books. In the past, the sealed book was placed in it, and later in the Soul Society, a large number of books were obtained and put in it. Books written about power are also beneficial to the Deviation Sword. However, it is not clear whether these books can be effective in the World Tree space. After all, this thing is not produced by the system, and you can only figure it out by yourself when vortexing water. In one day, almost all the magic books except the 3 main churches were searched. By the way, he also made a bunch of fake ones and put them inside, so he didn't care if they couldn't be seen. Try it first, see if it works. Uzumaki Mizuki decided to give it a try. The selected target is the body of the World Tree, which is placed in Wang's Haibao Curries. In Wang Jibao Curry, he is not afraid of what the tree can do. Chuan will only be suppressed by the power of the king's treasure house. Throw 10,000 copies directly into a small world made by World Tree itself. Magic books, floating in the whole world. Then, the pages of the book began to flip quickly. Although many magic books have seals and other measures to prevent the books from being opened casually, but within the World Tree is the unique true god. Can't have any influence on it at all. It went on for about an hour or so. All the magic books were suddenly all closed, and piled up together. Uzumaki Mizuki has been watching this movement. Then, I came to the real world, and then entered the space of the World Tree clone on my body. Efficient. Uzumaki Mizuki smiled. I feel that reading is still useful. Then, quickly throw the other magic books into the space of the World Tree itself. 740. In the world of Shinigami, there is also a clone, which is used to stabilize the world when the main body is not there. And the World Tree avatar that is now on his body is a new individual, but at the root, he is bound by the main body. At the same time, it has no independent consciousness of its own. But Uzumaki Mizuki does not guarantee whether this thing will produce consciousness, so pay more attention. It feels like the effect of Hogyaka, the consciousness of the sacred tree itself, was killed by Kagayaji. It is the instinct of the world tree to make this tree adapt to this world and then evolve. It activates the effect of Hogyako and gives help. Uzumaki Mizuki looked at the world tree itself to absorb the knowledge of magic books, while observing the changes in the world tree. Finally, focus on the Hogyako in the center of the Yggdrasil trunk. When the world tree absorbs the knowledge of the magic book, Hogyako is releasing power and helping the world tree. It took about 10 hours to absorb all these magic books. There are a lot of ordinary magic books. It seems that the most precious books are stored in the cathedrals of the 3 major bishops. Uzumaki Mizuki felt that every time he absorbed the same book, the changes in the world tree were not the same, sometimes strong and sometimes weak. After all, there are only 103,000 volumes of little yellow books, but this time, he got close to 100,000 volumes. There must be many books in the 3 main cathedrals. Back in the present world, the sky was dark, and I checked the time, it was around 3 o'clock in the morning. Uzumaki Mizuki did not hesitate, and went directly to Russia to become a teacher. When approaching the library, I found the enchantment. Uzumaki Mizuki tried to use the space channel to pass through, but found that it was not possible. This enchantment is still a bit powerful. So, Uzumaki Mizuki directly used the space of the world tree avatar to directly swallow the house where the books are stored. Throw out all the people inside. Then it was reproduced and went to the main churches of the Puritan Church and the Roman Orthodox Church. The library was discovered in less than 2 minutes. People of several sects, all got tofu. Good guy, this is their precious property. Lost like this, how can I explain to God? The perception of this world has become stronger. Is this the change brought about by the world tree after absorbing these rules? Uzumaki Mizuki is watching his own changes. Those barriers cannot stop the power of the world tree clone. Because of the world tree avatar, he has almost mastered nearly 70% of the world's magic formulas at this time. The most essential ones are naturally owned by the 3 major sects, but those basic spells are also very important. After absorbing all the magic books, you should be able to reach the level of a rice tower. Perhaps stronger than the rice tower. After all, your rice tower has not yet reached the level of the demon god, and there is still a gap between the demon god and the demon god. But for the divine tree, through the blessing of Hogyaka and its own strengthening, it should be able to make itself reach the level of a demon god. However, apart from magic, there are other ways, such as Chinese Taoist books, and Egyptian pyramids, etc., but these are demon gods who have become gods for a long time. I don't know if the information left is enough. After collecting these, we will start planning for the next step. At that time, there should be no way to deal with me, but if we want to kill the demon god, we still need to test it. Uzumaki Mizuki decided to. This time, be steady, there is no shortage. Should I tell Laura Stewart about this? Kansaki Kaori asked here. I thought about it all day yesterday, but I didn't even figure out what kind of ability the other party has. There seems to be magic that uses eyes, but Index can't find a magic that matches it. As for superpowers, it is likely to be a rare ability, and it has reached LV6. However, do you feel that the other party was not cultivated by the Asia Rice Tower, but by other forces, or even by the country? Mikoto is most puzzled by this point. Completely ignorant of abilities. If it was the LV6 Rice Tower, it would be impossible for the opponent to be exposed so quickly. The Rice Tower will establish a place like Academy City, just to fight against the magic class. These sects never thought that the target of the Asia Rice Tower would be the demon god. Can I go back? Touma yawned. These things feel out of place with me. He's just an ordinary high school student? Let the Puritans be careful with this person. Kansaki Kaori nodded, and then affirmed. This person, she felt too dangerous. His current strength is the first in Qing dynasty. But when facing other people, there is far less powerlessness than when facing this person. Did I? But at this moment, Kansaki Kaori's cell phone rang. Seeing that it was Laura's call, she quickly connected it. Then, his face darkened. What's wrong? Mikoto also saw Laura's name, and he couldn't help but wonder, when did the big sister show such a face on her head? All the Puritan magic books are gone, together with the library. Lola asked me to bring Index Ribbon back 5.6, immediately. Also, the same thing happened to the Roman Orthodox Church and the Russian Orthodox Church. The magic book disappeared together with the library. Kansaki Kaori said very seriously. If this matter is not handled properly, it will lead to a world war. This is no joke. The strength possessed by the 3 major sects is enough to shake a big country. When such a thing happened, the 3 major sects were on fire at this time. All members began to look for who did it. Could it be that? Mikoto's expression tightened. He thought of Uzumaki Mizuki. For such a weird thing, he didn't know why, but he immediately thought of this person. Does Index want to go back? Touma looked at Index, who was having fun on the beach in the distance, feeling somewhat strange. It is possible that she will be locked up forever, and people from other sects will also attack her. Touma said in shock. He couldn't accept this matter. Now the magic books of the 3 major sects have been snatched away. There are only one stub of many books. If they are gone, they will be gone. Besides retrieving the books, the only way is Index, the mobile library. People who have 103,000 magic books from all over the world record a large number of magic books. Although I can't say 100%, but almost 90% of it can be recovered. In the past, other sects didn't care about it, but now, they will definitely take action against Index. The Puritans don't want Index to fall into the hands of other sects, so naturally they have to take it back and protect it. Mikoto directly told the truth. That's exactly what this thing is. No one thought that the library would be completely moved away without knowing it. After all, the 3 major cathedrals all have the highest level of defensive barriers in the world. Isn't it okay to stay at Academy City 25? Isn't there Kansaki protecting her? Touma hesitated. This is the order of the Archbishop, and I cannot disobey it. Kansaki Kaori lowered his head and said weakly. At the same time, she also knew that staying in the main church was the best way to protect Index. She also knew that both the sect and the royal family did not want others to have mobile libraries. So erase memory periodically. It made her feel bad about these people. Let's go back. I don't want to cause trouble for everyone. Index said seriously. She also knows her responsibility. It is to protect the safety of 103,000 magic books. This is the first task. Index. Touma was a little worried. It's okay, see you later. Index responded with a bright smile. Then, some small sects in the world, including some museums, were passed by Uzumaki Mizuki, and a lot of things were taken away by the way. The inventory in this world is amazing. Uzumaki Mizuki was a little surprised. A lot of props were found, and many of them had the level of treasures. But this world is more called a spiritual outfit. But the effect is so-so, just like that, similar to some ordinary Zanpakuto. However, this can also be regarded as a kind of enhancement to the deviation sword. Wang's Haibao Kuri's items can all increase the power of the deviation sword. But these things are basically put in the space of the world tree by Uzumaki Mizuki, allowing it to absorb evolution. However, after doing so many things that were easy to do, it caused a lot of commotion. All the major sects are crazy. Some countries are also preparing for battle, as if a world war is about to start at any time. Index went directly to Kansaki Kaori and returned to the main church in England where she consulted. And Touma returned to Academy City with Mikoto. Stolen spellbook. It feels like those people did it. Is that the person? Yarai's tower looked at the information from all over the place, with some surprise on his face. After all, this matter touched the sect's bottom line. In addition to insulting God, it is the matter of robbing their wealth that makes them angry the most. And the magic book is the most important wealth. This naturally angered them. Members of sects all over the world are looking for those magic books, which has aroused the dissatisfaction of the great powers. But Yarai's towers, targeting directly for Uzumaki Mizuki. It feels like he is the most likely. Not to mention whether other people have this ability, the main thing is that without this necessity, most magicians cannot master too much magic. Reaching the Congress is too concealed. There is absolutely no need to dig up the roots. People who can do this kind of thing. He feels that only those who have no understanding of magic can use it last time. What is their origin? Too weird. Yarai's tower's eyes twinkled. He suspected that these people were made by demon gods. However, there is indeed no magic fluctuation on the opponent. He felt that he was close to the truth. A strange person, a person with suspected superpowers, knows space-like spells, and has strange abilities. Laura looked at the information, and looked at Kansaki Kaori with some doubts. It's all true, his strength should have reached the level of a saint. Mikoto suspects him, and it is very likely that he is the mastermind behind the theft of the magic book. Kansaki Kaori said directly. These things were passed on by Mikoto with her help. Take your manpower and go to Academy City to meet this guy and confirm if he did it. Academy City, I will go to communicate, and leave other matters to you. Laura said directly here, but her eyes were a little excited. Kansaki Kaori did not observe. Yes. Although Kansaki Kaori feels that he is not the opponent of Uzumaki Mizuki. However, this is for the sake of God and for the continuation of the church. This matter is unshirkable. After Kansaki Kaori left, Laura thought about it and decided to notify both the Roman Orthodox Church and the Russian Orthodox Church. She wanted to make Academy City more chaotic. This event is a good opportunity. After hearing the news, the Roman Orthodox Church and the Russian Orthodox Church naturally chose to send people out. Almost at the same time as Kansaki Kaori, he arrived at Academy City in the sky. However, Kansaki Kaori has an official pass, while the other 2 denominations did not. 377. After picking it up, Uzumaki Mizuki went straight back to Academy City. Restoration of daily life. He disappeared, and it was only a week. The instant he returned, Yarai's tower noticed. On the second day after Uzumaki Mizuki came back, Yarai's tower discovered that a large number of magicians appeared in Academy City. Have you been found? No, the opponent's methods shouldn't be so bad. Besides, the 3 parties came here at the same time. Was it predicted by magic? Yarai's tower was slightly offended. He was a little dissatisfied with the appearance of these magicians. The 3 major sects naturally used the magic of predicting the murderer. However, no such person was found. All are the result. It is impossible to predict the slightest bit of information. The same is true for predicting the location of the magic book. It was as if such a magic book had never existed in this world. People of the 3 sects are very concerned about this event, knowing that it is definitely not a simple role. When Uzumaki Mizuki made a move, he used strength to completely isolate himself. After the magic book is refined by the world tree, it will naturally not be detected by these magics. If Uzumaki Mizuki uses real power, it can be done completely, making everyone in the world forget the existence of these magic books. But there is no need. You are finally back. I looked for you several times, but the school said you were on leave. Misaka Mikoto looked at Uzumaki Mizuki with some aggrieved eyes. After thinking about it, she decided to come to Uzumaki Mizuki to confess her love, but found that no one could be found at all. Also forgot to leave a phone number, so I can only come to the school to squat. But I didn't see it after 2 days of squatting, so I asked other students, only to find out that Uzumaki Mizuki had asked for leave. I'm sorry. Uzumaki Mizuki apologized. The two were walking blindly on the street. Thank you, sisters, it should be you who helped. Send them away and give them a chance to live. The doctor said that they will find a way to help them live longer. From Misaka Mikoto, thanks to Uzumaki Mizuki. She thought that Uzumaki Mizuki was busy with these things, so she was not unhappy. To be honest, I didn't do it. Uzumaki Mizuki did not acknowledge the incident. After all, there is no need for this. But Misaka Mikoto thinks that Uzumaki Mizuki gave way, and he doesn't want this matter to put too much pressure on himself. Let yourself choose to be with him because of this kindness. That's why I said so. Me. Misaka Mikoto wants to confess. Such a person, she felt she could rely on. Sister, I just finished my duty, let's go back together. But at this time, Shirai Hizi appeared, showing a very bright smile. Then he grabbed Misaka Mikoto's hand and dragged her away. Misaka Mikoto blushed anxiously, but she wanted to confess in front of other people, but she couldn't say it. It was finally towed away. Before leaving, Shirai Kuriko gave Uzumaki Mizuki a fierce look, full of killing intent. Uzumaki Mizuki feels speechless. Just now, his heart stopped beating a little bit. He didn't pay attention to the people around him for a while. Then head straight for the road home. Then very deliberately, walked into a remote and dark alley. Did you spot us? Deliberately choose this place as the place of your death. It's really nice to treat you with the dirty things you have done. A person dressed in green, even with green hair, emerged from the ground. At the same time, there were more than a dozen people wearing robes and armor, walking out from the corner. Blocked Uzumaki Mizuki front and back. Roman Orthodox people. They followed Uzumaki Mizuki after school. But right now, I'm not ready to anger Academy City, so I'm going to find a hidden corner and deal with the opponent. Unexpectedly, the target was very cooperative and came to such a remote corner on his own initiative. How did the Roman Orthodox Church know the target and come here at the same time as us? Also, don't we go out? If the target is taken away by the opponent, it is very likely that all the magic books will fall into the hands of the Roman Orthodox Church. Still, Magnus asked Kansaki Kairi. The main person in charge this time is Kansaki Kairi, and also dealt with the target. So, what to do is up to her to decide. The target is very strong, and it is impossible for a Roman Orthodox person to catch him so quickly. It's even possible to be defeated by the opponent. Let's do the layout first, and I will intervene depending on the situation. Kansaki Kairi was not reckless. She was shocked by Uzumaki Mizuki last time, but she hasn't figured out how to deal with him yet. Moreover, how the people of the Roman Orthodox Church knew about this matter, she was a little puzzled. If it wasn't for Tsuchi Mikoto's judgment, she would hardly have imagined that it would be this person who took away the magic books of the three major sects. Okay. Still, Magnus nodded. Then start. The magic formula that will be made into a card will start to be arranged around. Increase the power of your own magic. Uzumaki Mizuki ignored him, but looked up. Letting so many magicians in, it seems that the chairman of Academy City didn't mean to test himself. But this kind of miscellaneous fish, he does not need to do it himself. Clatter. Uzumaki Mizuki snapped his fingers. Then a figure appeared directly in front of him. Urahara Kisuk. Urahara Kisuk, who appeared here, was stunned. He was wearing a white coat at this time, and there was a chair under his buttocks. Looking at the gestures, it seems to be typing on the keyboard. King. Urahara Kisuk found Uzumaki Mizuki and quickly got up and bowed to say hello. Uzumaki Mizuki teleported him over, using the Flying Thunder God, who activated the transfer seal on Urahara Kisuk. After starting, it will automatically appear beside him. He was the only one chosen because he also felt that he was the weakest of the three, and he is the closest. Eisen and Orochimaru both ran far out. The closest one within the sensing range will be the first to be summoned. I'll leave these miscellaneous fish to you to deal with, kill them, and come to me later. Uzumaki Mizuki said directly. If there is labor, why not use it? Moreover, the chairman of Academy City just wants to see him make a move, right? Then, he won't show it. Yes. Urahara Kisuk naturally wouldn't ask why. This kind of miscellaneous work, when I took refuge in Uzumaki Mizuki, I was mentally prepared. He didn't know the strength of these people, so he didn't have a hidden consciousness, and a slender Zanpakuto appeared in his hand and was held in his hand. It seems that I have been underestimated. The Roman Orthodox Church is the strongest sect in the world. My strength ranks among the top 4 in the Roman Orthodox Church. Not everyone can deal with it. Land on the left sneered. But immediately, the pupils shrank violently, because Uzumaki Mizuki disappeared directly in front of him without a trace. At the same time, Britain, who was observing from the rear, asked everyone for advice, and was also very surprised. Hasn't the Roman Orthodox Church already set up an enchantment? Styles was surprised. He already felt it. The reason why the Roman Orthodox Church didn't do anything right away was because they wanted to set up a barrier. It was the same then. Kansaki Kaori's eyes were a little dazed. She recalled that when Liao Wang's was at the seaside, when the other party was taken away together with the angel, she couldn't even notice the scene. Only through Touma's retelling did he know the situation. But it's far from exaggerated. Almost instantly, without any chanting, and without using any spiritual equipment. Next time, the end of the interfering space movement. Land of the Left said calmly. He still felt that the odds of victory were within his grasp. I looked at Urahara-Kisuk, but I couldn't feel the threat from the other party. However, it should not be a simple role. It's like a summoned servant. Kill him. I'll go after the target first. The Land of the Left felt that relying on its own men would be enough to deal with the opponent. Once the order is given, he is ready to strike. Boom. White mine offender. With Urahara-Kisuk's fingertips, a white ray of light pierced directly through the shoulder of the Land to the left. The Land on the left hardly had time to react. What kind of monster is that? The horror on Still Magnus' face could not be dispelled at all. Just 10 minutes. The group of people from the Roman Orthodox Church all fell under the hands of the servants who were summoned by the target. They all fell down almost instantly. Only the Land on the left resisted for a while. The opponent was injured at first. But the other party suddenly changed his appearance and called Bankai. Then, the clothes directly changed into black and white staggered close-fitting robes, and at the same time, a bone mask appeared on his face with patterns, which made him feel scared. Then, it became the place on the left that was beaten all the time. The other party seems to deliberately let go of the left side, just like a cat playing with a mouse. If you have played enough, the group will kill the other party. Shinigami. Kansaki Kaori didn't know why he thought of this word at the first time. He's looking at us, are you going to run away? Still Magnus said hastily. His tone trembled a little. The big troops did not follow, but were far behind. They just came to track, and didn't want to do it right away. There is no escape. If there is a fight, you leave and be responsible for delivering the information. Kansaki Kaori is ready to sacrifice. The palm is already resting on the long knife. But when she looked at the other party again, she found that the other party had disappeared. This made her pupils shrink. Pure speed. Kansaki Kaori still found an afterimage. However, it was the discovery of this afterimage of 320 that made her feel great pressure. Obviously he is the saint who is good at speed. However, she felt that she was completely incomparable to that person just now. Left. Let's go. Still Magnus did not expect that this mission would be so dangerous. Sure enough, the person who can snatch the magic books of the three major sacks cannot be a simple character? Okay. Kansaki Kaori glanced at it, and the corpse had already been annihilated by the other party. If it weren't for the surrounding walls, there were some cracks and holes, it wouldn't be felt at all. There was a battle here just now. That person just now was too strong? Except for the lead one, which is somewhat similar to Kirako Shunsui's Sanpakuto ability type, everything else is pretty simple. This kind of opponent, the king should be able to deal with it in one go, right? Urahara-Kisuk was a little confused. But I dare not, CFDB, ask. Just disarmed himself from Bankai. This is his own creation. Shinigami, Quincy, and the power of Hollow have been fused into this Sanpakuto? This thing, in that world, he dare not take out shit. But at that time, facing Yuhabak, this thing didn't have much effect. So use less. His own Zanpakuto was confiscated by the king, and now this is the Zanpakuto he created himself. It's just liberating power, but it's more used to calling Bankai. The fusion of the three forces is infinitely approaching Ichigo's destruction. Facing the strange magic of the Land on the left, directly destroying it, the other party has no way at all. After collecting a wave of information about the opponent's abilities, they killed the left Land. Is the world I live in just a parallel world? Urahara-Kisuk these days, in addition to absorbing the information given by Yerai's tower, more, or study the world itself. He began to suspect something. However, the more this happened, the more he felt that his own strength was not enough, and Uzumaki and Mizuki were mysterious. I want to become stronger, so that I can learn more from Wang. That kind of power, I feel the danger. Yerai's towered over here, directly surprised. He also ignored the Land on the left. The stuff that kills in seconds. Uzumaki Mizuki didn't make a shot, he was indeed a little unhappy. But one thing is confirmed, the status of this person is above those three people. Moreover, he is very interested in the power that Urahara-Kisuk is using now. There are still very few forces that can threaten him. This time I really felt the threat of death. His strength is almost the best under the demon god. It is not so easy to want to be killed, but I feel it in this person. Interesting group of people. If the opponent's target is also a demon god, maybe they can take advantage of it. Yerai's tower decided to pay more attention to these people. King. Urahara-Kisuk was very honest, kneeling in front of Uzumaki Mizuki. The plan is about to change. My side should be able to withstand the pressure of the demon god. Try it out first, and after about half a month, directly announce our existence, and then deal with the troubles that will arise next. Notify the other two, let them come on time, and prepare yourself. Uzumaki Mizuki said. He was going to directly announce the arrival of the Uruk Empire. However, there are only these few people. Not planning to bring more people over. Prepare to choose a place directly, and then gather people from this world to establish a branch country base. Yes. Urahara Kisok responded hastily. At the same time, my heart trembled. Good guy. Can say so. Definitely an improvement in strength. It is obvious that the strength is so top-notch, but it can still do this step. It really made him unable to understand. Too fast? Sure enough, the king was a man with a big secret. Reaching this level at the age of less than 20, he is worthy of being able to succeed the Spirit King to rule the world? My matter has almost been resolved. In the next time, just create a space on the roof of this building and wait. Eisen and Orochimaru, I will contact you. Urahara Kisok continued. He doesn't have that smooth way of moving space. There are similar ones, but it takes a lot of time to run around, so it's better to just wait here. Up to you. Uzumaki Mizuki waved his hand. He doesn't care about such things. Urahara Kisok bowed hastily, then got up and left the room. Get ready to go upstairs and find a place for yourself first. The demise of the Roman Orthodox Church. It caused a lot of pressure to those who asked for advice in the UK. But in the evening, someone from the Russian adult education came to see him off again. Without waiting for Uzumaki Mizuki to make a move, Urahara Kisok cleared away without leaving a single one. The next day, people from the Roman Orthodox Church and the Russian Orthodox Church found that their families had lost contact. On Kansaki Kaori's side, he found Mikoto and discussed what to do next. The other party is not alone, but organized. It seems that Uzumaki Mizuki's status is very high, and he can summon a servant who is stronger than you. Is it a hidden religious sect? On Mikoto's side, he scratched his hair and felt a headache. How could such a complex strength suddenly appear? It's a headache. The opponent is still so strong, and at the same time, he doesn't have any intention of living in peace. The only thing that can be thought of at this time is such a result, which is a hidden religion, and it is the kind that has been passed down for a long time. All these sects have sprung up in the past 2,000 years. But the history of this world is more than 2,000 years. There are hidden strong people, it's a normal thing. People from both the Roman Orthodox Church and the Russian Orthodox Church discovered something was wrong. The staff responsible for the response outside Academy City also couldn't contact those who were sent to carry out the task. Therefore, they suspected that Academy City did it. After all, from their point of view, except for Academy City, which is a powerful force comparable to the three major sects, it is impossible for others to let their people go without even sending out any news. It can only be done by the Tower of Rice, who is in charge of the city. Therefore, this move undoubtedly stimulated the Roman Orthodox Church and the Russian Christianity. Let's go to war. What are you staring at this time? The target is the people of Academy City. Maybe they were instructed by a rice tower, so let's destroy this heresy city directly. Frontwind said directly. The tone was dissatisfied. I feel that the Pope, an old man, is really not good enough. Yes. What are you thinking? Watch this heresy, expanded to such a large extent. Now that they are all here to provoke them, why don't you just kick them off? Waiting to be taken by them, right? It seems that the British asked for advice, and they can still be contacted, and there is no loss. Zhiwo on the right was watching the show, and then said, among the three major sects, there are mutual spies, unless the news is particularly strict. Otherwise, they cannot be concealed. Water in the back, what do you mean? The Pope asked him. Among the gods' right seats, the one he trusts the most is the water of the rear. Although he was born as a British knight, he is definitely a believer in God. What does it mean to be Christian in Russia, and Puritan in England? The water behind asked. He's also a hunk. He worked as a mercenary, was born as a British knight, and finally joined the Roman Orthodox Church, and became a member of the right seat of God. Born as a saint, his strength is far above that of Kansaki Kaori. Russian adult religions want their magic books back. However, they are not sure whether the target is a stealth ship or not. After all, this news was reported by the British consultant, and this time, their people did not suffer any losses. The Pope said with a gloomy face. Although I know that this woman, Laura, will definitely not tell me anything good. Originally, he just thought that he wanted to find the three major sects to share the pressure of Academy City. Unexpectedly, it fell into the pit. Lost a right seat of God. At the same time, dozens of elites were also lost. He felt that he was cheated. But this hatred, he must avenge it. The Roman Orthodox Church does not exist to be bullied by others. Contact the Puritan Archbishop, see their opinions, and then make a decision. Why? Said the water behind. If you want to do it, you must solve Academy City together. Therefore, it is naturally best for the three parties to act together. And this time I was tricked by the British for advice, so it would be a bit too stupid to rush forward foolishly. The Pope felt that Baexiang did not believe in the water in the rear. Then, he directly took out the mobile phone from the robe very skillfully, and started to contact Laura. You have to give me an explanation for the matter of Academy City. The Pope is not a fool. Come up and ask the other party directly. Raise your own status and put pressure on the other party. My people, I just saw that your people dealt with that guy. The people of the Roman Orthodox Church died under the hands of the target. The Russian Orthodox Church didn't see it, but it probably should have happened to. On Laura's side, she was drinking afternoon tea calmly at this moment. Unhurriedly answered the Pope's question. She was amazed after that. The members of God's right seat are all very strong, and they will definitely not be inferior to Kansaki Kaori. However, when she knew that these people did not lose to the target, but to the target's subordinates, she felt a little pressure. Are these people under Rice Tower? Such Mikoto's speculation also informed her. Doubts are people from hidden sects. Why did the British people who asked for advice not lose anything this time? You need to give me an explanation. The Pope continued to put pressure on it. Our people are those who find out that the other party is a target. The person who can quietly steal the magic books of our three major sects. You don't think it's a simple character. It's too small to underestimate the other party just to send a God's right seat over there. And the person who solves you is not the target, but the target's subordinates. I will send you a copy of the video and you will know. Laura will naturally not take any responsibility. After finishing speaking, he continued to drink his own black tea, and at the same time he was still in the mood to have a bite of dessert. At the same time, the other hand quickly slid on the tablet. Soon, the Pope received the video file. It's not very long, just 10 minutes. What is this? The Pope was shocked. The guy with the skull mask suddenly appeared on his face, which made him feel the pressure. The other three gods on the right side also saw how the land on the left died, which shocked them greatly. Ask for flowers. However, now, he can't confirm whether the other party has teamed up with Academy City to harm them. However, it is true that the magic book was stolen in England. This time the target killed the god's right seat, which can also confirm the opponent's strength. The target of suspicion, the odds were really high. These people are not something we can solve. I contacted Rice Tower, and he said that these people were not from Academy City, but appeared recently. By the way, he also said that with personal strength, he almost approached him, but he didn't show up this time, and the target is likely to be their superior. Laura continued. Her eyes were filled with excitement. This news was exchanged not long ago. 0. As for Rice Tower, although there is a meaning of joining forces with Uzumaki Mizuki and others, however, it does not prevent him from selling the news to Laura. The two sides fight best. What do you mean now? The Pope's face became serious. Good guy. In Academy City, there really are a few monsters. These people must be destroyed. Join hands and wipe out these unstable people. Laura said calmly. The 3 seats of God's right seat will all be dispatched. The Pope said directly here. At this time, there is no need to hide. The Russian adult religion is the least powerful among the 3 major sects. They are also influenced by the government, far inferior to their 2 sects. The most powerful is naturally the Roman Orthodox Church. But this time, they are facing Academy City of the Science Camp. Okay, Britain will consult the Church of Necessary Evil, and all members will be mobilized. Laura also said directly here. The purpose of the 2 is not the same. On the Pope's side, besides wanting to get back the demon. By the way, what I want to deal with is Academy City. As for Laura, she hopes that Academy City will be as chaotic as possible. The last contact was the Russian adult education. The other party also agreed. The Russian government supports Academy City, but the Russian adult education side still has other ideas. Moreover, it is very important to get the magic book back, and there is absolutely no way to discuss this matter. But their purpose is either to destroy Academy City or not. But if you get involved, it's impossible not to be implicated. The 3 major sects decided in this way. 3 days later, they will attack Academy City Chuan together. I didn't expect this to happen. The actions of the 3 major sects cannot be hidden from the Rice Tower. As long as he uses technology, he is a god. He also monitored the mobile phones of Uzumaki Mizuki and others. But nothing can be seen. There are 2 more signals are not found now. Rice Tower did not expect that the 3 major sects were so united this time. And the drunkard's intention is not to drink, but also wants to take away his Academy City. However, when he established this place, he knew that sooner or later, he would be targeted by the sect. Do you want to make room for them? However, is the loss worth it? A lot of calculations started on the Rice Tower side. The future results, what to do, is the best. Uzumaki Mizuki is very indifferent. The demon god has never been found. He didn't pay attention to the others. 443. When the time for the teleportation gate came, I sent a clone to pass the message and let them wait. The present world is now caught in a frenzy of cultivation. The population is slowly increasing. On the ninja world side, they began to develop the starry sky, wanting to explore more unknowns. They also know that this universe is huge, and there are Atsutsuki clan as enemies. But now, with Uzumaki Mizuki backing them, their ambitions are much bigger. In the world of Shinigami, some clans don't gain much. Therefore, we can only turn our sights to outer space. Shinigami and Ninja World have cultural exchanges, and both sides have gained a lot. Now they are also increasing their supplies. However, government affairs are still very busy, and Uzumaki Mizuki is glad that he delegated power early and did not participate in these matters. Otherwise, there is no time for him to take a walk outside. Just approving documents, it is estimated that they will not be able to finish approving. But now in this world, Uzumaki Mizuki still values the science camp more. He wasn't too interested in the magic camp. The population of this world is larger than that of the current world and the ninja world combined, but the demon god has been around for so many years, and he can count it with 2 hands. It's better to continue to practice chakra and full manifestation. The ability of the Quincy Master is also very good. Being able to reach the strength of an ordinary captain is enough to solve most of the troubles. The location of Jiangguo, just choose this place, it just happens to be done in one pot. Uzumaki Mizuki is quite satisfied with the situation here in Academy City, although it is the jungle of the jungle. But those who are willing to come here naturally have the heart to fight. Give them the cultivation methods of chakra and full manifestation, maybe there will be great gains. The area covered by the world tree should not be very large at the beginning, this place is just right. The more I look, the more satisfied I am. Uzumaki Mizuki is going to plant here immediately after the world tree clone meets the conditions. King. But when shopping, Eisen suddenly appeared. I came a few days earlier than the scheduled time. No one else could see his figure, and his 5 senses were manipulated by him to deny his existence. There are still a few days, if you have nothing to do, go to Urahara-Kisuk. Uzumaki Mizuki said. Eisen bowed slightly and nodded, then disappeared directly. Although Eisen tricked passersby by manipulating the 5 senses, Yarai's tower still found Eisen. It seems that you know that the 3 major sects are going to trouble them. No surprise here on the Rice Tower side. Although exchanged information, told them to leave. However, when the other party came back, he would not forcefully chase him away. The plan for the artificial heaven has basically been completed, and the fuse of Fengzhanbing Hua has also appeared. He also has to start the last step. Created, belongs to his angel. It was you who defeated Accelerator? Now the number 1 name is you. Uzumaki Mizuki, who was about to go back, was blocked by someone. Keikainti Ito, the second in LV5? Wearing a purple suit, he looked very advanced. But when he faced Uzumaki Mizuki, he felt the pressure for some reason, and he felt that he was not as good as the opponent. This made him very unhappy. I didn't plan to do the experiment. You have the intention to kill. You came here by yourself. Don't blame me. Uzumaki Mizuki said calmly. Keikainti Itoku didn't understand what this meant. But he sensed the danger, and without hesitation spread out a pair of wings made entirely of Wii-Win matter, shining white and shining. Like an angel. He wants to distance himself, and then make a decision. But Uzumaki Mizuki opened his hand and sucked, and the universal pull was activated. Pull him back directly. Naturally, Keikainti Itoku would not sit still. Although he didn't know what happened, the wings on his back immediately fired dense feathers, which were more powerful than ordinary bullets. But when I got close to Uzumaki Mizuki, everything seemed to hit an invisible wall, and the feathers broke directly. Keikainti Ito also appeared in front of Uzumaki Mizuki, and was strangled by Uzumaki Mizuki's right hand. Without giving the other party a chance to speak, he directly threw this guy into the space of the World Tree clone and let it absorb it. Uzumaki Mizuki ignored Keikainti Itoku's screams at all, but continued to slowly spread back home. Disappeared. This method feels very similar to a demon god. Yarai's tower side, very stressed. Uzumaki Mizuki he still can't figure out the details. The other 3, he more or less felt, were definitely not his opponents. But this one, he couldn't see through. Losing a LV5, he didn't feel anything. Let these sects force out the strength of this person. If you don't know his details, you really can't cooperate with him. Yarai's tower finally decided. To lose the interests of Academy City, we must also find out the strength of Uzumaki Mizuki. It really works. Although the name World Tree seems very powerful, it seems that it needs to consume a lot of things to grow it. When Uzumaki Mizuki came home, the clone of World Tree has already consumed Keikainti Ito. After feeling it, I found that the World Tree has indeed made some progress. The value of this LV5 is at least better than 5,000 magic books. However, if the results of the research process in Academy City are put into it, will it have the same effect? As for 5.6 and the ability of World Tree, I feel that there can be more thugs. If Eisen and the others are disobedient, send them inside, so that they can completely control their life and death. Uzumaki Mizuki thought of a new way of pulling wool. In the World Tree space, the dead can be resurrected, and can even be manipulated directly. Much more useful than impure world reincarnation. But this person is going to die in the inner space of World Tree. In this way, the power of the World Tree can exert its ability like the god of creation. From the source, it is controlled by him. The first time I thought of Eisen Orochimaru and Urahara-Kisuk. When the 3 of them were missed by Uzumaki Mizuki, they all felt a chill down their backs, but they couldn't find the reason. This made them somewhat delusional, thinking that they were being targeted by a demon god who was comparable to the existence of the Spirit King. Makes them very upset. Is this the place? Cut, I can solve it by myself. Just use the Heaven's Punishment technique. Front Wind, standing on the tall building outside Academy City, looked at the situation inside, and directly snorted coldly. Academy City covers an area about 1/3 the size of Tokyo, about 700 square kilometers. Relying on her ability to control the wind and air, she is enough to kill most people in Academy City. A spell called Heaven's Punishment. Don't be careless, the land on the left is here. Backside Water said calmly. This time, he is in charge. The Roman Orthodox Church brought about 1,000 people. More than half are members of the Knights. The goal is to destroy the biggest heresy in the science camp, Academy City. At the same time, the magic book belonging to the Roman Orthodox Church must be recovered. However, the people on Academy City's side are not simple. The other party has a lot of ammunition, and there is no problem at all in destroying a country. However, these people of the Roman Orthodox Church, using magic formulas, also have the same effect. This time everyone was filled with righteous indignation. After all, magic books were the lifeblood of these ordinary magicians. Many people want to study, but the books are gone. And recently they also discovered that all the books in some branch churches were gone, and they were replaced with fake ones. Not to mention making these 25 magicians angry, the English Puritans, haven't they come yet? Seeing what the water in the back said, the wind in the front snorted coldly, and then continued to find fault, but changed the target, and changed to the British Puritan side. The mature Russians have arrived and are attacking in another place. Diddy? Backside Water's cell phone rang. Open it and look at it. The second batch of British Puritans has also arrived, in another direction. At the same time, within Academy City, Kansaki Kairi and others are also ready to attack at any time. It's here. Do it first, solve the target of stealing the magic book, and then deal with the citizens of Academy City. You guys, wait outside for information, prepare the magic circle, and wait for orders. After reading the information, Zishui from the back began to order directly. After all, the magic book will definitely be damaged in a fight, and these things are indeed very important. Therefore, he planned to get all the magic books first, and then attack Academy City. Yes. The leader of the knights and magicians in the rear responded immediately. Then go to arrange the manpower to act according to the order of the water behind. Hurry up, this column is too boring. The fire on the right spoke calmly. Wearing a little red suit, he doesn't look like a believer at all. However, his strength is the only person in the god's right seat who can compete with the water behind. Use heaven's punishment first, anyway, it won't damage the building, and won't affect the magic book. Frontwind said. This will interfere with the manpower for teaching in the UK and teaching in Russia. The water behind frowned. Obviously didn't want to agree to this. He is not interested in excessive killing. I just want to destroy the den of heretics, Academy City, not kill all the heretics. Cut. Anyway, they are all opponents, so why care about them? If you can't even resist this spell, it won't do anything. My spell alone is enough to solve the problems in Academy City, so why bother them? The wind in front sneered. Except for the Roman Orthodox Church, all other denominations are pagan. However, it is still somewhat different from Academy City, a heresy that completely denies the existence of God. At most, it is a difference of belief. It is to destroy this belief and is the enemy of all sects. God is God. It is an existence that cannot be erased and transcends everything. It's not something that can be denied by just taking some data casually. So people living in this city must die. I don't think it's a problem. If you can't resist the divine punishment, you don't have the qualifications. Naturally, the fire on the right doesn't care. Although this technique will also affect two people. But, for them, resistance is easy. But for ordinary people, as long as there is any evil thought in front of the wind, they will faint directly. Specifically, to evacuate the air in the body of this person who has evil thoughts about the wind ahead, and only keep the minimum consumption of body organs and brain. It can be regarded as a large-scale dizzy skill. It is very practical to deal with ordinary people. Indirectly, or as long as it involves the wind ahead and has evil thoughts towards her, it can work. If God's punishment is ordinary, it's called Heaven's Scourge. Okay, do it in 10 minutes. The water behind saw that both of them had said so, nor did he argue. However, he sent a message to the British Consulting and Russian Cheng Xiao about this matter. If you can't even resist the divine punishment spell, don't go fishing in troubled waters. After they get back the magic book, come in and clean up Academy City. The two sects soon received the message. Others, find a place to hide and wait for my notice. Kansaki Kairi frowned. Then quickly issued an order. The Russian adult education side also issued a similar message to arrange ordinary personnel and not to enter the scope of Academy City. After 15 minutes of preparation, let's get started. God's punishment spell. This time, with so many people gathered, I really had an idea about Academy City. There is no panic here at Rice Tower. He had nearly injected the virus into the last work, preventing Iwas from self-destruction. Except for Kamiju Touma, the role of this city is actually not that great anymore. The artificial heaven has been built. No one can stop him, but it seems that they want to deal with those outsiders first. Then, I'll take care of those magicians outside. At the same time, let's try it out to see how powerful these people are. As for Rice Tower, I still care about Uzumaki Mizuki and others. He basically knew the strength of the 630 sects, and they couldn't threaten him. Demon God is the ultimate goal. Then, he also began to prepare. The target is the manpower arranged by the three major sects outside Academy City. Get ready to take them away. Wang, do you want to start doing it tomorrow? Orikimura asked curiously. He also arrived before the appointed time. Well, anyway, the loss is not too big in the end, and I am sure to save your lives. Wait until you catch the demon god, and then you will study why the lives of these guys are so fishy. Uzumaki Mizuki nodded, and said. Hearing this, the three of them were overjoyed. Good guy, study the Spirit King? This research body is really hard to find. They certainly won't miss this opportunity. There are some miscellaneous fish outside. I'll leave it to you to deal with. Try not to affect ordinary people. This place will be our main city in the future. Uzumaki Mizuki said. As soon as the magicians arrived, he found out. He has been paying attention to the surrounding situation. But more, it is to pay attention to whether there are demon gods appearing. It is not an easy thing to be given a hand by such a person. He didn't even want to touch these miscellaneous fish. Yes. The three naturally had no opinion. Find a way to catch them alive. Uzumaki Mizuki said finally. It is still useful to absorb the world tree. Goddamn. The wind in front successfully placed the spell and activated the magic. Open mouth. A long chain of tongue nails fell from the tongue. At the end is a silver cross. The divine punishment spell is automatic with this spiritual equipment. Let's go. Right Flame took his hand from his pocket. Then, it appeared again, and it had arrived at the entrance of Academy City. He teleported directly and appeared here. The water behind and the wind ahead also appeared. Who are you? The people of the police force have not had time to pull out the glue sticks on their bodies. The whole person fell directly to the ground. What? The people around who were about to enter the city fainted on the ground when they saw the police force. And they fell down one after another, which made many women scream directly. As soon as the voice finished shouting, they also fell down. The three of them walked directly towards the interior of Academy City as if there was no one else around. As long as they see the wind ahead, anyone who has any evil thoughts towards her will immediately faint on the ground. The sky also went from dusk to night directly. As the three appeared, more and more people fell. This phenomenon was immediately broadcast by the internal TV in Academy City. But this also allows this phenomenon to expand rapidly. Walking on the street, there are not many cars in sight. Only those unmanned vehicles are still on the road. They're just a bunch of trash. On the front side of the wind, I feel particularly comfortable. People in this city probably never thought about such a situation when they denied the existence of God. This time, she wants to destroy this city directly? The Roman Orthodox made a move and we waited for them to arrive before we shot the target. Kansaki Kaori said. There are only a few people around her. All are elite. And she also informed these people in advance how to prevent the divine punishment spell. However, it is hard to say whether it can withstand it. But this technique will not directly kill people, so the consequences are not very serious. Fortunately, Index left early, otherwise, she would definitely be implicated. People from the Roman Orthodox Church might directly attack Index and take her away. Still, Magnus said with some gratitude. It's a good thing that the person you care about the most is not here. Start to arrange the spells and prepare to deal with the target. His strength is very strong, and people from the Roman Orthodox Church may not necessarily be their opponents. On Kansaki Kaori's side, while talking, he was also arranging his special thread. In this battle, she came with the determination to die. Thinking of the man's appearance at that time, she felt a huge dynamic pressure. Urahara Kisuk, she was so impressed. It feels like the land on the left is completely crushed, and there is no room for fighting back. Okay. For styles, he didn't think too much about it. Prepare yourself a thick small magic circle, put it in your cuffs, and be ready to arrange it at any time. Is this the place? The three of God's right seat came to the neighborhood of Uzumaki Mizuki's house. The line of sight is locked on the high-end apartment building. The target lives here, 18th floor, number 180. Kansaki Kaori said to the three of them. When looking at them, he was very alert. Because, except for her and Steel, the rest of the people were also hit by the divine punishment spell. It is impossible to participate in this battle at all. There are no mature people in Russia yet. Maybe, it just fell on the way over. Russian adults have not come yet. Let's do it directly. They have already fallen, and they have no qualifications at all. On the side of the front wind, there is already some impatient. The chain on the tip of the tongue was shaking slightly. Every time it shakes, dozens of people will fall in this city. Get ready to do it. Get back the magic book first. On the side of the water in the back, he still said very calmly. He didn't think that the other party would be their opponent. Although he defeated the land on the left, he is the weakest one in the God's right seat. However, pay attention to how much. It is normal for the boat to capsize in the gutter. Only on the right side of Shiwo, the brows were frowned, and it seemed that something was wrong. Whoosh whoosh. But suddenly, three figures appeared directly in midair. Eisen, Urahara Kisuk, and Orikimura stood directly in midair, confronting several people on the roof opposite. All three are dressed differently. Orikimura wears a white coat, while Urahara Kisuk wears a loose robe. Eisen is wearing a blue and white striped close-fitting suit. After appearing, take advantage of the situation and use the right hand to stroke the hair to the back, and straightly have a big back. It appeared early. That person is the one who killed the land on the left, and leave it to me to deal with it. One by one, how about seeing who gets rid of the opponent first? The wind in front said very arrogantly. But once the words are finished, the people on the field tightened their faces. Because, Debiatu, who was standing in midair just now, appeared in front of Feng's Haifeng at some point. The thing that caused the air in my body to decrease, this is it. Eisen didn't know when. His hand had already held the chain on the tip of Feng's tongue. Hold it directly in your hand and start to size it up. The wind in front was panicked to death at this time. Dude, she basically didn't react. The speed of the opponent is too fast. Is it the same teleportation as the fire on the right? Clang. But at this time, a huge sword slashed towards Eisen's shoulder directly horizontally. This attack, even if the body can withstand it, will still be hit by a huge impact, causing internal injuries. Splitting void. Eisen chanted softly. An invisible wall appeared directly beside him. Ascalon directly hit the wall of the splitting void with the giant sword of the water behind, without breaking it immediately. The people on the field saw this scene with different expressions, but mostly shock. After all, there is no doubt about the strength of the water behind. Good money. The addition of the saint's physique, as well as the characteristics of the right seat of the gods, can double the strength, and can double the original strength. Unexpectedly, it was impossible to interrupt this transparent wall immediately. I have this in my collection. On Eisen's side, the voice fell. What? The wind in front screamed. The front part of her tongue was chopped off by Eisen, and it fell into Eisen's hands together with the chain. The king said, if you want to live, you don't want to kill it. On Urahara Kisuk's side, at some point, Zanpakuto appeared in his hand. At the same time, he opened his mouth and said to Eisen, whoever kills one, how about as a research body, let others study for a week. Orochimaru spoke from this side. After finishing speaking, the tip of the tongue directly licked his lips and circled around. His face was very excited. He feels that the strength of these people in front of him is very strong, which is good material. As for the magic camp, their faces were a little ugly. The wind in front jumped a few steps back and returned to the water behind. Looking into Eisen's eyes, full of fear. It wasn't that she didn't resist just now, but she couldn't move her body. It seemed to be suppressed by something, and he couldn't move at all. He looked at the other side helplessly, and took away his tongue and chain. This is her important spiritual outfit. What kind of monster is it? Steel felt that his own strength seemed not suitable to appear in this place at all. It would be better to obediently leave early. Protect yourself and evacuate the battlefield. Kansaki Kaori's whole body tensed up at this moment. All the muscles of the long legs are like rocks, ready to attack at any time. She felt that she still underestimated the other party. The people on the right seat of God are definitely very strong. It can be said to be the strongest fighting force of the Roman Orthodox Church. However, the big-backed head just now put a lot of pressure on her. Looking at their eyes, as if looking at a corpse, there is no emotion at all. Fear, worry, including pride, and ridicule are none. Calm scares her. Can. Eisen directly agreed. At the same time, the chain in his hand disappeared immediately and was put away by him. I don't want to be studied about the feeling of my body. Urahara Kisuk followed suit. Tone means to participate. Puff 110. Orochimaru's body, suddenly from the waist, was split in two. It seemed to be cut off by something. Eisen looked at the man not far away in surprise, who was also wearing a red suit. On the right shoulder, a bird-like claw appeared. Just now, it was that thing that exerted its strength and cut off Orochimaru's waist. Are you afraid? Right side's Hiwo spoke from this side. The water in the back and the wind in the front were relieved to see a target that had been cut in half. It feels that the other party can still deal with it. They didn't try their best either. Boom. However, Orochimaru, who was cut in half, turned into white smoke and disappeared in midair. Oh, it's really dangerous. Fortunately, the one sent here is just a shadow clone. Orochimaru's figure appeared in the air again. A happy look on his face. But looking at the face of Hiwo on the right, he was very excited. Seeing this scene, Yu Feng's Hiwo's complexion sank. He didn't see through the other party. He was just a stand-in. That double is a little too real. Bankai. On Urahara Kisuk's side, he exploded without hesitation. The two breaths of black and white directly covered his body, spiraling and crossing directly to the sky. Knock out a hole directly above Academy City, which was originally covered by dark clouds, revealing the moon behind. The attack from Yufeng's Hiwo just now brought him a huge threat, and he didn't want to be attacked. A direct burst is best. Do it. On the side of the water behind, he ordered without hesitation. Then, holding his long sword directly, he swung it upwards. A huge water ball condensed directly in midair, and within a short while, a water mass the size of a small lake came out. Hiss. On the side of the front wind, it has not lost its combat capability. There was an indistinct growl from his mouth. The dark clouds in the sky immediately began to churn, and thunder rumbled, as if it was going to rain at any time. The fire on the right side is the most decisive. He changed the target directly and chose Eisen. He also noticed that among the three, this person was the most closed. The first shot. 100 shields. Eisen chanted. The attack from the holy right was directly rotten. Boom. At the same time, Eisen shoots a streak of off-white Siro directly from his fingertips. In an instant, he appeared in front of Zhiwo on the right. The fire on the right uses teleportation, directly and easily dodged the attack. But his pupils dilated immediately, because Eisen appeared beside him, holding a long knife made of spiritual particles at some point in his hand, and slashed at him directly. The fire on the right can only use teleportation again, dodging the attack. But he used teleportation, and Eisen used the ringing ring to keep up again. The two of them kept flashing back and forth in midair like a bug. But there is no attack, CFDC. After Bankai ended, Urahara Kisuk directly slashed out a sword pressure against the mass of water in midair. Divide this water flow into two directly. But it didn't have much effect, and the water flow returned to its original state immediately. Seeing this, Urahara Kisuk held Zanpakuto without hesitation and rushed towards the water behind him. Whoosh whoosh. However, hundreds of water jets made of streams fell directly towards Urahara Kisuk as he rushed towards the water behind him. The strips are strengthened by the water behind them, and they are harder than steel. When stabbing the building and the ground, it opened a big hole just like being hit by a bullet. Densely packed. Boom. However, Urahara Kisuk's wrist calendar burst out. These water jets are easily blocked. For him now, it is no problem to take Siro head on. This kind of physical attack is basically ineffective against him. Monster. The water behind can only curse. At the same time, holding up the spiritual longsword Ascalon in his hand, he was tough with Urahara-Kisuk. He chose to explode the power of his saint and virgin, and entered his peak state. It was already night, and with the blessing of the moon, his strength would still increase. Clang! The weapon of the water of the rear, cut from it by Urahara-Kisuk. What? Urahara-Kisuk was a little surprised. With one blow, he didn't kill the opponent. He only cut off the opponent's weapon, and the opponent reacted and retreated at a critical moment. It actually cut off Ascalon. The water behind was also shocked. The one in his hand is also a high-level spiritual outfit belonging to the Holy Sword. It was cut off by the opponent's blow. Are you my opponent? On Orochimaru's side, it was the calmest. He looked at Kansaki Kaori who was standing in midair and confronting him while stepping on the silk thread. This battle, I will not keep my hand. Kansaki Kaori drew out his long sword that was longer than his long legs, watching Orochimaru very warily. The strength of those two people just now is enough to prove that these people are extraordinary. Who knows what kind of power this guy who used a substitute just now has. I haven't fought seriously for a long time. You should be a good test subject. Orochimaru continued to speak with a smile on his face. But once the words are finished, Orochimaru's head fell off. Kansaki Kaori shot directly. The speed is too fast, breaking through the speed of sound directly. Only flash. Kansaki Kaori said calmly. Hiss. But suddenly, a large number of white snake bodies popped out from the neck that was cut off and fell downward. At the same time, the same is true for the neck. The body of the snake is directly connected. Orochimaru's head was taken back just like that. Very fast? Is this the strength of a saint? Orochimaru spoke from this side. Obviously, he has a certain understanding of Kansaki Kaori. During this time, he was the one who collected the most information. Why are you here? Kamishu Touma looked at Styles suspiciously. As soon as the battle started, Still immediately retreated. There is no option to participate. That's not where humans can interfere. But after coming down from upstairs, I ran into Ichikatsu and Kamishu Touma. You are not an important combatant, it is very dangerous to approach here. Quick retreat, get out of here. Still did not answer Kamishu Touma's question. Instead, he asked Sachimikoto beside him. Is the battle up there fierce? Sachimikoto asked. On his side, he deliberately came over to see if he could help. By the way, bring Kamishu Touma with you. Mostly, there is the meaning of Rice Tower. He is a double agent. Kamishu Touma has a good relationship with England, and he was born in Academy City. Bring it over this time, against Uzumaki Mizuki, or the Roman Orthodox Church. And the most important thing is that he relied on Kamishu Touma to exorcise the curse spell. Those people are too strong, they are definitely at the level of saints. Humans can't interfere at all. On Styles' side, he laughed at himself. What happened? Aren't we here to deal with the enemy that caused everyone to faint? Kamishu Touma was very curious. However, he was somewhat anxious. After all, many of his friends had fainted. Only he is safe and sound. Sachimikoto didn't hide either, and opened his mouth to explain the current situation to Kamishu Touma. Those people suspect that Uzumaki Mizuki stole the magic book, and now they want to destroy Academy City together. Kamishu Touma was surprised. These people, one by one, don't pay attention to ordinary people at all. Be like a beast, decide life and death at any time? He looked up at the sky. It was found that there were water jets, logs, and buildings were chopped down from time to time, causing huge damage. Retreat, this battle is not something we can participate in. Steel said. He already felt the gap. There is nothing that can be done. The water magic of the water in the back feels like he can solve his witch-hunting king at any time. It's not on the same level at all. I want to stop this war. Academy City, with so many people, is not a place where they can be destroyed at will. But Kamishu Touma lost his temper. Sachimikoto smiled. How about we talk to the target? Only he can resolve this battle. If it is confirmed that the other party has not taken the magic book, the Roman Orthodox Church and the United Kingdom will ask for advice, and they should not continue to fight. After all, it doesn't look like they're going to win either. Sachimikoto said. That guy's strength, isn't he very strong? Steel frowned. Kansaki Kaori had told him not to think about doing anything to the blonde man. Seeing the strength of those three people just now, he didn't have any confidence. That person should be able to negotiate. If we want to fight, we'd better run away. Sachimikoto was also very decisive. He wants to stop this fight. Although he is a spy, he still doesn't want the city to be destroyed. At the same time, I don't want too many casualties in the magic camp. Then let's go. This war must stop. Kamishu Touma clenched his fist and said, follow me. Sachimikoto nodded. Then lead the way directly, but he has come to inquire about the surrounding situation several times. However, it's really strange that there are no people stunned by the divine punishment technique here. Still followed behind Sachimikoto, walked on the main road, and went directly into the high-end apartment. But he didn't even notice a fainted person, which made him very puzzled. This remark surprised Sachimikoto. Apparently he just found out about it too. However, he didn't have time to think about it at this time. The three chose to climb the stairs to be safe. But 18 floors. Kamishu Touma, who climbed up, was out of breath. They just came down the corridor. The door of Uzumaki Mizuki's room opened directly. This startled the three of them. However, Kamejo Touma quickly plucked up the courage and walked straight forward. Mikoto and Still were very alert, but they also followed behind Kamejo Touma. After entering, Kamejo Touma was stunned, because he saw Uzumaki Mizuki leaning on the sofa, playing video games seriously. This made Kamejo Touma unable to understand. Isn't life being played outside? What are you doing? Mikoto and Still couldn't turn their heads for a while after seeing this situation. Asking for flowers. Interested, do you want to change your power and work hard? Uzumaki Mizuki didn't even look at them. He spoke directly. Did you really steal the magic books of those sects? On Kamejo Touma's side, he asked directly. The protagonist is full of breath. I took it. Uzumaki Mizuki also responded confidently. For a while, Kamejo Touma thought that those sects were the bad guys. Two humans' face twitched. He didn't expect his guess to be true. This time, the three major sects all want to get back their magic books, no matter what the cost. Mikoto said. He wanted to test Uzumaki Mizuki's bottom line. Why, do you think that these sects are on the same level as me? 0, 0. Uzumaki Mizuki hit the pause button. Then he turned sideways and asked very calmly. Hearing this, two humans' heart trembled. He feels bad. What is the origin of this person? For a moment, he didn't know what to say next. This is even more true for Steele. The other party blatantly admitted, but as a member of the British Puritan Church, he did not dare to speak loudly at this time. But, if you don't return the magic book to them, they will destroy Academy City. This is the lives of millions of people. Kamejo Touma said angrily. Why would innocent people be implicated in this kind of thing? Dead, just resurrect, it's a very simple thing. Uzumaki Mizuki said directly. But these words immediately changed Gan Yuman's face. Still also looked at Uzumaki Mizuki in shock. Resurrection? This kind of thing can only be done by the legendary demon god? So, this person is a demon god? At the same time, the mood of a rice tower who was listening could not help but fluctuate. He doubts? Because, he feels that Uzumaki Mizuki is not a demon. But the other party said that he has the ability to resurrect people. This is a power that can only be used after mastering the power of phase in this world. After all, even at his level, he couldn't do the resurrection. His own daughter could only watch her die in front of him. So resurrection is a power that is only in the hands of the demon god. Can you resurrect the dead? Kamejo Touma said in shock. Although he lost his memory, he still has common sense. Can resurrection be done by humans? Impossible, that's something only a real god can do. The Pope, including the saints, cannot resurrect the dead. This is not a realm that humans can reach. Still couldn't bear it anymore. He felt that Uzumaki and Mizuki were ignoring Hiruto. Those guys outside who beat so hard. It is also impossible to resurrect people. It can be said that even the edge cannot survive. Even if this person is stronger than the outsiders, resurrection is absolutely impossible. This is against the rules. Snapped. But this sentence just finished. Steele's whole person was blown up directly. But being controlled by Uzumaki Mizuki within 1 meter of the original place, it didn't splatter blood everywhere. 757. Kamejo Touma and Mikoto both stared wide-eyed. Simply unimaginable. Still actually died in this way in front of them. Clatter. Without waiting for them to speak, Uzumaki Mizuki snapped his fingers. The blood froth gathered directly, quickly forming Still's appearance. Styles is back. This, you. Kamejo Touma's lips trembled. But at this time, there was really a lot of talk, and there was no way to say it. Because I don't know what to say. This is. Still himself was also pale at this time. Obviously, he is very aware of what happened just now. I walked directly between life and death. The feeling of being shattered, he felt that the cells of his body were still experiencing it. There is a loose look. Will you work for me? Uzumaki Mizuki continued to ask. It was Mikoto who asked. Just used time reversal. For him now, it's very simple. Why do you need to do such a thing? Mikoto swallowed. His forehead was sweating. However, he opened his mouth and asked with difficulty. The two sides are not on the same level at all. Compared with the outer layers, the gap is even bigger. Why should I tell you? If you don't want to, just leave. Uzumaki Mizuki naturally did not need to answer. He was waiting to see if Rice Tower would intervene. At the same time, will it lead to demon gods? He didn't care about other things. On Misaka Mikoto's side, he has already made arrangements in advance, and now he has passed out and is protected by Shadow Clone. Mikoto tensed up all over. He is a double-sided agent, so it doesn't matter if he assumes the identity of a new agent. However, facing Uzumaki Mizuki, he was a bit afraid. Then, will Yin's family be safe? But on Kamejo Touma's side, he opened his mouth very forcefully and asked directly. Well, no one will die in Academy City. Uzumaki Mizuki replied. He didn't care if he was dead or not outside Academy City. Also, he will also take away the 3 guys fighting outside as nourishment for the World Tree, and then resurrect them to work as toolmen. Kamejo Touma had nothing to say. Since no one will die, he doesn't dare to ask Uzumaki Mizuki for anything. It seems that the answer has been given. Clatter. On Uzumaki Mizuki's side, he snapped his fingers without any hesitation. A black hole appeared directly under the 3 people's feet, and the 3 people stepped into the air and fell directly. If Kamejo Touma is not given a chance to touch the abnormal object, Fantasy Killer will not be triggered. So it was easy to send him out. And fantasy killer can't erase all unreasonable things. There is a limit. If Uzumaki Mizuki is more serious, he can still be sent away forcibly. Out. Touma was surprised. It was raining all around, and they appeared on the streets closer to the battlefield. However, Mikoto and still on the side, with pale faces, didn't know what to say at this moment. What they saw just now brought too much pressure on them. Boom. Suddenly there was thunder in the sky. It turned out that the magic of the front wind was ready to control the weather and induce thunder and lightning to attack. Boom. However, a strong breath rushed to the sky in an instant, directly repelled the dark cloud again. Just now, he was rushed away by the explosive momentum of Urahara-Kisuk Bankai, and this time, it was also Urahara-Kisuk. He cut out a sword and pressed it casually, and avoided the dark clouds. Rainwater is collected. On Still's side, he finally spoke. However, his tone was still a little trembling. As he watched, the rainwater falling from the ground suddenly gathered together, forming long transparent lines, gathering upwards. Finally, in midair, in the hands of the rear sailor, an ice crystal longsword was formed. At this time, the water behind is covered in injuries. There was still blood streaming from his forehead. You can obviously kill me. Why? The spiritual weapon of the rear water has been destroyed. He looked at the masked man in front of him, very puzzled. He was able to kill himself several times, and he could feel it himself, but the other party finally stopped and stopped. Didn't I just say, catch alive? Urahara-Kisuk said calmly. This person is more difficult to deal with than he imagined. Among the captains, the strength should also be one of the best. Although it is not as good as the captain, it is not an ordinary role. If I don't have Bankai, I won't have enough hard power to fight against this person in front of me. This saint physique is very special. Without waiting for the water behind to speak angrily. Is the battle not over yet? Orochimaru's voice came. Urahara-Kisuk and Backwater looked in the direction of the sound. Behind Orochimaru, in front of Kaze and Kansaki Kairi, were bound by black ropes. This is where the truth-seeking ball comes into being. At the same time, Orochimaru's eyes also changed into Rinnegan's. The clothes on his body are very similar to the Siba clothes, but they are also black and white. This is Orochimaru, a costume formed by fusing the two powers of the Shinigami Quincy, similar to a robe. Plus there are a few truth-seeking balls floating behind him, it feels like a Buddha. Urahara-Kisuk gave Orochimaru a slightly wary look. This guy looks so pervert. It feels like King 5.3 brings the three of them together, each of whom is out of tune with each other. But, another type of person. Kansaki has been captured. Touma said anxiously. Looking at Still and Mikoto beside him, he thought about their help. Even though I know I won't die, but seeing this scene, he still became anxious. Anyone else just now? Orochimaru found out just now. It's just that I didn't care. He directly drove the truth-seeking ball behind him, preparing to catch these people. As spoils of war, when we wait to decide the outcome, we talk a lot. For the bodies of the other two people, he has long been coveted. However, Orochimaru felt his truth-seeking ball disappear. He turned his head and looked in Toma's direction in surprise. I saw Touma raised his right hand, facing the midair. It looks like he's the one who got rid of the truth-seeking ball. Escape. Mikoto said without hesitation. At the same time, he pulled Touma, turned around and ran towards the surrounding alleyways. Still also followed behind them. At the same time, while walking, a lot of card-sized pieces of paper fell from his sleeves. This is the magic formula he made in advance. I won't keep my hand from now on. The order I received is to catch the living. Urahara-Kisuk said to the water behind. He didn't want to be the body being studied. Use the ring directly to appear next to the water behind. Ring spin is the fastest of the three movement methods of flying feet, and shunpo is a space transfer. It is similar to the parallel teleportation of fire on the right, except that the distance limit is relatively large, but at the same distance, the speed is the same. Boom. The rear side of the water is also doing its best. The two hit it off again. Orochimaru, on the other hand, was very interested and chased after the three of them. With a wave, a spot of light fell and turned into dozens of white long snakes, boa constrictors about the thickness of thighs, surrounded by the three of them. Hunting the Witch King. Still saw white surrounding him from the alleyway. Hastily used 25 of his own tricks. Directly summon a flame titan out. 3,000 degrees of high temperature. In an instant, the nearby pythons were scorched. At the same time, on Toma's side, he still punched one by one. After hitting these boa constrictors, they immediately turned into spirit particles and disappeared. This ability. Orochimaru's eyes lit up. Then, he raised his sword finger. Go straight to wood style. The wood directly broke through the ground and rose from Toma's feet. Bind his legs. Touma clapped his right hand. Remove the wood again and eliminate it directly. As if there is no such thing in this world. Eliminate wood style too. Rinnegan of Orochimaru sees clearly. Wood style can be said to be solid, which is different from the giant python made of spirit particles. However, it still disappeared. Then, as if he had discovered a new toy, he began to seriously test the limits of this toy. Anyway, Orochimaru has a lot of lives, so it's probably fine if he dies. However, I didn't expect that Rinnegan would be produced. This BD hides very deeply. On Uzumaki Mizuki's side, standing on the balcony, a golden light floated behind him. The huge Tensagen is observing the situation on the battlefield. At the same time, there is a vase at his feet. There is a branch growing on it. High speed. It feels like it won't be long before it will be able to grow like a sky. This is the clone of World Tree. Uzumaki Mizuki transplanted it from himself, made the entity, and started planting. The plan started. Do you still want to escape? Eisen looked at the fire on the right calmly. Good guy, the two of them have been teleporting and ringing, and they have left the scope of Academy City. At this time, it is above Wangyang. Under the moonlight, the sea sparkles. Who the hell are you? The fire on the right is under great pressure. His attack called God's Hand unexpectedly couldn't cause fatal damage to this person. The best time was nothing more than cutting half of the opponent's body. But soon, the opponent's body recovered, in front of him, regenerated. This made him a little unacceptable. Is this person in front of me a demon or an angel? How is it possible for humans to have such abilities? Your strength seems to come from that bird's claws, and you don't seem to have too much strength yourself. Eisen asked. It is because of this that he has not killed the fire on the right. Like Orochimaru, he also thinks he's found a good toy. Otherwise, by manipulating the 5 senses, he can make the fire on the right teleport directly into his arms. Are you kidding me? The fire on the right is angry. The divine right reappears. He wants to cover the area in front of him, not giving the other party a chance to avoid it. Boom. The entire air was shaking. Columns of water exploded directly on the surface of the sea. Where are you playing? Eisen's voice appeared in the left ear of the fire on the right. This made the fire on the right stand on end. Then without hesitation continue to wield the power of the divine right. It felt like someone was being hit, ripped right out. This calmed the heart of the fire on the right. Think you won. However, the voice that had already scared him rang out again. Right side's Hiwo turned his head quickly, trying to find the figure of that person, but he couldn't find it at all. Impossible, the power of the holy right will automatically adjust and destroy the target. I absolutely hit him head on just now, there's no way he's still alive. The fire on the right said a little madly. His mind exploded. The holy right, who was invincible in the past, faced this enemy this time, but he was a little helpless. It is obvious that one's own strength is to be close to that of God, and his plan has not yet been implemented. My heart is very ordinary. It seems to be due to age. Is the strength on my body also bestowed by the so-called gods? Or steal the power of God? Eisen's voice kept ringing. Such a weak body can bear such a strong force. He almost resisted for a moment just now. If the 840 hadn't resounded, his body would probably be blown to pieces. Millions of shields, a power that is actually irresistible. In the Shinigami world, Hogyaku didn't evolve him to the last step, 2 stages away from moving at the speed of light. But now, his strength has also been raised to the point where he is still 1 level away from the final stage of moving at the speed of light. You blasphemy! Get out! Are you scared? Coward! On the side of Zhiwo on the right, they could only roar crazily, but on the entire sea, he couldn't see anyone. He panicked. Start using parallel teleportation. Want to leave the battlefield? Since you can't find your opponent, then give up this battle. Crazy teleportation. After he saw the city, he hadn't breathed out yet. There is a flower in front of my eyes. He saw that he was still standing high above the sea. What happened? The fire on the right is going crazy. In fact, he was only manipulated by the 5 senses, thinking that he had used teleportation, but in fact he was always in place. Forget it. After dissecting it, it feels like nothing can be seen. On Eisen's side, it means giving up and continuing to play. Appearing directly beside Yufeng's Hiwo, he subdued him in an instant, and Yufeng's Hiwo passed out directly. Lost consciousness. Monster. The magicians in robes screamed. Then, they all died at the hands of a man in a K uniform with a glowing angel's halo on his head. Hughes Wind/Angel of Science. She was controlled by Asia Rise Tower to get rid of the people sent by the Roman Orthodox Church and the British Catholic Church. The right seat of the gods, and the sage who asked for advice from England, all entered the interior of Academy City. These mages and knights outside were not the opponents of Hughes Fengzhan at all, and they all fell under her hands. She's doing the finishing touches. The scourge of the front wind has stopped. Why haven't ordinary people woke up? Yarais towered in the windowless mouth, suddenly opened his eyes and said in doubt. This time his goal was not achieved, because he did not see Uzumaki Mizuki making a move, but the 3 who came to disturb him last time resisted the joint attack of the 2 sects. But now, the battle on the field is over. In the end, only Orochimaru was left, chasing Kamishu Touma and the others. The water in the rear also fell under the hands of Yura Harakisuk, and was directly beaten to a serious injury and dying. After Hughes cleared the field with the wind, he discovered something was wrong. In Academy City, order has not yet been restored. The police officers and disciplinary committee members, who have not yet appeared, are responsible for the city's restoration. It's so quiet for the city. Get out of the way. Kamishu Touma was covered in injuries. He stared at Orochimaru firmly, and at the same time focused more on Tsuchi Mikoto and Still, who were tied up by wood style behind him. And Kansaki Fireweave were also put together. This effeminate-looking man kidnaps 3 of his friends. You're very interesting. Can you tell me what your force is? It doesn't look like magic, and superpowers don't look like it. Is it an uncontrollable force? Orochimaru asked directly. He experimented a lot. In the end, it was discovered that if it was something that existed in the original physical form of the world, the opponent's right hand cannot be eliminated. But as long as it is made by yourself, whether it is through chakra, lingzi, or even sage mode, as long as all kinds of things are made with these energies, they will be eliminated. Including Susanoo? This shocked him a little, but after discovering that there are physical forms that cannot be eliminated in the world, he is much simpler. Picking up a few stones and throwing them over will restrict the opponent. He used the shuriken technique, which was basically discarded by him, basically pointing to where to hit. I do not know either, because I lost my memory. Obviously, your boss said that no one will die, why should they be arrested? I'll take them away, I won't let them continue to fight, isn't that all right? Kamishu Touma answered anyway. It's also true to tell the truth. When he broke Index's memory erasing magic, his own memory was erased instead. Now he only knows that his right hand has the power to eliminate unreasonable existence. Others, because his memory disappeared, he didn't know too much. At this time, he could also see that the other party had no intention of killing, otherwise, he wouldn't have said much. He just wanted to leave with his friends now, and he didn't want to continue to be involved in this matter. Have you seen the king? However, although the king said that no one would die, he also told us that they should be arrested. If you want me to release people, you can only ask the king to order it. Orochimaru was a little surprised. But then he said calmly, because this does not conflict with the order issued by Uzumaki Mizuki. It said that no one would die, but it didn't say that no one would be arrested. Kamishu Touma was furious. However, he is really powerless against Orochimaru. A few times just now, he was forced back by the stones thrown by the opponent. Abdomen and arms have been aching. Do you want to cooperate, or let me arrest you? Orochimaru said. He looked at Kamishu Touma up and down. If you want to restrain this guy, it seems to be the most convenient to use a rope directly. But now, he no longer has such a thing. In the past, he still put some steel wires in his pocket, but now, he has learned the formation of the Quincyr spirit particles, and can directly use the spirit particles to form any object. I want to see the king you speak of. Kamishu Touma took a deep breath and said. At this time, Mizuki can only count on himself to convince Uzumaki. Seeing this, the snake spider did not persecute it either. He directly signaled Kamishu Touma to follow, and at the same time, there were a total of 4 prey behind him, who were tied up with snakes by him, and then moved with him. All of them were injected with special toxins by him, that is, curse seals, and it was impossible for these people to wake up without him dispelling them. However, if it is touched by that kid's hand, it will be a little troublesome to grab it again. After passing by, I immediately saw Urahara Kisuk who was waiting downstairs in the apartment, and at the same time, there was the water of the rear fainted at his feet. Eisen is the slowest. Orochimaru was slightly surprised. He should be by my side. Urahara Kisuk also did not relieve Bankai at this time. It doesn't take much to maintain this state, and he always feels a sense of crisis. This state enables the fastest response. Do you mean another person? Isn't he just standing here? Kamishu Touma hesitated for a moment, but spoke anyway. Okay. Both Orochimaru and Urahara Kisuk were a little surprised. Both of them actually had a slight feeling, but they couldn't confirm whether they made a mistake. You actually avoided the manipulation of my 5 senses. Interesting. Eisen is also eyeing Kamishu Touma. At the same time, except for the 5 senses control of Urahara Kisuk and Orokai. After seeing Eisen, the two looked at Shendo with some fear, but they didn't say anything. It seemed that they were testing their strength. I have the most prey, I should be the one to win this time. Orochimaru spoke from this side. He became more and more interested in the bodies of Eisen and Urahara Kisuk. Their bodies must have integrated their highest skills, and they will definitely not be simple. Looking at Urahara Kisuk's appearance, he knew that the other party must have strengthened himself. Wangs, even if you get some cells, Orochimaru feels that it is very helpful to him. Do you want to change your opponent? My prey is very powerful. Eisen also followed suit. Wait for the king's order. Urahara Kisuk said finally. He interrupted the conversation because he didn't want to end up being the subject of the study. Speaking of Uzumaki Mizuki, sure enough, the other two fell silent. Still afraid? Aren't you looking for him? Want to wait here? Kamishu Touma was puzzled. Is it easy for you to meet the person in charge of this city here? Orochimaru asked directly. Kamishu Touma was stunned. I remembered that the other party had always called that person the king. He feels the pressure. For a while, I didn't dare to say anything more. But at this time, someone is invading the city? Lola. Yarai's tower looked at the person who appeared in the picture in surprise. Leave here. A sweeping robot appeared in front of Laura and drove her away directly. But Laura just smiled. Gently tap your finger. This sweeping robot shattered directly. It's so quiet, this place. Has Roman Orthodoxy succeeded? Laura looked like she was taking a walk here, very happy. At the same time, they are also observing the changes in the city. She was outside and observed Hugh's wind slash, and felt that there was no problem. I thought this was the way the Rice Tower was hiding. It must be very troublesome to deal with these people on the Holy Right, plus those unknown powerhouses. She was sure that Asia Rice Tower would reveal her real body this time. A rare opportunity. After waiting for so many years, she couldn't wait any longer. So, she came in person. Karanzan Great Demon. This is her true face. The purpose is to destroy the Rice Tower. This is the responsibility she was summoned, otherwise she would not be able to disappear. At the same time, behind her, followed the catalogue of the forbidden books of magic. On Xiao Huangshu, she also made a means, through the spiritual outfit, she can control and use the other party. This is how to use Magic 540 Forbidden Book Catalog. This time, she also brought it along. Is she dealing with those people too? The possibility is too low. Even with the catalog of banned books, the result will be the same. Yerai's Tower sighed, some doubts. Although he felt that something was wrong with Laura, he didn't know her true identity. But at this time, what he cares more about is why the people in the city haven't woken up yet. After searching for a long time, I didn't find the answer. He finally chose to go to Uzumaki Mizuki and a group of people. The curse spell has stopped, he is very sure of this. But now, something unknown seems to have happened. This incident can only be related to this group of people. When will we wait? Kamishu Touma couldn't bear it anymore. 10 minutes passed. These people are all standing there bored, not knowing what to do. Looking at Tsuchi Mikoto and others who fainted beside him, he couldn't wait any longer. Wait until the king appears. Orochimaru said. Although the three of them stood still, their heads were still very active, thinking about many things. They, CFCH, also gained more or less from the battle just now. This level of fighting has been able to harvest a lot of information. If he didn't feel that this person had something to do with Wang, he would have planned to cut off the other's arm before trying other situations. See if there is a problem with the hand or the person. But Kamishu Touma didn't wait for an answer. The appearance of Yerai's tower attracted the attention of three people. However, none of the three spoke, they just looked at each other calmly. Yerai's tower had the same expression. For a while, several people did not speak. In the end, Kamishu Touma couldn't bear it anymore. Is this your king? Kamishu Touma couldn't help asking. But this guy who looks like a hospital gown doesn't look like him at all. And he also feels that Uzumaki Mizuki is more like a god than a king in the description of Tsuchi Mikoto and Steel. People in this city are still in a coma, did you do it? Yerai's towered over here and asked. No one answered Kamishu Touma. Seeing someone speak, Kamishu Touma also held back his temper. He felt that what he encountered today was too much. I can do it, but I don't do it. Eisen replied. He's still interested in Yerai's tower. The other party, like me at the time, wanted to kill God. But whether the purpose is the same, he is not quite sure. Yerai's tower turned her head and looked at the two of Urahara Kisuk and Orochimaru. Both Urahara Kisuk and Orochimaru shook their heads slightly. In the presence of equality, their attitude is still acceptable. At the same time, they also had the same feeling as Eisen. I have taken a fancy to each other's body. Those who are engaged in science just like to dissect. Is that him? Yerai's tower looked up, looking down at Uzumaki Mizuki on the balcony below. The two looked at each other. Yerai's tower saw the indifference in the opponent's eyes, and also made him feel a little fear. Why do I feel this way? Yerai's tower was a little surprised. Although he still has emotions, he has actually lost a lot under so many things. He has not felt such a thing as fear for a long time. Because his goal is the demon god, the ultimate in this world. So, how could he still have fear? Index. But at this time, Kamishu Touma made a surprise sound. He saw the harem he was familiar with. But soon, he felt something was wrong. Index is floating in the air, not the usual lively look, which makes Kamishu Touma feel very strange. Orochimaru and the others looked at Index very curiously, and they also felt strange. The sigh of the Dragon King. For Index, use powerful magic immediately. The target is the three of Orochimaru. Yerai's tower wanted to stop. But Kamishu Touma rushed out even faster, directly blocking the three of them. He doesn't want things to get too big. I just hope everyone can get out of here safely. Boom. A white light wave about 1 meter in length was emitted from Index's face. Kamishu Touma directly blocked it with his right hand. Strong attack, stronger than Wang's Zero. Eisen was a little surprised. Obviously, I didn't expect that this little girl actually possessed such strength. Bring this city back to what it was. Yerai's towered over here, and said directly. Still that indifferent tone. Who do you think you are talking to? Uzumaki Mizuki leaped from the balcony and stood directly on the street, facing Rice Tower. Careful. Kamishu Touma suddenly shouted. He persisted very hard. But this attack was indeed too strong, and he couldn't eliminate it at once. Index has been releasing. Finally the attack deflected. Eisen blocked the attack without hesitation, and blocked it with a million shields. This is my city. On the Yerai's tower side, they still didn't give in at all, and said very forcefully. This is the basis of everything he has done. He hasn't had time to display his plan yet, so how could he give up so soon? Not anytime soon. Uzumaki Mizuki smiled and said. These words made Yerai's tower feel very uncomfortable. But on Index's side, she fell into a rampage and began to release more magic. Kamishu Touma wanted to touch Index to relieve the other party's current weird state. But it couldn't get close at all, because Index's automatic defense of St. George's Sanctuary was activated, and Kamishu Touma couldn't rush over at all. Yerai's tower's complexion finally changed. He frowned. Because he wanted to stop the catalogue of forbidden books of magic. But it will take some means and some time. But these people are here, he can't be distracted at all. Kamishu Touma at the side seemed a little unable to resist. The index of magical forbidden books is very powerful. Although it is not as good as the fire on the right, it is still capable of dealing with the water behind. Relying on Fantasy Killer alone is a bit hard to resist. It seems that arm still has a limit. Orochimaru has been paying attention to Kamishu Touma's situation. After all, it was his prey. But now he found that this arm seemed somewhat less powerful than he had imagined. The catalogue of forbidden books of magic ran amok, and the destructive power it brought was very strong. The houses and buildings in the surrounding streets are full of holes made by magic, and many buildings are collapsing. It looks like it's going to grind the surroundings into flat ground. Riesta didn't want anyone else to find out that something was wrong with Touma Kamijo. It wasn't what he wanted. He was very wary of the person in front of him at this time. I don't know why these people came here, to target themselves? Or is he eyeing Kamijo Touma? This matter, he absolutely does not allow. Laura is secretly waiting for Asia Rise Tower to fight those people, and then her army sneaks up. Although he thinks that he is not inferior to Yarise Tower in terms of positive strength, but this person is too good at hiding and has many methods. It is not an easy matter to kill him. So, try your best to find the most suitable opportunity. In the end, it is to control the entire Academy City and guide its destruction. Hateful. Kamijo Touma felt that he had almost reached his limit. He is not reconciled. If Index wants to do something to those people, the result is very likely to be the same as Kansaki Kaori. If only at that time, I would have kept Index and didn't let her go back to England to ask for advice. Then she won't be like this. Sword of the God of Abundance. Index chanted magic. A western sword formed of light particles floated in front of her. Then it directly attacked automatically, heading towards Kamijo Touma. What? Kamijo Touma let out a scream. The arm of his fantasy killer was directly destroyed by the Sword of the God of Abundance. It breaks from the shoulder. Kamijo Touma cried out in pain. For Index, I don't know if I felt it or not. For a while, he didn't continue to make up the knife attack, but held on and didn't move. Okay. The three of Eisen looked at Kamijo Touma in surprise. They all felt a dangerous aura coming from the boy with the broken arm. This surprised them. They were all beaten up like this. Why would they feel this way to themselves? Hiss. Kamijo Touma let out a roar. When they raised their heads, everyone found that his right eye was completely filled with blood red. Orochimaru would have thought he had opened the Sherry-non if it wasn't for the Guyu. Then, a shocking scene appeared. What is that? Orochimaru looked at Kamijo Touma's arm in surprise. One monster after another kept popping up. There is a feeling of seeing the same kind. This shocked him. Eisen and Urahara Kisuk also have similar emotes. I wonder why this boy has such a thing in his body. Give me a stop. Kamijo Touma shouted. Press your left hand on your shoulder. It seems that some can't bear this force. However, the power of the Dragon King obeyed his order and rushed towards Index. The Dragon Kings opened their mouths, tearing apart the magic defense of St. George's Sanctuary that stood in front of Index with their mouths. There are 8 dragons in total, each with 1 bite. Just destroy Index's St. George Sanctuary magic directly. The Sword of the God of Abundance was also swallowed. But several dragons did not attack Index, and stopped under Kamijo Touma's control. It cannot be read, it cannot be destroyed. Retreat, give up the attack. Index is now in audiobook state. When she found that she couldn't deal with the enemy, she wanted to retreat. Lola, who was hiding in the dark, looked at Kamijo Touma in surprise. Such power? Could it be? Laura wondered. Wake up, Index. Kamijo Touma shouted. He didn't dare to touch Index directly with his current power, for fear of killing her directly. But if Index escapes, she will fall into the fate of being used as a tool. This kind of thing, he cannot accept. Index's moving body froze. She wanted to break free, but her body was completely controlled by the spiritual outfit, and her consciousness couldn't break free at all. Asking for flowers. Stop. Kamijo Touma roared angrily. At the same time, his arm is recovering rapidly. The 8 dragons also took it back directly. He sprinted towards Index, and directly touched Index with his right hand. What kind of power is this? Orochimaru couldn't help asking. This kind of thing didn't seem to be found in the books he studied. A kind of seal, the arm is the seal, and those few things are also the seal. Uzumaki Mizuki spoke. He didn't know what this power was all about. But I know that even the demon god didn't kill this guy. He didn't do it all the time, just to see what was going on with this ability. 0. Unfortunately, nothing can be seen. But the few dragons just now were not dangerous to him at all, they were things that could explode at will. Yarise Tower's complexion turned a little bit bad. He felt that this person came here just for Kamijo Touma. Kamijo Touma ran out after Index. Aren't you willing to restore these ordinary people? I don't want to be your enemy. Yarise towered over here, and said directly. At the same time, he held his magic scepter in his hand. He's ready to do it. This time, there was no intention of holding back. Lola, who was hiding in the dark, was very excited at this time. She is also ready to do it. It's about time. Then, let's make a revolution in this world. Clatter. Uzumaki Mizuki didn't pay attention to Yarise Tower, but looked at the time on the screen of his mobile phone. Then he raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Yarise Tower is fully focused and ready to fight back, but found that there was no attack against him. Looking at the other 3 people, I found that their expressions were somewhat confused. But suddenly, a golden light illuminated the entire night sky. That is, Rice Tower looked up at the sky in shock. That endless, dense golden vortex appeared in the sky above Academy City at some unknown time. World Tree, come. Uzumaki Mizuki spoke. Then, from the king's treasure house, a large number of tree roots stretched out, extending directly towards the ground. What is this? In this city, all the sober people looked at the sky in shock. After the dense tree roots fell to the ground, they turned into yellow particles and disappeared. What are you doing? Although Yarai's tower doesn't know what the other party's purpose is. But sure, it's not good for yourself. He felt that this place was changing. I am Uzumaki Mizuki, king of the Uruk Empire, from Otherworld. This city will become the main city of the Uruk Empire in this world, and from now on, it will be mine. On Uzumaki Mizuki's side, he spoke directly, showed his identity. When the voice fell, the casual clothes he was wearing turned into a golden armor. Then he sat down directly, but at the same time as he sat down, a chair Zero Sankai completely made of gold appeared directly under the ground. After sitting down, the chair floats up slightly, about 2 meters high, just enough to overlook the Rice Tower. The three of Eisen were also overwhelmed by Uzumaki Mizuki's methods. In the scene just now, they really looked stiff. A feeling of powerlessness came to my heart directly. Still can't beat it. Otherworld. So that's the case, no wonder they use the power, I've never seen it before. Yarai's tower was shocked at first. But he quickly accepted this setting, because when he fought against Eisen before, he felt that he had never seen the power used by the opponent. I thought it was to compress magic to the level of instant casting, but I didn't expect it to be the ability of Otherworld. However, his hand holding the scepter became even tighter. He didn't know what the other party did in the sky, but his instinct told him that he couldn't let the other party continue like this. With a direct wave of his hand, Feng Zhan Binghua appeared directly above him. He wanted to use this to test the opponent's strength. But before Feng Zhan Binghua could do anything, a golden halo appeared behind Uzumaki Mizuki. The densely packed sky locks directly bound Feng Zhan Binghua. Spiritual stumbling. Yarai's tower did not hesitate, and directly shot with all his strength. He wants to force his own meditation into Uzumaki Mizuki's body, forcing the other party to stop the action in the sky. However, a strange dagger appeared in the opponent's hand. Impossible. Yarai's tower felt that the magic she had cast had failed. A look of shock finally appeared on his face. Destroy the building without windows, and then we can really get rid of you. Uzumaki Mizuki spoke. The voice fell. A new halo appears in the sky, from which Tensagen emerges. Like the eyes of gods looking down on the common people. Then, directly from the Tensagen, an extremely powerful chakra ray was released, aimed at the windowless building. Shocking staff. Yarai's tower uses the power of his scepter. An impact that has been strengthened 10 times, directly loaded into the purple energy zone. A powerful shock wave exploded directly in midair. The houses below couldn't bear such a force at all, and were directly weathered, turn into quicksand and disperse directly. But what followed was densely packed skylocks rushing towards the Yarai's tower. Iwas. Yarai's tower had to call in helpers. Science Angel Iwas appeared directly. The wings on the back are shaped like a double helix gene. Then this wing, directly towards Uzumaki Mizuki. But it was easily bound by the lock of the sky. Growth treasure. The higher the divinity of the target, the more powerful it is. At the same time, Uzumaki Mizuki is no longer restricted by mana. I don't know how much the hardness of the skylock has been strengthened. At the very least, Feng Zhan Binghua on the side can't break free now. The three of Eisen stood aside obediently, without making any moves. A rice tower is still guarding them. But the three of them knew that Uzumaki and Mizuki were just playing, not exerting any force at all. But Laura, who was hiding beside her, that is, Karanzan, didn't think so. She also didn't expect that this time she would meet someone from Otherworld in such a big time. However, this is also my chance. Kill the body of Yarai's tower, and then replace the target with them. Let Yarai's tower first, and force the opponent to draw more cards. Karanzan didn't want to make a move too quickly. At the catalog of forbidden books of magic, let her run around. Just take that fantasy killer aside. Is this the only strength to defeat the demon god? Uzumaki Mizuki sat on the king chair without moving. There's still time to ask about Rice Tower. Spiritual tripping is almost the same as Eisen's 5 sense control, but it is more direct, and it is for destroying. Regardless of whether it can hurt the current Uzumaki Mizuki can be easily solved by breaking the talisman of all things. When the world tree is completely covered, he will be the real god in Academy City. You are a demon god? Yarai's tower asked distrustfully. After getting rid of the densely packed sky locks, he felt extremely strenuous. He felt that those three people seemed to have been created by a demon god to play with. This person is still a demon god. I'm not that kind of thing. It's almost done, and if you don't have a backup, it's almost done. Uzumaki Mizuki said. What fell from the sky was the root of the world tree itself. It is used to lay the foundation for the world tree clone. After the coverage is over, the avatar can be used to transform this area into a world that completely belongs to the world tree. Similar to Windows system, open another Android. As long as the system does not crash, the Android world is dominated by Android. Unless the system administrator appears, forcibly targeting. But the demon god is not an administrator. Spiritual stumbling foot shocking staff. Yarai's tower directly used all his strength and aimed directly at Uzumaki Mizuki. The spiritual tripping foot can be the crystallization of the magic of Rice Tower, and the impact stick is the equipment used to deal with the demon god. Now, he's using it on Uzumaki Mizuki ahead of time. Interesting. Uzumaki Mizuki didn't change his face, and then raised his hand directly. 5.0. A dark red energy directly appeared on Uzumaki Mizuki's body, instantly like a supersune erupting. The red energy soared into the sky. This energy, which is Uzumaki Mizuki's true magic, comes from the deviation sword. But after fusing so many powers, it is already close to pure destructive power. Even stronger destruction than the fusion of Ichigo's 3 powers. Directly destroy the attack of Yerai's tower. I don't know how much stronger than the Rice Tower, which shocks the fantasy into the minds of others and makes the body automatically respond to the destruction. This power, Yerai's tower has nothing to say. He felt absolute subconsciousness, his own attack didn't have any effect at all. Is your own preparation really that useless? Haven't met the demon god yet. He felt remorse. The strength is not bad, but if you want to deal with the demon god, it still feels not enough. That's it. Uzumaki Mizuki spoke. Yerai's tower couldn't come up with a new routine, and he didn't need to try it out. The level of the demon god seems to be more powerful than Rice Tower thought. Perhaps, Yerai's tower's attack can be effective against demon god, but it has no effect on him. Uzumaki Mizuki rose from his throne. The throne turned into golden particles and disappeared. At the same time, a tree about normal size appeared behind Uzumaki Mizuki. This is the clone of World Tree. Started to incorporate Academy City into its roots. Yerai's tower also wanted to rebel. Uzumaki Mizuki didn't give him a chance. Time stopped for a moment, and Uzumaki Mizuki appeared in front of him. He slapped him directly on the stomach, and then opened the passage of the king's treasure house around him, and the skylock directly locked him all over. It didn't take long for Yerai's to break free. A tree root sticking out from the king's treasure house directly pierced his heart. World Tree is absorbing 25 of his life. Iwas on the side exploded directly. Break through the dense locks of the sky, and come to Uzumaki Mizuki, trying to rescue the Asian Rice Tower. But like Yerai's tower, he was caught directly without any power to resist. The lock of the sky is locked on her body? She couldn't break free. The sky's lock was more effective for such a person with higher divinity. Coupled with the suppression of Uzumaki Mizuki's power, it directly trapped her. What is going on? Is this person's strength really that powerful? Karanzan, who was hiding in the dark, was shocked and couldn't believe what he saw. The goal to be targeted with painstaking thinking is easily in the hands of others. The situation changed too fast. At this moment, she felt that it would be better if she escaped from this place. Although I want to complete the order that restricts me, I feel that my own life seems to be more important. The 3 of Eisen were silent. Looking at the fate of Asia Rice Tower, I always feel that I will be the same. At this time, he didn't dare to take any action, for fear of causing the king's dissatisfaction. At this time, Urahara Kisuk was very envious of Kagaya who was hiding in his neck. I feel that I shouldn't come out to participate in so many things. If I don't know, I can live a happier life, but now, I can't laugh. You don't even think about leaving. Uzumaki Mizuki finished here. A rotating black passage opened directly in front of him. The dense sky locks passed through directly, heading towards Karanzan on the opposite side of the passage. When a black circle appeared in front of Karanzan's side, he did not hesitate to expose his strength and flew towards midair, wanting to leave this ghost city. Sloppy, focus on Asia Rice Tower. I never thought it would be like this. Karanzan, who flew up, couldn't help feeling annoyed at this moment. She believed that she would not die so easily when she met the demon god. But knowing that the other party is from other world, and at the same time, after Yerai's tower was caught by the other party so easily, she really couldn't hold back. Can't afford to gamble. She couldn't confirm if Uzumaki Mizuki had the power to kill her. That boy, maybe he can. Karanzan chose Kamijutoma. This person, with that kind of power, might be able to help resist the opponent. Sword of Fire. Karanzan used her strongest attack. A sea of flames was directly cut out, and when the lock of the sky touched it, it was melted immediately. This flame has extremely strong destructive power. The skylock did not resist. On Karanzan's side, it had already flown near Kamijutoma, and was about to rush down directly. Her way was blocked by someone. Spiritual stumbling. A rice tower directly used the spirit-style stumbling foot that was strengthened 10 times through the impact staff to attack Karanzan. Karanzan was caught off guard and was directly hit. The lower body was directly destroyed. You. At this time, do you still want to attack me? They are invaders from the other world. Shouldn't we work together to deal with them? Karanzan was shocked. Thought Yerai's tower was crazy. He originally thought that Yerai's tower was a wise man, and he had prepared so many means that she didn't dare to come directly. I'm afraid of failure, just to be on guard against this guy's calculations. But at this time, he actually rebelled first. You thick eyebrows and big eyes, you actually engage in such a trick? It doesn't matter what the world is like. My goal is only God. The king can help me deal with the demon gods and destroy them, so what is it if you give everything for it? Yerai's tower said calmly. But the movements of his hands were not slow, and he continued to use various spells to restrict Karanzan. He was resurrected after being absorbed by the sacred tree. Uzumaki Mizuki didn't let Yerai's tower activate the countless possibilities by himself, and directly locked him on this person. At the same time, a change of will was carried out from the root. It's not really brainwashing, it's just helping Rice Tower accomplish what he wants to do. Eliminate the phase of the demon god, causing uncertainty about the world. Uzumaki Mizuki was willing to help him, coupled with the sense of surrender from the soul. Yerai's tower naturally would not have any rejection in Uzumaki Mizuki's heart. Much more reliable than the 3 Eisen. You madman. Karanzan could only curse 710 angrily, but what greeted her was densely packed skylocks. Finally, the roots of the sacred tree? Karanzan didn't have a chance to show his strength at all, so he just died aggrieved. The strength of the body was plundered by the world tree. There is no need for Uzumaki Mizuki to resurrect such things as demons, and he doesn't need much of thugs now. Scientific personnel like Rice Tower are the subordinates he wants. Carry out the final step and completely divide this place into a part of the Uruk Empire. Facing the clone of the world tree, Uzumaki Mizuki stretched out his right hand and pressed it directly on the trunk. At the same time, the passage of King's treasure house appeared behind him, a tree root directly touched his back, and began to transmit power, and Uzumaki Mizuki injected this power into the world tree clone. Uzumaki Mizuki does not believe in the body of the world tree, so the energy that comes into contact with this clone must be transmitted through him. A minute later, the clone of the world tree emitted a golden light. Then, Eisen and others felt that the surrounding space seemed to change. Then it was discovered that the concentration of spiritual particles was increasing. This area seems to be separated from the world. Urahara Kisuk was the first to find out. His research on this aspect is very deep, because at that time he was always thinking about how to maintain the world of Shinigami. Finally, something like Hogyako was made. Alright, let's absorb and transform these people. Uzumaki Mizuki put his hand down. At the same time, the tree roots protruding from the passage of the king's treasure house behind him also disappeared. Then Uzumaki Mizuki ordered the clone of the world tree to absorb the prey caught by the three of Eisen. The world tree avatar split out 6 roots in an instant, directly absorbing these 6 people, and then Uzumaki Mizuki used time reversal to directly revive them. But after resurrection, they have been changed consciousness from the depths of their souls. When you face Uzumaki Mizuki, you think he is a god? In one click, there are many more subordinates. Several people stood in a row with Asia Rice Tower. Their faces were a bit complicated, and they obviously knew what happened, but they were completely powerless to resist. The faces of Eisen and the others were also very stiff, and they also remained silent at this time. A Rice Tower, tomorrow will invade TV stations around the world and conduct a comprehensive live broadcast. Uruk Empire, there is no need to continue to hide, you can show your strength. After the demon god is eliminated, there is nothing to be concerned about in this world, but just leave this matter to me. Uzumaki Mizuki, speaking directly to Rice Tower. He was preparing a public speech, and at the same time showed his own strength, so that people in this world should be more honest. Obediently wait for the world tree clone to devour the entire world, and then surrender to himself. Yes, the king, the demon gods, live in seclusion in the hidden world, and it is an aspect that no one notices. If you want to get rid of them, you can only force them out and destroy that hidden world. I can do it. As for the Rice Tower, the hatred for the demon god is enough. At this time, he did not fear the majesty of Uzumaki Mizuki, and directly expressed his opinion. As long as he is a demon god, he will be motivated. You can do it tomorrow. Uzumaki Mizuki nodded. There are too many unknowns about the demon god. The formation of demon gods was hundreds of years ago at the latest. The information is indeed lacking, but there must be such a guy, it's not a fantasy. Yes, king. Asia Rice Tower was somewhat agitated. He felt that if Uzumaki Mizuki made a move, he might be able to really get rid of the demon god. What he is planning now is just a possibility. If he wants to really kill the demon god, he doesn't know if he can do it. You guys, just go back to your respective houses. Just do what you have to do. You don't expect you to let believers join the Uruk Empire and maintain the stability of this world. Uzumaki Mizuki then spoke directly to the members of the God's Right seat, as well as those who asked for advice from the UK. Thugs, he doesn't need to. Devouring them is just to make the world tree clone and absorb faster. The second is to allow them to continue to stabilize the world sect. Others, I really didn't think about it. Yes, several people have complex expressions, but at this time, they didn't dare to say anything. By the way, the magic book is useless to me, so I'll just send it back to you. With a wave of Uzumaki Mizuki's hand, a white channel was directly opened, and it was placed horizontally in the sky, like a hole in the sky. Then, from this opening, a large number of magic books fell from above, on the ground, piled up into a hill. Then Uzumaki Mizuki snapped his fingers, and the magic books disappeared instantly. All are teleported back to where they were taken from the spellbook. When it was taken away, the coordinates of Flying Thunder God were left behind, and it is very simple to send it back now. Finally, several people from the magic camp left with complicated expressions. Uzumaki Mizuki then directly restored the entire city, and repaired all kinds of damage caused. It's just a few minutes. After that, a Rice Tower went to prepare to invade the TV station, and prepare to destroy the hidden world. On the court, there were only 3 of Eisen and the others left. Plus the one hidden in Urahara Kisuk's neck, that's 4. The 3 of them bowed their heads very honestly at this time, absolutely not wanting to be targeted by Uzumaki Mizuki at this time. Although I don't know why. But they all saw that after those people were decomposed and recovered again, they obeyed Uzumaki Mizuki without any resistance at all. They are somewhat trembling in their hearts, and they don't really want to become like this. This is just the beginning, the truth is far crueler than you imagined. So, before you know the truth, work hard to become stronger, don't think about other things, understand? Uzumaki Mizuki said to the 3. The Asian Rice Tower is also very strong though. However, the heart is not as big as these 3 people. Facing the future position, it would be more useful to bring these 3 people along. The 3 of them naturally had no opinion. At the same time, I was relieved. I am also particularly interested in the facts that Uzumaki Mizuki said. What is it that makes the king with such strength worry about these things? But Uzumaki Mizuki obviously did not mean to explain. Establish an institute and, at the same time, help Yarai's tower take control of the city. Battle or something, I don't need you anymore. Uzumaki Mizuki said finally. Official Uruk Empire personnel, he will open the portal again in a few days and arrange for people to come over. The 3 responded quickly. Then it fell apart. Ugh. What about Sachi Mikoto and the others? When Touma ran back, looking at the empty and deserted street, he couldn't help but froze on the spot. All my friends are gone. This surprised him. Thought the battle was over. But when he turned his head, he found that the roads and buildings destroyed by Index just now were all intact. Could it be that I was just imagining everything? Touma had some self-doubt. Feel like you are dreaming. No, Touma. There are indeed traces of magic being used here. Index said hastily. Not for a while. 2 human appeared, and directly pulled the bewildered 2 away. I didn't tell them about the facts. However, Touma breathed a sigh of relief after knowing that everyone was safe. It seems that person is a good person. No, he is a good god. Touma was talking about Uzumaki Mizuki. To be able to end this, he felt only Uzumaki Mizuki could do it. Don't talk about that person in the future. Touma, the world will change a lot next, don't be too surprised. Hello, Wang Li, on 2 humans' side, the will has also been rewritten. For Uzumaki Mizuki, there is nothing but loyalty. After warning Touma, he instructed Touma. He couldn't even imagine what the world would look like next. What? Touma was puzzled, but didn't ask too much. I thought Sachi Mikoto and the others reached some kind of agreement with Uzumaki Mizuki. Will it be an administrator? Or the creator? Uzumaki Mizuki on the balcony, watching Touma. His attention, in fact, has always been on him, including so many things just now. However, nothing came out. Sure enough, it's more troublesome than expected. Get rid of the demon god first, and then let's see what he's going to do. Uzumaki Mizuki let go of the kolar bottle in his hand. On the way down, it turned into golden particles and disappeared. Then, just wait for tomorrow and announce the existence of Uruk to the world. I always feel that this operation seems a little dangerous, and I don't know what's going on. The Pope is in the Vatican, a little uneasy. I always feel that I have been fooled by the British Archbishop Lola. The other party had a somewhat unclear relationship with Academy City. This time, he specially invited them to act together, and he was still moved, and he couldn't help feeling a little regretful at this time. I feel that if I do it, it is better for the Roman Orthodox side to do it directly, so the possibility of success will be higher. Did I? But soon, the Pope's cell phone rang. After looking at it, it is the number of the water behind. He felt relieved, thinking that the battle was over. After all, according to the preset plan, it started a few hours ago. During this period of time, it's not that he hasn't contacted, but he couldn't get through. He wondered if Academy City had broken the signal link. He felt that the other party could do this kind of thing. So although he didn't get in touch, he wasn't too anxious. Pope, the magic book has been brought back, but the action against Academy City failed. Both the Bishop team and the Knight team were dealt with by Asia Rise Tower. No one. 457. Backside Water said in a sad tone on the phone. Regarding Uzumaki Mizuki, he did not speak and could not explain. At this time, more sadness comes from the dead companions. After all, usually, he has the best relationship with these people. This time, the Roman Orthodox Church really kicked the iron plate? Where is England asking for advice? Asked the Pope. His tone was a bit cold. At this time, he suspected that it was the British asking for advice. If this is the case, then don't blame him for starting a war between sects. Britain asks for advice, becomes a religion with Russia, and those who send it will be destroyed. The words of the water in the rear left the Pope speechless. No matter how he thinks that stinky BCH Laura is bad, he won't think that the other party is using British advice as cannon fodder. Since the other party's people are all dead, it seems that Academy City is really in serious trouble. Have their plans been known in advance by the other party? Has the Tower of Rice appeared? Asked the Pope. Traitor of the magic camp? Enemy who violates the existence of God. If the other party just starts a new genre, admitting the existence of God. These sects are also not interested, too aimed at Yarai's Tower, but Yarai's Tower's scientific camp completely denies the possibility of God's existence. You think that gods are just stronger humans, so what kind of LV6 are you trying to use to make gods? This is what these sects can't stand? I won't be able to explain the specifics for a while, but I should understand it when I read the news tomorrow, Pope. I lost this battle, I will tell you about the detailed situation when I come back. On the side of the water behind, there was no mood to continue talking. The Pope couldn't help but feel his heart sink when he heard that the water behind him was like this. Okay, but he didn't press hard either. But after hanging up the phone, his face was dark and ugly. Go and investigate what happened in Academy City tonight. The Pope is simply not in the mood to wait until tomorrow. Directly order someone to find out what happened tonight. At noon the next day, Uzumaki Mizuki came directly to the live broadcast room arranged by Yarai's Tower. There is only one camera. But later, the broadcasting systems of TV stations in various countries have been cracked. You can cut off their broadcast at any time and switch to the current live broadcast. King, you can start anytime. Yarai's tower hands-on here. There is only this one opportunity to change the world, and he must firmly grasp it. Uzumaki Mizuki nodded. At the same time, wipe your hair back. Then he put on the golden armor directly on his body, and completely replaced the equipment. Speaking as a king, you still have to show off your style, otherwise few people will believe it just by saying it. CFCD. Moreover, Uzumaki Mizuki also thinks that after changing clothes, his persuasive power will not be much stronger, but he still has a backhand. Let's start. Uzumaki and Mizuki flexed his neck, and said to Rice Tower. Yarai's tower nodded. Then, the button to switch the live broadcast was activated directly on the screen. At the same time, all the major TV stations in the world have become faces in the room at this time. Only Uzumaki Mizuki stood there with a calm face. What is this? My TV is broken. This man is so handsome, is he an actor? I want to complain to the TV station, actually doing this kind of thing during my favorite show. People all over the world are very devastated at this time. But there are also many beauty lovers, who are eyeing Uzumaki Mizuki's handsome appearance. However, there were also a few people who knew Uzumaki Mizuki, and they all wiped their eyes and repeatedly confirmed the person on TV. Hey, my lord, is this that stinky man? Shirai Hise asked doubtfully. It seems, it's him. Misaka Mikoto said in surprise. Although she changed her attire, she would never admit that she was mistaken like that. People all over the world, I am Uzumaki Mizuki, the king of the Uruk Empire. Today, it once again shows the intention of the Uruk Empire. Counting down from today, 1 year later, this planet will belong to the Uruk Empire. The Uruk Empire comes from the other world, and the territory it owns involves 2 worlds, and each world has independent legislative power. Uzumaki Mizuki faced the camera and opened his mouth to reveal his identity. Also, explain something about the Uruk Empire. But everyone who was watching TV fell into a daze. Is this acting? Discussions about this matter immediately spread on the internet. Is this what the water behind showed me? The Pope was a little shocked at this moment. Yesterday's investigation on Academy City did not find any traces at all. All the pawns in Academy City Lee's magic camp lost consciousness, and he was helpless when he learned that it was caused by God's punishment. So early this morning, he turned on the TV and watched, wanting to see what he was going to watch on the rear side of the water. Unexpectedly, such a thing happened. My lord, TV stations all over the world are broadcasting this video. It seems that it should be a live broadcast. This method should be Academy City's side, which has invaded TV stations around the world and broadcast them simultaneously. There are also those who are good at science and technology in the Roman Orthodox Church, but they are used as craftsmen. These people unified their analysis and reported directly to the Pope. So, is this a conspiracy by the Tower of Rice? Or does this country really exist? Otherworld. Where God lives. At this time, the Pope is really a little unable to figure out whether this matter is true or not. The same people are everywhere in the world. Is that a lie? How could such a thing happen? Misaka Mikoto couldn't believe it. The person I love will be like this. She feels that the difference between the two is really too big. But thinking of the fact that the other party helped her solve the Misaka sisters, she felt that the other party was a good person. This is a liar. My lord, have you been deceived by him? It's been said that men don't have a good guy. I will arrest him as a member of the disciplinary committee. On Shirai Hise's side, he quickly comforted him. At the same time, he decided to strike hard and arrest this stinky man. Ugh, isn't this our school's LV5? Also surprised were the high school teachers that Uzumaki Mizuki attended. Among the students, many recognized Uzumaki Mizuki. At the same time, people from all over the world immediately began to investigate the news of Uzumaki Mizuki. They also, like Asia Rice Tower, got a kind of information that could not be found. In the end, I only found the news recently revealed by Uzumaki Mizuki, the newly promoted LV5 in Academy City. I know that many people are doubting the authenticity and feel that a country with nuclear warheads cannot be invaded at all. Showtime backtracking and space recovery tricks, you will think it is CG technology. So, in 3 hours, I will launch an attack to destroy the 3 moons of Jupiter. If you are interested, you can use it to pay attention. The specific situation will be broadcast live on the internet at that time, and it will not invade the TV station and cause trouble. Uzumaki Mizuki said finally. After speaking, he nodded to Rice Tower. The Rice Tower immediately cut off the live broadcast signal, and then began to prepare for the live broadcast of Uzumaki Mizuki destroying Jupiter's 3 guards. At the same time, the leaders of several major countries immediately started a video conference. They are stronger, and it is easy to investigate. The source of the invasion is Academy City. However, they couldn't stop this incident, they could only watch the other party's continuous live broadcast explaining. 3 moons of Jupiter. It's a satellite with a diameter nearly half that of the Earth, and it's still so far away from the Earth. It's just a dream to destroy it. No matter how powerful the technology in Academy City is, it can't do such a thing. The leader of the lighthouse country said very decisively. Originally, Academy City was the furthest away from their territory. Those who supported Academy City were more Xiongguo and Xiaoguo. Because the distance is close, it is easy to control. But in private, Academy City is a social butterfly, and has good relations with all countries. Except for the European side, because there are too many sects here, which have a great influence on the people. How could such a place that denies the existence of gods give too much support? For this incident, all countries are very angry. Originally, they used Academy City as an incubator. I didn't expect to betray myself at this time. They all believe that Uzumaki Mizuki is a fake, just used as a pawn by Academy City Edition. Academy City's behavior violates the laws of the United Nations. Invading TV stations around the world and making such speeches at the same time. We, Seong country, have decided to sanction Academy City. Seongguo's spokesman, very decisive means. At this time, everyone will definitely not let Academy City continue to grow. Then act first. Stolen the technology in Academy City, many technologies, Academy City did not give them. Make them very jealous, including the latest generation of fighter jets, as well as stealth technology and so on. There are also the most core ability training techniques, etc. The cultivation of capable people is the core project of Academy City, but in the past, everyone thought that Academy City was just an incubator. At the same time, several big countries are secretly playing games, so the key technologies have always been in the hands of Academy City. Xia Kingdom reconsideration. Xiaoguo's spokesperson also expressed his opinion. It's time for Academy City to understand that he cannot represent all countries at all. Curry Country said very arrogantly. What if this thing is true? However, the family asked. The field fell silent for a while. But right away, just LOL. No wonder such a thing can happen. They felt that this incident must be a conspiracy by Academy City, but in the world, there are many people who blindly believe, and many people also believe in this matter. Waiting for a few hours for the webcast. After the live broadcast is over, I will prepare to destroy the hidden world where the demon god lives. Asking for flowers. Rise Tower this side, Mizuki Sinks reports. The live broadcast of Uzumaki Mizuki's destruction of Jupiter's 3 guards was very simple, and it was done in a short while. As for the Rise Tower, they can't forget the demon god. Do it. Now I can protect the safety of Academy City, and in other places, after I have mastered all the authority, I can give it back. As long as it's not destroyed too badly. Uzumaki Mizuki nodded, and said. After mastering so many permissions through World Tree, I feel that here, the more roles I can play. However, the strength has not actually grown much, it just has a lot more gameplay. In the present world before, he definitely couldn't do the trick of going back in time. 0. Only through a specific treasure can it be done. Now, it can be done by waving your hand. According to the strength of the target, it only takes time to distinguish, and there are basically no other effects. Yes, King. Rise Tower is in a good mood. Immediately started preparing to go. Did I? But at this time, Uzumaki Mizuki's cell phone also rang. It's Misaka Mikoto. Hey, what's the matter? Uzumaki Mizuki was a little nervous, and then connected the phone. Is what was shown on TV just now true? Isn't it Academy City's plan? Misaka Mikoto finally couldn't help asking. Well, it's true, there's no need to lie. Otherwise, do you think that there can be random people who can defeat Accelerator at will? The Uruk Empire is not colonizing, but expanding its influence, and no one intends to enslave this planet. Uzumaki Mizuki replied. On the other end of the phone, Misaka Mikoto seemed relieved. I want to meet with you tonight. Are you free? Misaka Mikoto took a deep breath and asked directly. Of course there is. How about, when the live broadcast is next, you come over to see me, what I really look like? Uzumaki Mizuki replied, and then directly invited Misaka Mikoto to come over and participate, and he destroyed the scene of the 3 guards of Jupiter. It is good. Misaka Mikoto directly agreed without hesitation. Now that you have made your choice, don't regret it. Evening. Countless people in this world are waiting for the live broadcast that the self-proclaimed king said. They want to see if this person can do what he said. At the same time, countries around the world are also paying attention to this matter. They absolutely do not believe that Academy City can destroy the planet Jupiter Sanway. Nuclear bombs can only be said to destroy the world and destroy living things, but it is still very difficult for manpower to destroy a planet. But it is more than 800 million kilometers away from the Earth. It is very difficult to get close, let alone destroy it. However, the website for the live broadcast is ready. Immediately, it spread to all over the world, and people who didn't know it would immediately forward it to their friends. They all want to see if this matter is true. Are you ready? Uzumaki Mizuki asked Rise Tower. He didn't have anything to prepare for 270, mainly live broadcasting. Yes, the screen is divided into 3 sections, which are when you attack, and the process of capturing and attacking, and the screen of the 3 moons of Jupiter in the astronomical telescope. Rise Tower replied. At this time, together with Misaka Mikoto, the 3 of them were on the roof of the windowless building. Misaka Mikoto was nervous on the sidelines. The other 2 were very calm, one had facial paralysis, and the other didn't think it was a big deal. Well, then, let's start in 5 minutes. Uzumaki Mizuki said directly. Will there be any danger? Using such a powerful force will bring a great burden to oneself. Misaka Mikoto worried. She made judgments from the perspective of superpowers. Using abilities will consume one's physical strength and will also bring a burden to the body. It's nothing. This level is nothing to me. Uzumaki Mizuki didn't have time to explain anything at this time. He just smiled and explained to Misaka Mikoto in a positive tone. Seeing Uzumaki Mizuki's smile, Misaka Mikoto also laughed. It's time to start. Yarai's tower came over and interrupted directly. Then, let the people of this world experience the absolute power. Uzumaki Mizuki said directly. Then, walk in front of the camera again. Asia Rice Tower was in charge of controlling the cameras, making sure that everything that was going to be filmed was captured. Now, I will demonstrate the actions to destroy the 3 moons of Jupiter. Uzumaki Mizuki didn't talk too much nonsense and said directly. The number of people in the live broadcast room is increasing rapidly. All of a sudden, it exceeded 10 million people, and it was still increasing from the base number of 100,000. But there is no barrage or anything, just a simple live broadcast. But on internet sites, there are many people discussing that Uzumaki Mizuki is talking, and most people are daydreaming. The only ones who believe may be those who have great confidence in Academy City. As soon as Uzumaki Mizuki finished speaking, he directly took out the deviation sword from the king's treasure house. The deviation sword EA is my strongest weapon, with the powerful ability to destroy the world. Uzumaki Mizuki briefly explained. Then he directly raised the deviant sword, facing the sky. The coordinates and the like have actually been prepared in advance, otherwise it would be impossible to rely on Tensagen and Rinnegan to lock the target at such a long distance. In advance, Uzumaki Mizuki sent Shadow Clone to the 3rd moon of Jupiter, leaving the coordinates of Flying Thunder God. This coordinate allows him to lock on to the target without missing it. At this time, there are 4 people watching. Kagayaji also appeared. Several people are in Orochimaru's research room, watching the live broadcast. Deviation Sword EA. Several people are very concerned about Uzumaki Mizuki's weapons. They all recognized it, the weapon that Vortex Water seldom brought out. Basically only seen it once. Scientific researchers from all over the world directly analyzed the contents of the video screen. But no matter how you look at it, you don't think that this weapon alone can destroy a planet whose diameter is close to half of the Earth. Is this an enchanted weapon? The magic camp here. The Pope looked at the lines on the deviant sword, and couldn't help but wonder. God's right seed and others watched this scene silently. They both missed Uzumaki Mizuki and lost to his men. They are not sure whether Uzumaki Mizuki has the power to destroy a planet, but they feel that there should be no need to lie to such an existence. However, Uzumaki and Mizuki apparently didn't give them time to analyze. It's too far from here to the 3 moons of Jupiter, so I will open a space gate to connect the Earth with a location about 10,000 kilometers away from the 3 moons of Jupiter, and then release the attack directly. Uzumaki Mizuki explains a little bit. Then the deviation sword EA began to accumulate power, and the 3-section sword began to rotate. Soon, the entire Academy City people saw a dark red energy directly breaking through the sky. Uzumaki Mizuki released all the overflowing energy towards the sky. Not for a while, this ray of light broke through the sky. All people on almost the same plane of the Earth can see this dark red beam of light with their naked eyes. What a charming light. If it hits the demon god, it will be very beautiful. Yarai's tower's over here, a little excited. This energy, under his instrument, cannot be analyzed clearly at all. Next is the space door. Clatter. Uzumaki Mizuki snapped his fingers with his left hand as he spoke. About 100 meters above the sky from where he was standing, a huge crack opened directly. On the Rice Tower side, it is also very appropriate. With other cameras, the chest frame is divided into 3. They are Uzumaki Mizuki, the space crack in the sky, and the space cracked outside the 3 moons of Jupiter observed by the astronomical telescope. Countries around the world have not yet had time to be shocked. Talking about the original, the heaven and the earth are deviant. Opening up the gospel of nothingness, it is my sort of deviation that opened up the world. Weaving everything together, gathering stars. The so-called hell-like heaven is the end of the eve before the creation of the world. Accepting death in silence is enough. Heaven and earth leave Inamalish. Uzumaki Mizuki began to recite the longest liberation language. Scene, there is still more to do. If you put it directly, there is no such haki. Listening to Uzumaki Mizuki's liberation language, many people were shocked by Haki's prophecy. Boom. After reading, Mizuki did not hesitate to release the energy on the deviation sword. It directly hit the huge space crack in the sky. The dark red energy slammed into it fiercely, as if tearing the space crack even bigger. The live broadcast also played everything clearly. Everyone's eyes quickly gathered on Jupiter's 3 guards. Countries around the world are also using their own means to observe the situation of the 3 satellites of Jupiter. Dark red energy appeared from the crack on the other side, and then hit the 3 satellites of Jupiter in an instant. Pierce it instantly. The screen of the live broadcast immediately changed to that of Jupiter's 3 guards. After waiting for about a minute, the 3 moons of Jupiter have begun to change. This planet is collapsing. All the people watching the live broadcast were shocked to see this scene. A planet is falling apart, and it's rapidly splitting into smaller pieces. This planet is doomed. All the people in the world watching the live broadcast fell silent. Then, a sense of doubt immediately gushed out. They doubt the veracity of this event, start searching for the truth, but the people in charge of several big countries are silent, because they watched their live broadcast through their astronomical telescopes. The 3 moons of Jupiter were indeed destroyed. Even Jupiter was affected, and a huge concave hole appeared directly on the surface of Jupiter. This impact may even cause a change in the orbit of Jupiter. All of this proves that the words of the king of the Uruk Empire are true or false. These big countries are somewhat autistic at this time. Is this the realm that human beings can achieve? Even without relying on manpower, this level of destruction is enough for them to be unable to resist. Soon, under the proof of astronomy enthusiasts, the 3 moons of Jupiter were indeed destroyed. After the news came out, the whole world was in an uproar. Do people really have such abilities? In an instant, Uzumaki Mizuki was given faith by many people and treated directly as a god. The spell chanted when liberating the deviation sword is regarded as a symbol of God. The style of the weapon, the deviation sword, immediately began to be sold in figure stores, and the sales volume was excellent. Wang, leaders of various countries in the world are contacting me, hoping to have an interview with you. The day after the destruction of Jupiter's 3 guards, Aaron Rice Tower came to report on it. I'm not interested. In a few days, someone from me will come over, and I'll meet them then. Let's destroy the hidden world and see if those demon gods can really destroy the world. Uzumaki Mizuki said. With the clone of World Tree, it is almost equivalent to creating a safe area in the system. The Majin comes in this place. Uzumaki Mizuki is not in vain. But specifically, one needs to personally experience the opponent's strength before making a judgment. Yes. Yarais towered excitedly. After answering, he immediately disappeared in front of Uzumaki Mizuki, and began to prepare to destroy the hidden world. At the same time, Uzumaki Mizuki is helping Misaka Mikoto strengthen her body so that she can adapt to the 2 powers of chakra and spiritual power. Through the power of the World Tree, it took about a day to upgrade Misaka Mikoto's body to a secondary 6 paths body about the same level as Naruto Sasuke. It is still far from Kagayaji's, but it is basically the top body in the ninja world. Then, take out a Zenpakuto of lightning attribute and give it to Misaka Mikoto to use. Under Uzumaki Mizuki's guidance, she began experimenting with Shikai. The relationship between the two had undergone a qualitative change yesterday. However, Misaka Mikoto is still young, not yet 16 years old, and Uzumaki Mizuki is not easy to start with. Guide Misaka Mikoto to become stronger first, and then do other things slowly. The few of you, in this city, are responsible for teaching chakra and the practice of spiritual power, and absorb all the knowledge you can absorb by the way. A rice tower has prepared a lot of things over the years, and it will be of great help to you if you can learn it. At the same time, Uzumaki and Mizuki let the 3 of Orochimaru begin to instruct the people here in Academy City to practice. At the same time, there are many excellent scientists in this city. After they learn it, they can completely expand it virally, and at the same time, they may be able to figure out more things. In the 3 worlds, the research ability area here in Academy City, both Shinigami and Ninja worlds do not have systematic science, and they all rely on the top leaders to figure it out. It is completely incomparable with this kind of sophisticated pyramid research. It is difficult for one person's research to compare with that of a collective. Unless it is the kind that needs inspiration, otherwise, trial and error is the easiest way, and manpower is also the most consumed in trial and error. Yes. Orochimaru they naturally have no opinion. I dare not have an opinion. At the same time, absorbing the technology of Academy City is also of great help to them. In fact, they have also learned a lot, but they have not yet fully mastered the technology of Academy City. In just a few days, many outsiders flooded into Academy City. Many radicals are planning to use suicide attacks, wanting to prove that they are not afraid of death, so don't try to conquer them. Both the discipline committee and the security guards are busy. In the end there were still casualties. However, Uzumaki Mizuki would send a clone out every night, using time regression to easily revive the dead and wounded for treatment. Those who attacked would naturally not revive them. This matter was not hidden, and it was exposed soon, which further aroused those religious fanatics, thinking that Uzumaki Mizuki is the god who came to save the world. At the same time, those attackers were dejected one by one. One's own life has no value at all. To die is to die in vain. Who would want to do something like this? At the same time, Uzumaki Mizuki did the resurrection, which made these people feel fear. This is the domain of God. They dare not continue to provoke. After a few days, the cooling time of the portal is up. Uzumaki Mizuki directly sent a clone back, and arranged for the 2 worlds of Ninja World and Shinigami to send people to be responsible for communication. The person in charge of Ninja World is still Nagato. On Shinigami's side, it was Ishida Ryasaki who came over. Ishida Longxian is now in the world, so he can be said to be the second in command. It is mainly responsible for guiding people in the world to practice such things, which is equivalent to the Whampoa Military Academy. And this time, I came here to be in charge of communication, not to divide the territory. Naturally, the leader in this world is not interested in coming here. King. After those people passed through the crossing gate, they saw Uzumaki Mizuki standing outside the crossing gate, half kneeling on the ground respectfully. Dozens of people have come to the ninja world, and there are many in this world. On the side of Ninja World 677, Sasuke, Nara Shikamaru and other young generations also came. Naturally, Naruto was not sent here, and the others were basically newly trained subordinates of his cheap father. On the human side, Su sent a Grimjo, and on the Shinigami side, Byakuya Kukaki brought Abarai Renji, and most of them were human beings in this world. This time is considered an exchange. The world has not been completely conquered, and it will take a year. The specific affairs will be handled by Nagato and assisted by Ishida Tatsuzuru. It's okay to show your strength occasionally, but don't leave this city, it's still a little unsafe. Uzumaki Mizuki asked here. At the same time, divide the work arrangements. Naturally, he trusted Nagato and entrusted him with the main tasks. The real world has only stabilized not long ago, and Nagato has always been in charge. Ishida Longxian is closer to the principal than the ruler, so naturally he will not be assigned to do this kind of work. But after all, there are 2 worlds, and the 3rd officer is just right. Others, Uzumaki Mizuki doesn't think so much. Yes. Everyone responded quickly. Also surprised by Uzumaki Mizuki said that there is still danger in this world. This made them somewhat nervous, but more excited. On the Urshiza side, they are ready to show their strengths, so go back and take a good breath of Naruto. He has been unable to come out, but he came out to see other worlds first. But he didn't think about the danger at all. After the ninja world and people from the world came, things went much smoother. After all, the vast majority of people in this world basically have a consciousness that Uzumaki Mizuki is invincible. Unless you want the whole country to be destroyed. After seeing the live broadcast of the destruction of Jupiter's 3 guards, everyone dare not have any opinions. However, after the Uruk Empire takes over, how will they treat them, and at the same time want to retain their own political power, and communicate and so on? All are negotiable. After receiving an affirmative answer, these countries have the determination to surrender. If after being taken over, they live a life that is worse than death, then there may be many countries that will choose to fight to the death. But these things are handled by Nagato. After trying it once in this world, I am much more proficient this time. Discuss with people from various big countries in Academy City. The Asia Rise Tower is doing its best to destroy the hidden world, modifying the rules and destroying the hidden world through the artificial heaven. But it is not immediately successful, it will take a day or 2. King Sasuke half kneeled in front of Uzumaki Mizuki, alongside Grimjo, too. On the side of Ishida Ryuxian, he is cooperating with Nagato to testify, saying that the present world is not controlled by people from another world, but has autonomy. Is it a question of strength? Get up. Uzumaki Mizuki said. Misaka Mikoto, there's not much he can do either. And Misaka Mikoto doesn't want to rely too much on him, and is still training to use Shikai. Uzumaki Mizuki, who was waiting for the progress of Rice Tower, could only return to his relaxing game world. At home, playing games. Yes, King. I feel that my strength has improved relatively slowly, although there are 2 kinds of power brought from another world, the spiritual power of Quincy and Shinigami. However, I feel that learning only increases the richness of my strength, and does not improve my strength very much. Sasuke, after being beaten a few times, was convinced by Uzumaki Mizuki. After watching Uzumaki and Mizuki's status rising step by step, he no longer had any thoughts of surpassing him. He changed the target to a grown Naruto, and the target was much easier. However, his strength has still entered a period of stagnation, far from growing as fast as in previous years. Before, your strength was more strengthened through blood. If you go further, there are only 2 ways. One is to let the energy in your body continue to expand exponentially, and the second is to obtain powerful weapons, that is, from the perspective of external force. In terms of energy, for chakra, you can only rely on yourself to strengthen it, or you can practice sage mode and integrate other energies. You can go to Orochimaru for this, and he should be able to help you. For weapons, look for Shinigami's Urahara Kisuk. He is good at this, and he said it was my order. Uzumaki Mizuki said. The faster way is to get 10 tails and put them in his body. Then his strength can jump to the level of Kagayaji's full power. But Uzumaki Mizuki didn't intend to get that thing for him. After all, he wasn't his brother. He still has no objections to exchanging resources among his subordinates. Yes, thank the king. Sasuke nodded quickly, and thanked him. Then, he was going to go to Orochimaru first. Orochimaru has a good relationship with the Uchiha clan now, so he wants to find Orochimaru even more. It's the same for you. If you want to become stronger, you can find Eisen or Urahara Kisuk, or you can find Orochimaru, but your body may change. Uzumaki Mizuki to Grimjo. Grimjo's strength has not been raised to the pinnacle of the Shinigami world. You only need to continue to increase Ryutsu, and you can quickly improve your strength. Grimjo also bowed quickly, but after going out, his expression changed. After thinking for a long time, I chose to go to Urahara Kisuk. Looking for Eisen, he is really scared. Then, Uzumaki Mizuki snapped his fingers in the world, and the whole person changed positions directly and appeared on the roof of a building. Snapping his fingers is to reduce his ability to make wishes come true. In this place, as long as he wants to get something, he can make it. It is completely equivalent to the creation god. In order not to cause trouble by thinking about it, I chose to snap my fingers as the starting method. It's been 2 days, what's the matter? Uzumaki Mizuki asked Accelerator. He originally thought that this guy wanted revenge, so he was ready to feed him to the world tree as nourishment. Unexpectedly, I have been waiting outside, but did not do anything. Uzumaki Mizuki has no interest in waiting any longer, and in another day, he will be ready to deal with the demon god. So, come out and solve this matter first. Can you tell me how to become LV6? Accelerator looked into Uzumaki Mizuki's eyes without much hatred. After hesitating for a moment, he still asked. He wants to become stronger. Seeing what Uzumaki Mizuki could do, destroying a satellite half the size of the Earth, he knew he couldn't beat him. However, he has recently adopted the last work, and he is not ready to work anymore. He was no longer interested in Kiera, but becoming LV6 was still something he wanted to do. In the end, I found that the only way to get the answer is to find Uzumaki Mizuki. Your ability is very strong, and all known substances can reflect it. It takes a little longer, just wait for several worlds to communicate and start to teach each other various powers. After learning other powers, your strength should be greatly improved. The second is to make your physical fitness stronger. Now your physical fitness, which is not much better than ordinary people, can be exerted to this level. If, good Lee's, body can hold 10,000 tons, the strength and the power exerted should be able to reach the level of LV6. At that time, there is no need to reflect the opponent's attack, just strengthening the vector released by oneself is enough to kill the opponent. Uzumaki Mizuki did not hide either, because now nominally, Fang Accelerator is also his subject. Academy City is already part of the Uruk Empire. As long as the other party doesn't come to stab him in the back, it doesn't matter if he talks about this kind of thing. Can you teach me new powers? Accelerator asked with a little difficulty. I'll take you to a guy named Orochimaru who can help you. Uzumaki Mizuki has no interest in doing it. After speaking to Accelerator, he snapped his fingers and sent him to Orochimaru's laboratory. Then Accelerator happened to run into Suzuki, who came over. In half an hour, the artificial heaven will destroy the original rules, and the hidden world will be exposed, and the demon gods will also lose their hiding places. Asia Rice Tower reports on Mizuki Uzumaki. These days, he has been busy with this matter and ignored other things. However, I also cleaned it up, by the way, the disobedient guy in Academy City. It is mainly the members of the governing council, who were recruited by a Rice Tower to control Academy City in the past. At the same time, many of these people came from other countries. After all, without their own people here, none of them would dare to invest in this city with confidence. In the past, on the surface, a Rice Tower basically didn't intervene in the affairs of Academy City, which were all handled by these directors. But now, everything is empty. Except for a few obedient ones, all others were cleaned up. Well, I'm also ready to sleep anytime, Uzumaki Mizuki said. He has already prepared the possibility of destroying the world after the demon god appears. So in advance, let the clone of the world tree reproduce the environment of the world. The worst possibility is that the entire planet will be destroyed except Academy City. When the time comes to defeat the demon gods, 197 may not be able to resurrect everyone, it may just restore the planet. Then, I will proceed to the final steps. Wang Yerai's Tower nodded affirmatively. He has been waiting for this day for a long time. Then, in front of the computer, he quickly tapped the transparent on-screen keyboard. On Uzumaki Mizuki's side, 10 clones were separated in advance, scattered all over the world, ready to fight. People outside the world are still paying attention to what will happen after joining the Uruk Empire. There are also a large number of people who oppose it, and they are marching and demonstrating, but basically it is useless. Nagato and the others are busy negotiating with people sent from various countries every day, but few people know that the world will experience something like this next. On the side of the magic camp, the Pope, as a representative, brought a few people from the right seat of God to come to visit. They also wanted to protect their own interests and get more, even the power to preach to the other world. 1 minute countdown. A Rice Tower reports the time. Uzumaki Mizuki is fully focused, ready to deal with possible enemies. CFBH 10,9,8.7, 3.2.1. It worked. Yerai's Tower kept saying. The tone was a little excited. When he turned around after speaking, he found that Uzumaki Mizuki had disappeared. This made him a little anxious, because he also wanted to participate. However, everyone was gone, and he couldn't find it even if he tried to find it. After all, he didn't dare to do anything with Uzumaki Mizuki. It's a strong breath, but it only lasted for a moment, and it was put away immediately. It seems that it doesn't want to destroy this world. Uzumaki Mizuki appeared outside the atmosphere. He felt a strong breath just now, but it disappeared soon. After chasing it, I didn't find it. The other party seems to be deliberately staying away from this planet. However, Uzumaki Mizuki has no interest in letting these guys run around. Directly open the channel of the king's treasure house and directly absorb the power of the sacred tree. On the planet, he didn't dare to show too much strength. After all, his breath alone was enough to kill a large number of ordinary people. Uzumaki Mizuki is no longer human. Spatial backtracking. After strengthening the strength, Uzumaki Mizuki began to sort out the traces of the surrounding space. The opponent can leave quickly, it is definitely not moving directly, but breaking through the space to act. For Uzumaki Mizuki, as long as the space is broken, and the time is not long, the traces will definitely be found. It took less than a minute for Uzumaki and Mizuki to catch a trail. Without hesitation, following the space information left behind, he directly opened the door of space and chased after him. After about 10 seconds, come out from the space channel. Uzumaki Mizuki looked at a monk in a purple cassock, with a dry face, like a mummy, holding a golden sword as a crutch in his hand. Your strength is weaker than imagined. Uzumaki Mizuki saw this guy and said directly. In terms of breath, it is not at the same level at all. Are you, the newly promoted demon god? The monk was looking at Uzumaki Mizuki, a little puzzled. To be able to catch up with the current self, the strength is definitely close to or even break through the limits of this world. Before the hidden world was about to be destroyed, everyone had already studied how to limit their strength and deceive the world. It was researched by the demon god Nephthys, the demon god of Egyptian mythology, who suppressed the so-called infinite power to infinity, and used superficial power to deceive the world. That's the situation he's in now, but just after leaving the hidden world, I still have some doubts about it, so I chose to stay away from the planet and see the situation first. I am Uzumaki Mizuki, the king from the other world Uruk Empire. The purpose of my coming this time is to get rid of you demon gods. Uzumaki and Mizuki didn't mean to hide it either. When you fight, you will always know. Now he felt that the breath of the demon god in front of him was too weak, and he didn't know if it was a clone. So instead of doing it right away and blowing up the opponent, he chose to communicate to see if he could be fooled by his body. Other world. Impossible, I have explored all of this world. How could there be an other world? Monk was a little shocked. It is obviously unimaginable for things beyond his understanding. After all, right after he became a demon god, he tried to search for a place where he could live. But in the end, he had no choice but to blend into the hidden world. There is no need to explain. I'm going to take over the world, so you're blocking me. Surrender or die, there are only two choices. While Uzumaki Mizuki was talking, he took out the sword of vowed victory from the open passage of the king's treasure house. The distant utopia had already been pressed out by him, and it could be activated at any time. You can't kill me. If you can kill me, I will be very happy. But what Sangjang said made Uzumaki Mizuki stunned for a moment. It seems that I want to let you know that the world you see is just a drop in the ocean. Uzumaki Mizuki put back the sword of oath of victory, and drew the sword of deviation. But he felt that the other party didn't seem to have much resistance in his heart. Do you really care about yourself? This weapon. Unable to parse. Are you really from the other world? Sangjang was startled when he saw the deviant sword. Because of this weapon, he was unable to analyze it. He was able to see through part of the weapon just now, but he couldn't see through this one. This is very surprising. Although he can't use the ability of the demon god's phase now, but watching the essence can still be done. Look, don't go in. In this way, there will be no backlash from the world. But with this weapon, you can't see the house. Also, behind the golden halo, there was something that made him feel pressured. I will use your avatar to find your main body. If you don't want to lose this avatar, let the main body come over directly. Uzumaki Mizuki's breath is rising rapidly. He is invoking the power of the world tree to strengthen himself. It is not usually used. Basically it is enough to use a body slightly larger than the Six Paths body. Except for guys who encounter such troubles, relying on their own magic power is not enough. They can only use the power of the sacred tree. Just like what Eisen is after, at the end of the day, the competition is the riot size. After finishing speaking, thousands of golden halos spread behind him. A large number of skylocks pierced directly from it, attacking Sangjang. But Sangjang didn't resist, and let the chains of the sky bind him. I'm not a clone. I just folded my body thousands of times to deceive the world. In essence, I'm still the body. You have aroused my interest. It seems that there is really an other world. Maybe it can become the habitat of Gremlin. Monk was looking at Uzumaki Mizuki's eyes gradually lit up. But what greeted him was a dark red beam of destruction. It pierced through his head in an instant, and where the light beam passed, the space was also torn apart. However, the world is repairing quickly, and in less than 15 seconds, it will be restored to its original state. At the same time, Sangjang's head was restored to its original state. It's such an unexpected power. It already has the ability to threaten the demon god. It seems that wanting to subdue you is not an easy task. The monk was right here, and said with some excitement. At the same time, the voice fell, and some stars floating around quickly approached, formed a huge lava titan, and then the titan, waving its fists towards Uzumaki Mizuki. The speed of formation is less than 5 seconds. That fist is comparable to the size of a building tens of meters high. Even if it is a tank, it is estimated that it will be beaten into a discus under this punch. However, while getting close to Uzumaki Mizuki, he was crushed by Shinra Tenjin released by Rinnegan who appeared behind Uzumaki Mizuki. Is that all? Can't use the power brought by the demon god, is there only this level of attack? Uzumaki Mizuki asked calmly. He didn't feel the limitations of the world on him. The level of attack just now is not as good as the ultimate Susanoo. It has no effect on him? This bored Uzumaki Mizuki, who was ready to take the fight seriously. Devil god, immortal. If you can use the power of the phase, you will die immediately. The tone of Sangjang's side, from autism at the beginning, became arrogant in an instant. Although he was still bound by the skylock, he wasn't worried at all. Just now he was just probing. Could it be that if you find such a toy, you must have a good time? At the same time, let's witness what kind of experience the king of the other world possesses. Then you can use your hidden strength slowly in hell after you die. Uzumaki Mizuki has no intention of delaying. He originally thought that he would face more than 5 demon gods at a time, but he only caught one. However, it was much simpler than he expected. Now I feel that these demon gods are not like administrators, but more like viruses. A virus rejected by this world. When a virus appears, the world freezes, that is, the system crashes. As soon as the words are finished, hundreds of branches protruded from the king's treasury, the body of the world tree itself. This is impossible. How do you have the power of phase in this world, and why doesn't the world exclude you? Seeing the branches of the world tree, the monk was shocked. From above, he felt a familiar atmosphere. Inside he knew that this was the power of phase in this world, and he hadn't used this ability for a long time. In the hidden world, everyone has it, so basically they don't use it. But now, why does this outsider have such power? Asking for flowers. He clearly felt that what the other party used was not magic, but other history. Clang. Seng Zhang did not continue to sit still. The golden sword in his hand cut off the skylock on his body. Control the soil on the surrounding meteorites again to build a larger soil titan. First form the palm, block in front of him, block those branches, and then quickly form the body. Not far away was a slightly larger planet, and a large amount of soil was extracted from it, making that planet directly smaller. In the end, Seng Zhang made a clay titan with a height of tens of thousands of meters. And he stood on the shoulders of this dirt titan, looking down at Uzumaki Mizuki covered in a golden halo behind him in the distance. Titan's arm was destroyed in an instant, unable to withstand the branches of the divine tree at all. But this soil titan can be regenerated, and finally interfered with the approach of the branches of the sacred tree. I'm still scared. This should be the limit. Don't you want to use the ability of the demon god? Uzumaki Mizuki asked. It's enough to deal with you. Monk replied without hesitation. Then, controlling the other arm of the titan, he attacked Uzumaki Mizuki. You seem to have typed in the wrong place. But as the other arm of the titan waved out. But Uzumaki Mizuki's voice came from behind Seng Zhang. Kyoka Suijutsu. Uzumaki Mizuki completed hypnosis just now, but Seng Zhang didn't see it at all. Because all he knows is magic knowledge, but he has no defense against this kind of weapon with special rules from other world. The remnant fire Tadeo North, the world is ashes. Don't give Monk positive chance to move. Directly use Bankai's remnant fire sword to slash him, splitting his body in two instantly. At the same time, the high temperature directly burned his body made of mud. Snapped. It's not over yet. Uzumaki Mizuki clapped his hands together. A barrier with a side length of 1 kilometer was formed directly. After Seng Zhang's body recovered, he was directly transferred to the space inside the world tree. It's over. Uzumaki Mizuki smiled at Seng Zhang. About 10 minutes later, Uzumaki Mizuki ended the fight. In the space of world tree, I felt the possibility of life-threatening. Seng Zhang did not hesitate, and chose to use the power of the demon phase. In the space of the world tree, it can indeed be used. However, Uzumaki Mizuki has higher authority. A direct wave of titles restricts all his authority. In the world tree space, he is the only true god. You can do whatever you want. Finally, the monk is turned into the nourishment of the world tree. Careless, this monk. Uzumaki Mizuki also felt the threat brought by the aspect. It can still pose a threat to his life, but if he is prepared, there is still no big problem. But if several join forces, it will be a little troublesome. But now, there is one less threat, and those under 073 are left, one by one. When I returned to the Yerais Tower, the Yerais Tower was in a hurry. Take one away, and the rest need to be tracked down, and it may take years for them to hide. Uzumaki Mizuki said. He didn't have time to analyze them one by one. As long as the range covered by the World Tree Avatar can cover the entire planet, it will be a matter of a moment. But it would be better to be able to find these guys in advance. Very good. When I was destroying the hidden world, I had done some magic detection. However, before the opponent reveals his aura, it is also difficult for me to capture the opponent's position. Now I am analyzing the human beings in this world through the largest supercomputer in Academy City, looking for the figures of demon gods. However, I think they may all come to Academy City in the end, because this is a completely different place, destroying the existence of the magic camp and destroying the hidden world they live in, so they will definitely come king? On the Yerais Tower side, it was rare to start a long-winded speech. He expressed his analysis. However, the demon god is still a demon god after all, and he cannot be found casually. These demon gods may not be much stronger than you in their own strength, and they seem to have taken advantage of the rules of this world. Or they have obtained the authority to seize the rules of the world, so they can't be killed, but in essence, their strength will not compete with you. Uzumaki Mizuki nodded. Then he spoke. The Seng Zhang who killed him felt that in terms of real strength, he was no better than the old guy Yamamoto Moten Yanagi Shijikuni. However, the other party has mastered the so-called demon god phase authority. Being able to change the rules is the strongest point of the demon god. It is precisely because they abuse the rule aspect that I want to deal with them. Keeping the world stable is my dream, Wang. Yerais Tower did not hide anything, and directly expressed her desire. Unless it endangers the world, I will not choose to modify the rules to affect the world. Uzumaki Mizuki also followed suit. The two worlds in charge are also mainly for points. Secondly, I want to see a wider world, and at the same time, please forgive my fate as a pawn. He doesn't use the system very much now, but he will still use it if he can get benefits. Thank you very much, King. Yerais Tower bowed slightly. After being absorbed by the sacred tree, he couldn't fight against Mizuki. Although there are countless possibilities, if a body is infected like this, it will expand like a virus and be modified from the source. However, he also learned about the development of other worlds, and found that the changes in the world are more like the current world. It's just that after being taken over by the Uruk Empire, all the power was concentrated and used for development. When technology reaches its limit, most of the contradictions can be reconciled, not to mention the people of a country. Look for the demon gods. If you find them, get rid of them as soon as possible, Uzumaki Mizuki said. After finishing speaking, a shadow clone was left behind, and the main body went back directly. The shadow clones all over the world have not been lifted, let them be on guard. If the world suddenly collapses, he will not be caught off guard. The next day, the swirling water yawned. Not really, but Uzumaki Mizuki forced his body to sleep and felt human life. After waking up, I looked at my phone and replied to Misaka Mikoto's message. It is scheduled to be held at the Daha Star Festival in a few days. After shopping together, we are going to make some breakfast. Okay. But Uzumaki Mizuki saw that Suzuki and Accelerator were fighting. However, the two also had a sense of propriety, knowing that fighting in Academy City would not be good, so they chose the sea instead. He directly took a steamed bun and served it with fried chicken, and Uzumaki Mizuki teleported directly to the vicinity of the battlefield between the two, preparing it for morning entertainment. The mighty fire is extinguished. Suzuki formed a mudra with one hand and easily released a huge fireball. Almost directly covering the area of nearly 300 meters in front of him, he pushed toward Accelerator. Clatter. Accelerator stomped on it with his foot. The sea water on the surface of the sea was instantly reassured by him, forming dozens of waterspouts, blocking him. The scorching water vapor almost blocked the figures of the two of them, but Suzuki's eyes will not be hindered by such a simple thing. He directly threw the Kusanagi sword in his hand towards the back. A powerful electric arc was attached to the Kusanagi sword, and the speed was extremely fast, exceeding the speed of sound. But after passing close to one side, the speed quickly stagnated until it came to a complete stop. He can easily reflect this kind of attack directly from kinetic energy, and the same goes for the flame just now. It's just to create steam that cuts off the line of sight, so that's why it's done. He didn't flick the weapon to 3.9, but prepared to stay and fire it as a bullet at that time. At the same time, the two pairs of jet black wings behind him, which were completely rotated by kinetic energy, directly attacked Suzuki. Heavenly power. But Suzuki appeared directly at the position where the Kusanagi sword was just now. Accelerator was caught off guard, and was directly punched in the abdomen by Suzuki, who was carrying Chidori and was sent flying. It's really exciting. Uzumaki Mizuki looked and nodded. Both of them have rich combat experience, but for Suzuki, there are many people who give him advice. Everyone expects him to become the strongest Uchiha. Bloodline is still very blind to people in the ninja world. I think Suzuki's bloodline is the most noble, and he is likely to become the strongest. Therefore, in terms of combat experience, he will not be inferior to Accelerator, who has gone through tens of thousands of battle tests. The battle didn't break out in an instant. Suzuki also learned about Accelerator's ability, and knew that it was not easy to crush the opponent with strength alone. It still takes skill to pick it up. And this time, it wasn't a life and death contest, it was just an engagement between the two sides. But he doesn't want to lose. So does Accelerator. The two are not people who are willing to bow their heads and admit defeat, and both want to win a victory. Not to mention that the two come from different worlds, have different worldviews, and have a speechless desire to work hard for their own planet. Absolutely can't just lose to the opponent. Based on this kind of heart, both of them fought very fiercely. For a while, there were already satellites of great powers, and they noticed the battle between the two. It's just that no one has found Uzumaki Mizuki who deliberately hides his existence, except for the existence of the same level, or some special abilities. Otherwise, it is basically impossible to find the location of Uzumaki Mizuki. Flame control. Suzuki found that the opponent could not immediately reflect his own Amaterasu's attack 25. So he didn't hesitate to use this ability to launch an attack. A flame with a completely different structure. Is this the trouble caused by Otherworld? One side, Accelerator, removed the flames on his feet. But he also suffered severe burns on his feet. The power of this flame is good, but the temperature is not too high, and the characteristic is just that it does not fire. And after it was lifted, Accelerator quickly figured out its nature and was able to reflect it away. Illusion Rinnegan. In the end, Suzuki had to use his last whole card. In terms of illusion, he is much stronger than in the plot. After all, there is a big brother guiding him, and his father is also very strong. The basics are well laid. Now using illusion, plus Rinnegan's strengthening, you can use illusion to attack the opponent without looking directly at the eyes. Accelerator instantly felt something was wrong. Facing such a powerful opponent, he didn't dare to have any hesitation, and chose to reflect everything. Also stop after 1 second. Reflecting everything is a very dangerous action. Maybe he can't control his body, but this time, it appears to have worked. Break free from the illusion. Seeing the first scene in front of him, an electric arc struck towards him, like a controlled steel cable, trying to restrain him. At the moment of approaching him, it was reflected. Illusion doesn't work either. Suzuki was a little discouraged. If the opponent keeps doing this, I have no chance of winning at all. This ability is too strong. It has a very special feeling of blood inheritance limit, but it still seems to be somewhat limited. Now there is only one way, and we can only use absolute power to break the opponent's ability, so that we can win. Suzuki is also very decisive here. After entangled for a while, I found that the opponent's ability is indeed invincible, but this invincibility is definitely limited. Otherwise, it is impossible for the opponent to go to Orochimaru to look for opportunities to become stronger. As for Accelerator, he also felt that the other party's aura had changed. He didn't dare to be careless. Susanoo. Sasuke directly turned on the ultimate body. The purple Susanoo Titan rose directly into the sky, floating in midair. Zi. Then, Sasuke goes directly to Sage mode. The powerful celestial chakra explodes. Susanoo enters 6 paths mode, originally just a titan that looks like armor, and is worn by a human formed by lightning. From all over the world, people who are watching here through satellites are all shocked from ear to ear. What the hell is this? They all have such questions in their heads. Fang Accelerator also shrank his pupils, obviously shocked by this thing. Ha ha ha, interesting, this is called a battle. Accelerator roared angrily. Laugh out loud. At the same time, a pair of black wings on the back rapidly inflated and became huge. Accelerator's forehead bulged with veins, as if he had exhausted all his strength. With both hands, Susanoo held a spear made of thunder and prepared to throw it. Sasuke didn't bully anyone here, and gave the opponent a chance to prepare. At the same time, he himself injected a lot of magic chakra into the thunder in his hand. But at this time, all the images that were watching the satellite live broadcast suddenly went black. It directly lost its influence, which made those who were watching very angry. At the same time on the sea, a slightly strange-looking figure appeared. Caught it. Uzumaki Mizuki had a smile on his face. At the same time, throw the unfinished burger in your hand directly into the sea to feed the fish. When I came to watch the play, I just thought about watching the battle between the two, whether I could catch a demon god. After all, when these two fight, the movement will definitely not be small. Looks like it worked now. This person suddenly appeared, and Uzumaki Mizuki also felt it when he was within 100 kilometers of him, but he never did it in advance, but to confirm the identity of the other party. With such power to hide one's own aura, one's strength is definitely not weak. Clatter. With a snap of his fingers, Uzumaki Mizuki directly put Sasuke and Accelerator into a coma. The pair of huge wings made entirely of kinetic energy, and Susanoo, dissipated in an instant, and then the two disappeared directly in place, returning to Academy City. At the same time, that person also turned his head and looked towards Uzumaki Mizuki. Humanity, you got my attention. 503. Magical Mizuki looked at Uzumaki Mizuki and said, he has a bad temper? For humans, he is treated as food. You don't have a chance to say anything. Uzumaki Mizuki saw the contempt in the opponent's eyes, so he also said very calmly. Then it reappeared, already at Chimera's side. Kairami was about to resist, but when he felt something was wrong, he had already been pulled down into the world tree space by Uzumaki Mizuki. Same result as Sengzheng? Uzumaki Mizuki fed him to the world tree as nourishment. It took less than 20 minutes before and after, and it didn't take any calendar at all. Can't use the power of the demon phase, they are weak chickens in front of Uzumaki Mizuki. People like Yerai's Tower, who are infinitely close to the demon god, have a certain ability to kill the demon god. This is the gap between these guys and Uzumaki Mizuki. However, it feels too simple, so I won't meet more troublesome guys. After Uzumaki Mizuki returned to Academy City, he was a little puzzled. On Kamijutuma's side, he really didn't see anything. Uzumaki Mizuki thought, to solve the last trouble, it would be okay to feed him directly to World Tree to solve the trouble. But there is a good chance that it will cause new troubles. In the end, he decided to do it after the demon god was dealt with. After Sasuke and Accelerator woke up, they also knew what was going on. Both were silent. Especially Sasuke, he knows that Uzumaki Mizuki is the same age as himself. But the difference between the two now, not to mention the world difference, simply does not exist in the same world at all. Got hit. Nor did he have the will to compete with Accelerator. The same goes for Accelerator here. The first time he lost to Uzumaki Mizuki, he was actually a little unconvinced. But after seeing that Uzumaki Mizuki killed Jupiter's second guard, he was still very shocked and gave up the idea of continuing to find Uzumaki Mizuki for a duel. However, he believes that Uzumaki Mizuki is only at the LV6 level. As long as his strength reaches LV6, he may have a chance to surpass the opponent. The first time he lost, he felt that his strength had not been brought into play. But this time, it was really the heyday, but I don't know how to feint. This made him a little puzzled. So, like Sasuke, he completely gave up the idea of being an enemy with this godlike man. It's better to honestly reach LV6 first, see how far away you are from God, and then think about other things. On the Yerai's Tower side, after learning that Uzumaki Mizuki had killed another demon god, he worked hard. Every day, he is almost engrossed in finding the demon god. Killed 4 demon gods, zombies, Tezcatlipoca, Nuda, and Proserpina one after another. These guys were locked up immediately after they came to Academy City. Uzumaki Mizuki didn't have many BBS in the past, so he transferred them to the space of the world tree when he came up, and then disassembled them. After all, in the eyes of these demon gods, even demon gods of the same level cannot kill them instantly. For someone like Uzumaki Mizuki who has never met before, how can there be fear in his heart? Allowing the opponent to attack, with the attitude of looking at the current strength of the world, he went straight to the trap. Then burp. Very easy. But in the next few days, no new demon god was found. And the Daha Star Festival has also begun, and the biggest party in Academy City has not stopped. The power of these demon gods has not absorbed the pressure of the Spirit King at all. Is the world tree too strong now? However, after absorbing these demon gods, I feel that I don't have much more abilities, and I don't get much strengthening. Uzumaki Mizuki is on the side of the road, waiting for Misaka Mikoto. I promised to go shopping together today. However, Misaka Mikoto was still some distance away, and she didn't use her ability to rush over quickly, but approached slowly with the posture of an ordinary person. Uzumaki Mizuki could sense her position and knew that she needed some time, so he was thinking here. Now he feels that he can no longer be called a human being, but he still wants to enjoy human life, which is a manifestation of desire. Recently, the world is still a little bit turbulent, and some people still don't agree, but they can't do much, so it caused a turmoil. Academy City has sent the latest technological robots to deal with these things, reducing some unnecessary casualties. The demon gods are more like a bug in the system, but they are not real gods. They are more like the reason for the system crash caused by the modification time in the previous life. These demon gods can't create life, but can only reverse time and resurrect it, and they can't repair it 100%. This is the most fundamental gap, and it's not even as good as the Otsutsuki family. Uzumaki Mizuki confirmed this. No matter which world it is, if you wantonly reverse the flow of time, it will cause the world to collapse. Uzumaki Mizuki's countercurrent time is usually specific to a certain person. These demon gods seem to have mastered the bug and caused the world to collapse. Their so-called power alone is not enough to be an enemy. But without thinking too much, Misaka Mikoto came. Then, the two started to stroll in the street, taking photos of couples, drinking milk tea together, and playing around. It's strange that no one seems to notice you, Misaka Mikoto asked curiously. Because it was discovered that the eyes of the pedestrians on the road were not on the two of them. This made her a little curious, because she knew that Uzumaki Mizuki had a global live broadcast, and now everyone close to him should know Uzumaki Mizuki's face. And even if it was her, she was quite well known in Academy City, and many people knew her, but today, she hadn't met anyone who had been paying attention to her all the time. I changed the visual perception of people around us. They will deliberately ignore us unless we take the initiative to speak. And when you open your mouth, what you see is only the image of ordinary people. That's what those shop assistants see. Uzumaki Mizuki explained. At the same time, I sigh, Misaka Mikoto is still a little younger, counting as only the third year of junior high school. However, I heard that her mother will come over in a few days, and when she sees her mother-in-law, shouldn't she be more polite? And in order to protect the safety of the mother-in-law, he also made special arrangements in advance to ensure safety. The Misaka sisters also provided financial assistance through Asia Rice Tower, so that they can live a good life, and at the same time, they are willing to return to Academy City. However, with so many clones gathered together, it is estimated that their lives will be very bad. They all collectively decided that they had no intention of coming back, and they seemed to be happier living outside. #I see. Misaka Mikoto was a little surprised, but it felt normal. Because she feels that Uzumaki Mizuki is a god, isn't it normal for a god to have such power? It feels like that person doesn't seem to be an adult yet. Suzuki stood on the roof, observing Uzumaki Mizuki and Misaka Mikoto very seriously. At this moment of eating melons, he felt particularly excited. Those women in Ino still put their minds on the king. It seems that they can only dream. He has been driving the Rinnegan to scan the crowd, otherwise, there is really no way to notice Wang's existence. Deserved. But, does the king prefer younger ones? Suzuki was a little puzzled. He was on patrol today, and Daba Zingji mixed in with many people who wanted to make trouble. In addition to Academy City's own forces, he, as a representative of the ninja world, also needs to help. And in a few days, representatives of several sects will come to meet Uzumaki Mizuki, hoping to get a future official recognition. Let them continue to preach. No, run. Suzuki stared blankly, saw Uzumaki and Mizuki glanced at him. He was shocked. Recalling the humiliation of being pushed to the ground and beaten when he was a child, he ran away in such a useless manner without looking back. What's the matter? Misaka Mikoto wondered. It's nothing, let the subordinates who don't work hard be more honest. Uzumaki Mizuki said. He was going to give Suzuki extra meals, increase his training volume, and make him suffer. The destruction of the hidden world this time seems to be premeditated. There are already a few demon gods who have completely lost contact, and can't even catch information. When Uzumaki Mizuki and others hunted down the demon god, the demon gods finally realized that something was wrong. In this world, after walking for a while, I found that the hottest topic is actually a king from other world. And they also saw it, because of the video of the opponent breaking Jupiter's defender. They felt a little surprised. After all, they couldn't do it with their own strength, unless they used the power of the demon god. But using the power of the demon god will collapse this world and turn everything into nothingness. Some of them don't want to use this power. After all, demon gods are not so-called real gods, but also have emotions and desires. If it was a world of nothingness, they would also go crazy. This is the feedback from the 7 emotions and 6 desires. So let them have to limit themselves to use the power of the demon phase, unable to play to their strongest strength. Should have been locked up somewhere. Killing the demon god should not be something they can do. But there are actually only 2 demon gods gathered. 700. Nephthys and Empress. They have always stayed together, but after coming to this world, they chose to observe separately, and only recently got together. Is there another place like this? It seems that those people are gathered in the city called Academy City. Nephthys said. Although there have been speculations, they are not too defensive. Because they don't think they will die, at most they will be sealed, at worst they will sleep for hundreds of years, which has no effect on them at all. so the mood of the two of them is still very relaxed. Want to try it? With preparation, you shouldn't be as stupid as others and be sealed directly. Even if you are sealed, you can still mock other people. The Empress is a little excited here. After becoming a demon god, I seldom have such a feeling. In the past, at most, I would quarrel with a few demon gods or something, and it was rare to have interesting things. Then let's go. Look at the people from other world, what's going on, and see if that world can be used as a new hidden world for demon gods to live in. Nephthys said. She also developed a method of folding the power of the demon god and deceiving the world before she discovered that the hidden world was about to be destroyed. Otherwise, when demon gods like them appear in this world, it will cause the world to collapse. This time, several sects came to visit the Emperor of Uruk at the same time. The attitude should not be too humble, nor arrogant. Whether you can preach in other worlds depends on the king's will. The Pope spoke to the heads of other denominations. On the British Puritan side, because of the loss of Archbishop Lola, the person who was temporarily pushed out is Kansaki Kairi. In fact, there are still several bishops fighting for it, but they can't beat Kansaki Kairi. Most importantly, with the support of the royal faction, Kansaki Kairi was chosen. Originally, the royal family was about to have civil strife, but when they found out that something had happened on the Puritan side, the Empress did not hesitate to choose Kansaki Kairi, who was easier to control. To suppress other bishops, if it is not for the support of the royal family, even if Kansaki Kairi is stronger, he will not be able to suppress other bishops. On the side of the Russian adult religion, the Archbishop also came. After trying the power of Academy City, they are very honest here. These are Christian denominations. There are still some other small religious sects left, including Buddhism in several areas. Not many people came. This time, the Pope will be the main one, and we will be the second. The head of Buddhism in Baekseong district said. The most powerful sect is Christianity. Then came Buddhism, and after that came other sects. Someone spoke, and people from other sects also cooperated very well. They are naturally happy to be able to spread the teachings to a wider place. And they think that their own religions, CFBD, can influence more people in this world than those countries. Therefore, I feel that I can negotiate with the Emperor. I will fight for more interests for everyone. At this time, the Pope did not put on an air, and said very directly. The leaders of other sects all showed satisfied expressions. A group of people set off from the nearest airport outside Academy City, and there was a long queue of cars all the way. Finally, it stopped at the entrance of Academy City. Many people are actually a little upset, thinking that the entrance should be opened directly and their vehicles can go in directly. But now, they still know the identity of the person they are going to face, so they get off the car obediently. The fire on the right and the water on the back came to protect the Pope. In fact, it was just to show their so-called strength. But in fact only two people knew that they basically did not pose any threat to Uzumaki Mizuki. The wind in the front is guarding the house, and it is still necessary to leave someone to guard the door. The last time the magic book was stolen, it still brought some pressure to them. It was Ryazuru Ishida who greeted him at the gate of Academy City. Welcome everyone. I am Ishida Ryogen, the person in charge of the second realm of the Uruk Empire. Ishida Longxian said directly. The tone is neither humble nor overbearing. At the same time, standing beside him was Yura Harakisuk, who came here as an assistant. Naturally, Nagato would not come to greet him in person. After all, the identities of the two parties are not equal. Nagato is the general adjutant of the entire Uruk Empire. It is equivalent to the third figure of the Uruk Empire. Minato is number 2, and Uzumaki Mizuki is naturally number 1. Hello, I am the Pope of the Roman Orthodox Church. The Pope's eyes also became surprised. I didn't expect to run into negative people from other worlds so soon. The group quickly entered Academy City, preparing to meet Nagato. Nagato, with his manpower, is formulating plans for this world, and at the same time absorbing talents from this world to join his subordinates. This world combined is larger than the two worlds of Ninja World and Shinigami. There are also more people. The workload is naturally much higher. He was thinking that he was assigning a general deputy to manage here, an existence at the same level as him. In other words, arrange a round table, with countries in several major regions taking turns in charge. 2 demon gods appeared in Academy City. Rice Tower reports for Uzumaki Mizuki. He detected the 2 demon gods as soon as they arrived in Academy City. The entire Academy City can be said to be under his surveillance. Someone suddenly appeared and was immediately discovered. Is this the last known demon god? Uzumaki Mizuki asked. According to the information I have collected, there should be another one, but I haven't found it yet. Rice Tower said. Solve it first. Uzumaki Mizuki nodded. Nor did he expect Rice Tower to know everything. P.S. Chapter 250 10 strikes. So we can't see the king. The Pope was a little upset. If he can't meet that person, he feels that there is no way to communicate clearly about many things. The king will not intervene in ordinary affairs, and everything will be handled by the general manager. This world includes things in the other 2 worlds. I can make decisions, and just communicate with me. Nagato said very calmly. For ordinary people, Nagato is very gentle. But for these powerful guys, he doesn't have much good attitude. And religion? As soon as he heard it, he thought of Haydn. That crazy guy. Therefore, his sense of religion is not very good. Since this is the case, Mr. Nagato, we represent the sex on this planet, and we are very happy to support the management of the Uruk Empire, and are willing to help the Uruk Empire stabilize the situation in this world, so that believers will not rebel against the Uruk Empire rule. But as a reward, can we, the sex, be allowed to preach in other worlds? Our teachings are all good for nothing. They are not cults. They can help the Uruk Empire rule its citizens. On the Pope's side, Tianfen spoke directly. The benefits are clearly stated in the mouth. I help you help me, everyone is good. He looks completely devoid of faith, much like a very greedy businessman, conducting transactions. Yes, that's what we all think. The person in charge of Buddhism in Baekseong Kingdom next to him also echoed. Seeing someone open their mouths, others also opened their mouths. The fire on the right showed a mocking face. Are these people persecuting that one? Use this kind of thing? The water in the back wanted to dissuade him, but he didn't say anything. Regarding Uzumaki Mizuki, I was restricted, so I didn't say much at all. If that's the case, then there's nothing to talk about. The Uruk Empire takes over this planet, without your help, and with its own strength, it is enough to solve these things. And the big deal is that it's just a dead point. If it doesn't work, it will be destroyed directly, and it will be fine to change to another planet. Nagato stood up while talking. When he said the last sentence, he had already stood at the door, looking at everyone indifferently. His words made the hearts of the people on the field sink to the bottom of the sea. Dude, you're going to destroy a planet if you open your mouth. That king, didn't he say that he wants to treat us equally? Isn't he an invader? The Pope was a little angry. It was the first time to be treated like this. In the past, regardless of whether you met the prime minister of that country, your attitude towards him was always polite. It is the people who are treated equally. Anyone who has a different heart. Besides, it's only in the middle of negotiations now. If we can't reach an agreement, then we can destroy and rebuild, except for the land of Academy City. I don't know if you believers can be buried together with the determination to die, Nagato said with a cold snort. Before coming, Uzumaki Mizuki gave him confidence. Say whatever you want. After all, it is not a simple matter to get the cultural recognition of a planet. The worst possibility is to wait for the world tree to cover the world. At that time, let them directly recognize the Uruk Empire from the bottom of their hearts. But this is a little bit inhumane. But if the resistance is too fierce, then Uzumaki Mizuki will not be soft. Therefore, Nagato, who has confidence, will naturally not make promises at will. He didn't like these dignitaries very much. Nagato left directly. The faces of the heads of these sects on the field were all ugly. But there are also many pale ones, and they are also afraid of death. After all, they have seen it with their own eyes, Uzumaki Mizuki directly destroying a planet about half the size of the Earth. Therefore, destroying their planet is not a problem. Think again. The Pope could only say with a dark face. He had thought that the other party would disagree, but he didn't expect that his attitude would be so severe that he would not be able to step down. However, he didn't think that the other party would destroy the planet. However, killing some believers or something, he didn't think it was a problem. If the ruler insists on doing this, it will be ordered by the current king of the Uruk Empire. It is estimated that believers of the Roman Orthodox Church will directly convert to this king and become the new god. Come on, come out. Nephthys spoke. She and her empress are in a remote park. There is no idea of being exposed to the crowd, and they are not very willing to implicate ordinary people. Ask for flowers. Uzumaki Mizuki appeared with Yarai's tower. This time, Yarai's tower insisted on coming. He wanted to witness the final fall of the demon god. You are the so-called king of the other world. How is your world? Are you the strongest? On the empress side, she asked very bluntly. I have dealt with 6 demon gods, and with the 2 of you, there are 8. Are there other demon gods? Uzumaki Mizuki also asked directly. At the same time, he slowly drew out the deviation sword. His body was covered with golden particles, and the golden armor covered his whole body. Where did you seal them? Nephthys looked at Uzumaki Mizuki and asked. She felt that this person gave her a different feeling, as if he could really threaten them, these demon gods. This made her ask this sentence unconsciously. Killed. Your strength is not strong, but you have mastered the loopholes in the world and used your strength. Uzumaki Mizuki said directly. These people are more like the last real Yamamoto Genryusei Shijikuni under him in the Shinigami world, who absorbed the strength that he displayed after absorbing the Soul King. But once they use this power, it will cause the world to collapse. As a result, they will also be trapped, and they can only use time countercurrent to restore the world. We didn't want to do this either, but we reached this level unknowingly. If the humans of the other world really killed the other demon gods as you said, wouldn't your power cause your world to collapse? Nephthys asked. Her tone was slightly agitated. She doesn't want this kind of power either. But no way. I don't know how it became so powerful. I didn't get it by myself. After mastering it, I can't help but use it, and finally know the consequences. I can't help it. Become a member of my Uruk Empire. I can help you solve it, but you will always be loyal to me. This cannot be changed. Uzumaki Mizuki thought for a while, then said. Now he is not afraid that these 2 demon gods will run away, so he also made a condition. In this world, there must always be a cover. Yarai's tower is still a bit short, and would prefer that he continue to study. Thugs are very important. At the level of demon god, it is very good. What kind of sorcery is this? The Empress frowned, looking at Uzumaki Mizuki with disgust in her eyes. So is Nephthys. They don't want the feeling of being controlled by others. Freedom is the life they want. But it can't be done now, because of the trouble caused by the aspect of the demon god. It makes it impossible for them to wander in this world stably. But this time, because of the folding method developed by Nephthys to deceive the world, it was barely able to appear. But once the real power is used, it will cause the world to collapse. If you don't want to, just fall down here, Uzumaki Mizuki said directly. In fact, he can also control the world tree and reshape those demon gods. But for these demon gods, if they don't use the power of the demon gods phase, it's better to do it directly. Therefore, he did not use this stronger tactic than impure world reincarnation to hunt down the 840 demon god. Because he alone is enough. I think this world can withstand several destructions. The Empress has a bad attitude here. You speak very loudly. If it were in your world, maybe we would not be rivals. But the gods of this place are us. Nephthys said directly. The eyes opened instantly, and a strong breath erupted directly on her body. The entire Academy city trembled. This is still controlled by the other party, just using their own power, not using the power of the demon god. So, it's over. Uzumaki Mizuki shook his head. At the same time, he opened his hand and reached into the passage of the king's treasure house that suddenly appeared on the side. When he took it out again, there was already a ring on his finger. The gemstone on the ring radiated blue light, and the gemstone was the size of a pigeon egg. Space gem. One of the infinity stones. This is the strongest equipment that Uzumaki Mizuki has redeemed recently. Take full control of the power of space. Nephthys and Niang looked at Uzumaki Mizuki with serious faces. It felt like the opponent's aura had changed. Yarai's tower really wanted to do it by itself, and the second hand was ready. But now it feels like there is no chance to make a move. Kill him. Nephthys will not show any mercy to those who come from the outside world. Tell your friends directly. But when the voice fell, the two found that their location had changed. World Tree interior space. They were easily teleported to this place by Uzumaki Mizuki, who was blessed by the space gem. Where is this place? Why, I can't feel the power of the demon god phase. The Empress was a little panicked. Nephthys' face was also a little stiff. It feels like it's over this time. Then, it was a very normal manipulation. World Tree absorbed the bodies of the two and strengthened itself. Next, Uzumaki Mizuki chose to reshape Nephthys. Are there any other demon gods? Uzumaki Mizuki asked calmly. Athanas is a new demon god, she has lost track. Nephthys said with a twist. She understood at this time what Uzumaki Mizuki said. Only loyal to him is what happened. But regretting it now is useless. Uzumaki Mizuki nodded. Then, with a wave of his hand, Nephthys directly turned into particles and disappeared. Control life and death. In this space, he has such power. Yarai's tower, who followed in, looked stiff. He didn't know if Wang was threatening him. Anyway, he was a little bit intimidated. There's one more, get rid of him, it's the last. Uzumaki Mizuki said. Then I took Rice Tower and went straight back to Academy City. At the same time, the buildings damaged by Nephthys' breath were repaired. The shock that occurred caused quite a commotion. Those sects who followed thought that they were going to kill them. He obviously just finished speaking, so he did it so quickly. Could it be that he coaxed them over and prepared to wipe them all out? I'll do my best to search, Yarai's tower said. But this goal came faster than expected. Bring the manpower and come directly to the door. An organization called Troublemakers. Choose forces that blend magic and science. At night, the demon god Athanas chose to attack Uzumaki Mizuki. This human being is a big trouble. The demon god is gradually disappearing. It seems that it has something to do with him. This blow, you can't relax, you have to strike with all your strength, and try to kill him with one move. Athanas, she decided to go all out without reservation. She has been trying to kill other demon gods. Now that someone is helping, she is naturally very happy, but this person is also his opponent. Because she wanted to create a world that seemed reasonable to her. Apparently this world is not. And Uzumaki Mizuki is also her opponent. Although she helped to kill the demon god, he also has to die. She successfully sneaked out of Academy City, and because of preparations, a rice tower didn't find her at all. She almost hid her aura to the minimum, almost like an ordinary person, and at the same time, she didn't enter Academy City, and Uzumaki Mizuki didn't notice either. The attack of the demon god is inherently unlimited. If it wasn't for ensuring that the other party was in this place, she wouldn't want to get so close. Because she is going to destroy the whole world once, and then start rebuilding. Now that the demon gods have all been killed, then this enemy and this world should disappear together, just in time to rebuild a brand new world. Therefore, Athanas is the only demon god who chooses to use the power of the demon god's phase, the spear of the Lord God. The moment Athanas exploded his breath, Uzumaki Mizuki also appeared in this position. But after he teleported over, he directly faced the golden spear that charged straight out. This weapon can allow Athanas to display her strongest strength at 3.7. Must kill? This is the idea contained in Athanas's attack. Through this weapon, turn this idea into a 100% success. Goal, kill Uzumaki Mizuki? At the same time, the moment the Lord God's spear flew out, the whole world couldn't bear this force at all, and it shattered directly. People on all planets disappeared as if they were being wiped out. Only Academy City survived under the protection of World Tree Clone. Ordinary people in Academy City didn't realize that the situation was wrong at all, they just thought that the sky was covered with dark clouds and it was going to rain. All kinds of lights inside are enough to illuminate the road, so most people don't realize that the world has collapsed. Until, in the southwest direction, suddenly came a powerful light that almost illuminated the entire night sky. Is this the power of the demon god after using the phase of the demon god? Uzumaki Mizuki was a little embarrassed, but not dead. When he resisted, he was a little hasty. The power of the space gem was used in advance to lengthen the space, in order to prolong the opponent's attack time. But being directly pierced by the main god's spear has no effect at all. In the end, I had to fight directly. The distant Utopia didn't have time to fully open, it only had time to block his upper body. The Lord God's spear stopped in front of him. Uzumaki Mizuki's lower body was directly annihilated, and most of the impact was absorbed by the distant Utopia. However, Academy City behind him was still affected. It has the protection of the World Tree clone, but it also has a range of dozens of kilometers, and it is directly annihilated. Fortunately, the World Tree avatar can directly restore the damaged and lost people, and there is not much loss, just consume some energy. Impossible, how could you block this blow? Athanas looked at Uzumaki Mizuki in shock. This is her killing blow? The world behind him has been destroyed. But why is this man 25 able to resist the power to destroy the world? She can't understand it. Slap! Uzumaki Mizuki directly grabbed the main god spear. Then, without hesitation, he threw it at Wang's Haibeo Curry. An anxious look appeared on Athanas' face. This weapon was her most important equipment. The success rate of her ability is half and half, but with the blessing of this weapon, it can reach 100%. However, it was obviously a must-kill, but why did the other party survive? I can block it, naturally because I am more obedient than you. Your attack almost pierced through the distant Utopia. Your strength seems to be stronger than other demon gods. But that's all for now. Uzumaki Mizuki spoke. At the same time, his missing lower body is also recovering rapidly, including his clothes, all of which are back to normal. Syncope. But Athanas will naturally not be reconciled. Using his ability again, trying to put Uzumaki Mizuki into a coma. 50-50 odds, she succeeded? Uzumaki Mizuki felt dizzy and was about to fall asleep. But the talisman that breaks the commandments of all things immediately appeared in his hand, and the negative state disappeared instantly. With the blessing of Uzumaki Mizuki, breaking the talisman of the commandments of all things is enough to solve all kinds of side effects attacks released by people of similar strength to Uzumaki Mizuki himself. People with different strengths use different weapons, and the effects are different. Hateful. Who the hell are you? How can you resist my ability? Athanas was a little angry. She didn't expect that it was rare for her to successfully use her ability, but it was easily broken by the other party. This is unreasonable. Then, she began to struggle to use the power of the demon phase. If you want to directly control life and death, kill the person in front of you. But when one's own ability is close to the other party, it will disappear and cannot go any further. So he started to attack frantically, but was blocked by Uzumaki Mizuki. It's not the kind of sudden appearance. If there is time for Uzumaki Mizuki to react, this attack can't hurt him at all. Athanas looks desperate. Uzumaki Mizuki didn't hold back either. After confirming the true strength of the demon god, Uzumaki Mizuki killed the last demon god directly. Then throw it into the world tree space and let the world tree digest it by itself. Sigh, I don't have permission, it's a little troublesome to restore this world. Uzumaki Mizuki looked at the pitch-black space. Except for Academy City, where there are still some lights, other places are completely silent. Not even a planet exists. Soon, it returned to its post-war restoration status. Everyone in Academy City knew about the destruction of the world. Everyone was shocked, and their eyes were full of fear, especially the heads of those sects. Good guy, if you don't give me a day, if you say you turn your back on it, you will turn your back on it. It was obviously provoked by our sect, why don't you even let the others go? Cough cough. Because of the attack of the demon god in this world, the world was destroyed. But it's not a big problem, I can go back in time, it will take a few days, maybe a week or so. After a week, it will be back to normal. The appearance of Uzumaki Mizuki appeared on the screens of everyone in Academy City. After hearing Uzumaki Mizuki's words, everyone was a little shocked. Just the battle between gods and gods will cause such a huge change? But why did Academy City survive? But obviously Uzumaki Mizuki didn't mean to explain. After he informed, he started working directly. Soothe Misaka Mikoto, and she promised that the sisters would be able to come back. Fortunately, her mother came over, otherwise, it would be really difficult. The shadow clone outside is also completely extinguished, as if the system was directly formatted, resulting in the result. There is no time to resist. With Uzumaki Mizuki's words, the whole city gradually returned to tranquility. But at the same time, he was also shocked that the strength of the king of the Uruk Empire could actually turn back time. Although Nagato and others have been told that this side is very dangerous, but seeing the whole world disappear, he still couldn't accept it. A little too cruel. At the same time, it also verified that Uzumaki Mizuki is indeed capable of destroying the entire ugly world. But there are also excited people. The trio of Eisen, Orikimura, and Urahara Kisuk went directly to the border of the world on 790 to do research. See if this world of nothingness produces any strange things. By the way, collect data, or something. They are very interested in these things. but Uzumaki Mizuki began to quietly repair the world. Fortunately, I exchanged for the space gem, otherwise this time it would be really troublesome. And this gem has almost unlimited energy. It is stronger than the world tree. With its help, it can be solved in a week, otherwise, it may take a month. On Uzumaki Mizuki's side, standing in the nothingness, began to use time regression. The target is the whole world. The shattered world is slowly being restored. It's like being covered with water and being taken back. But the speed is extremely slow. Because this world is too big, including the universe, Uzumaki Mizuki must be restored together. However, he felt that the power of that demon god was not enough to destroy the entire universe. Perhaps it was enough to destroy a galaxy. This world seems to have triggered a bug and crashed directly. This world, like Shinigami's world, has no administrators anymore. It's just that these people have become the Zero Division, and these demon gods. If you create the world, you will lose consciousness. Uzumaki Mizuki continues to output energy and is a tool man. But in my mind, I was thinking, is there any problem in this world? It took a week, and Uzumaki Mizuki restored the whole world. But outside the universe, it will take some time, but the entire planet, including all the humans on it, has basically recovered. But according to statistics, some people still disappear. Like a system crash, part of the data was lost. Although it was restored, the lost part was still missing and completely disappeared. Uzumaki Mizuki can't do anything about this matter either. He couldn't pass the photos, so he directly restored the person. With the disappearance of the demon gods, the future world should not suffer such pain again. Yerai's tower sighed. He has also experienced this kind of consequences, causing the people he cherished to disappear because of the demon god. That's why I want to kill the demon god so much. I don't want to let such a thing happen again. But I didn't expect that in the end, the demon gods would bring about such a disaster. Uncertain. There is a demon god, who knows if there will be someone stronger than the demon god in this place. But, at least I'm not interested in doing something like this. Uzumaki Mizuki said. The ontology is also slowly going back in time in the universe. The one staying in Academy City is Shadow Clone. Are other worlds like this too? King. At this time, Yerai's tower is in the mood to care about other places. Before that, they were all engrossed, thinking about how to deal with the demon god. Never relax. What we are in is just a corner, which can be said to be equivalent to a cell in the human body. 1. Cells don't know how big this world is, and neither do I. Uzumaki Mizuki said. He felt like he was just a mighty ant expanding his territory. Not up to the standard of the so-called god? If you want to change your life by heaven-defying, at least you have to be a king. One thought destroys a universe? Understood. Yerai's tower also felt the pressure. However, there is also some relief at the same time. He has no way to solve this matter, and now it seems that it is the best choice to be attached to this person. The fact that the world was destroyed, because many people saw it this time, there was no way to hide it. This made them a little scared. If it wasn't for this person, would they really be gone if they died this time? As a result, the recognition of Uzumaki Mizuki has risen rapidly. This kind of godlike existence, why should they push back and forth? Nagato's work progress is rising rapidly. The vast majority of countries have chosen to join the Uruk Empire and become one of them. Now Uzumaki Mizuki owns the space gem, which can maintain the portal for a long time, allowing people from the two worlds to travel between stars. There are indeed a lot of people on this planet, so Uzumaki Mizuki mobilized a large group of people. For specific discussions, Uzumaki Mizuki will not interfere. It's all on Nagato's side. It took nearly 8 months, and finally Minato came over to complete the final signature and stamp Uzumaki Mizuki's seal. This planet has officially joined the Uruk Empire, including academic, cultural, manufacturing exchanges and so on. Open to learn from each other, the cultivation system is also open. Espers, magicians, full manifestations, Quincy masters, ninjas. These 5 systems are mainly promoted for cultivation now. Shinigami and virtual are not contagious. But Shinigami's Keto is enhanced by being incorporated into the Quincy and Fullbring systems. Now it is still in the process of national cultivation, and everyone wants to become stronger. Uzumaki and Mizuki, however, did not fancy their manpower. Let's develop spaceships. This aspect is relatively weak, and needs to be strengthened, in terms of technology. In the end Uzumaki Mizuki arranged for Yerai's tower to be responsible for the technical aspects. Personal enhancement and technological enhancement are 2 trends. Previously Eisen and Urahara Kisuk were not counted in this regard, neither was Orochimaru. But the Tower of Rice is a purely technological route. The artificial heaven is the biggest embodiment although it is fusion magic. But it's fine as a route to go. Yes. There is naturally no objection from the Rice Tower. On the contrary, he also likes to follow the path of technology. In terms of magic, it has been proved that the strongest is the demon god. These people have spent thousands of years, but they can't go any further. But technology, he can't feel the absolute bottleneck. As long as he keeps going, maybe he can break out of a new world. There is no movement. There is still 1 month before this planet officially joins the Uruk Empire. Uzumaki Mizuki basically stayed here in Academy City and never left. In the other 2 worlds, he didn't go there either. At most, he sent a clone to the Shinigami world to stabilize the world tree. The rest of the time, he was paying attention to Touma. He has been confirming whether the other party is the real administrator. but there is no movement, although there will still be some troubles, but it is a normal operation. It's just that he fell into the harassment of Shokahao Misaki. Do you want the world tree to decompose him, and then reverse the time to restore it? Uzumaki Mizuki thought about the trick. Only by doing so can he be completely at ease. But if it is done, it is very likely to cause a lot of trouble. Maybe the whole world may be restarted, and it may not be possible to restore it when the time comes. So the price is very likely to be all life in this world. Is it worth doing this? Never mind. If you drag it, it will be more beneficial to me. The speed at which I become stronger will definitely continue. Even if there is a problem in the future, just solve it at that time, take the important people away, and continue this world, just treat it as a sub-base. Uzumaki Mizuki finally decided. Although there was a question of Wang's, the other party did not take the initiative to ask for trouble. The price is not worth it. And after a while, it won't be a problem. In this way, there is no need for Mizuki to do so. Next, do you want to rest for a while, and then open the new world? Or, in other words, create a brand new world directly inside the world tree? Uzumaki Mizuki was thinking about what he should do next. The number of accumulated points is also increasing, but the price of exchanged things is also getting more and more expensive. Like the Space Gem, it was also stored for more than a year, and the group got it. If it weren't for this paragraph, Nagato signed several countries, which caused the population points to skyrocket, and he wouldn't be able to redeem this thing. But in the future, you should be able to exchange for one in a year. I have to get rid of this identity and stand on the stage completely. Uzumaki Mizuki said finally. Uzumaki Mizuki and Misaka Mikoto are married? There are not many restrictions here. You can get married at the age of 16, after you set foot in high school. Misaka Mikoto has reached the age of marriage. Although people under the age of 18 cannot drink alcohol, they can marry at the age of 16. Knowing this at the time, Uzumaki Mizuki was a little speechless, but he also proposed decisively. The wedding ceremony is grand. It's in the ninja world. Those who can participate on the spot are only a few bigwigs from the world, and ordinary people are not qualified at all. After getting married, Uzumaki Mizuki stayed in the ninja world for an extra year. But it didn't wait until the Atsutsuki Momo style appeared. I am still practicing every day, and I have nothing else to do. Nagato and the others are in charge of the management, and this time absorbing the science and technology of Academy City. It can be said that it is of great help to the ninja world, and the technology is rising rapidly. Now Uzumaki Mizuki can keep the portal open through the power of the Space Gem, allowing people from both sides to come and go. However, for the sake of stability, he basically opens it once every 6 months, so that the two sides can communicate with each other, and it will not be opened for a long time to avoid accidents. It's too boring at home. I'm ready to go to a new world. Uzumaki Mizuki said to his 600 wife. Can I go too? Misaka Mikoto asked hastily. She naturally didn't want to be left alone. After all, they had just been married for a year, and their relationship was still very sweet. Although my husband is missed by many women, he knows what he does and will not give him any chance. That made her very happy. I'll take someone there to check the situation first, and I'll pick you up after it's safe. Uzumaki Mizuki said. Now Misaka Mikoto is also the person I care about most. Naturally, she would not be allowed to take risks. After all, who knows what the next world will be like? One in the past, it was a Kenpai who came to fight, or it was something like the destruction of the world by the way of heaven. Who to talk to? How long will that take? Misaka Mikoto was a little worried. It was only at this time that she realized that going to the new world was risky. Usually 10 days, up to half a month. Uzumaki Mizuki said directly. Unless it was really dangerous, otherwise, he would still like to take Misaka Mikoto with him. Okay then, come and pick me up if there is no problem, BFBC. Misaka Mikoto nodded and said. Now her strength has also reached super cage level, and it will be more troublesome to go further. But Uzumaki Mizuki changed a lot of equipment for her, and specially exchanged for the defensive equipment of Distant Utopia. When encountering a demon level 1, as long as you open the remote utopia in time, you can hold on for a few minutes until he arrives. This is also the reason why he is willing to take Misaka Mikoto to the new world, otherwise, he doesn't want to take it with him. A world has rules for a world. He can't guarantee that he can be resurrected, so it's better to be safe. Then, it is time to organize the people who go to the new world. In the end, Orikimura, Urahara Kisuke, and Eisen were settled. Then came the hitter series, Fire of the Right, Hyaga Niji, and Yoryuki Sansei. Yarai's tower did not go. He is now fully committed to developing the technology line. If there is a problem, Uzumaki Mizuki will go to him. Kagayaji stayed in Academy City. Just let a rice tower watch her. She couldn't beat a rice tower, unless it was in its heyday. Decide on the manpower, and wait for them to prepare themselves. A group of people, all gathered in Academy City. Yoryuki, very excited. After all, it was her first time to travel abroad, and she had to go to a new world. Especially with my best friends. Isn't it fun when you come to this world? Will there be a language barrier or something? Yoryuki kept asking Urahara Kisuke. Every world is dangerous, so, you must obey the king's instructions. Although the king has the resurrection method of time countercurrent, if it is completely wiped out, the king can't do anything. Urahara Kisuke can only ask his good friends here. Temperament is too active? He is also very courageous. Without Yoriyuki's support back then, he couldn't have done many things at all. Yoriyuki is also here to ensure that when Team Zero chooses the next Lingwang Renzo, it will not affect the big family of Shihaoran. I see. Hearing what her good friend said, she looked serious and didn't laugh. The group quickly gathered at the other palace built for Uzumaki Mizuki in Academy City, divided into several small groups. Urahara Kisuk and Yoriyuki, Orikamaru Niji, Eisen and Rightfire stood alone. Uzumaki Mizuki looked at these guys in the room, and felt that they were all thorns, the kind that would destroy the world if they were left alone. And he knew that Eisen had almost reached the level of the demon god. For nearly 2 years, he has studied magic very deeply. But he said this himself, and he didn't mean to hide it. After all, Eisen didn't think that if he became a demon god, he would be able to beat this king. It's better to be honest. He also did not choose to break through this step, but wanted Uzumaki Mizuki to put him in other worlds to see if he could also break through to the level of a demon god. Do you have the same ability? This is also a kind of experiment. On the right side of Zhiwo, they just want to go out and see for themselves. He felt that this world was countless times wider than he imagined. Let's go. On Uzumaki Mizuki's side, he suddenly teleported in front of everyone. Then throw the compressed portal directly in front of him, and the portal immediately opens to form a rectangular gate. Everyone was a little excited. After all, it was a brand new world, and no one knew what was going on, whether something they imagined would happen. Still the same as before, Uzumaki Mizuki watched these people go by, and he was the last to step over the threshold. Through the portal, to another world, Uzumaki Mizuki closed the portal. Everyone also showed their magical powers and began to observe the whole world. Uzumaki Mizuki also closed his eyes and began to perceive the situation in this world. Now his perception is enough to cover a planet, and it is not difficult. Found it. Uzumaki Mizuki opened his eyes, somewhat surprised. Everyone didn't speak, and they were very curious about what happened to me. But then, Uzumaki Mizuki snapped his fingers, took them teleport together, and disappeared in midair. Appeared again, in front of a stub-bled foreigner. Where is Asgard? On Uzumaki Mizuki's side, he directly used the 5-sense control to make Thor fall into the illusion. Then he asked, Marvel Universe. This is the world I came to this time. Thor, who was controlled, couldn't resist at all, and directly told the news he knew. But indistinctly, at the end Uzumaki Mizuki had to read the memory. This guy is really silly. In the end, I found that to find the location of Asgard in my memory, I still need to rely on the hammer to automatically locate it. Good guy, how did you become the son of God? Uzumaki Mizuki literally crushed him to death. Finally gave up. After snapping his fingers, he led the others away again, and Thor, who was puzzled, looked around in a daze. This is the memory of that person just now, and the memory is the location of the planet he lives in. This world is very vast now, and there are a lot of creatures living in the entire universe, not just this place. The technology on this planet is nothing to look at. If you are interested, let's expand towards the universe. But there are no spaceships now, so you can figure out your own way. Uzumaki Mizuki here brought everyone to appear on the roof of a certain building in New York City, then passed the memory just obtained from Thor's head directly to several people around. This world is too big, and if you want to conquer it one by one, you need a lot of people. After all, he can fight, but in terms of management, he still needs people, and he is not going to be a tyrant. This Earth may not take much time, but other places require a lot of manpower. It seems that this time, he needs to call on the people from the 3 worlds behind him to help him complete this matter. And language is also a troublesome thing, which needs to be done manually. Wang, here, is he the Earth? Urahara Kisuk raised his hand and spoke. He has just begun to understand this world, and the machine in his hand can easily invade the network of this world. All of a sudden, I found that it was very similar to the previous world, including all kinds of food in the country. Except for the absence of Academy City, other things, including the size of the map plates, seem to be exactly the same. Academy City is just a relatively small world, and the demon gods are also limited to the part of the solar system. No matter how far away, they are basically false. However, this world is different. It has a complete world, and the living creatures are probably tens of thousands of times more than on this planet. I don't know the details. However, the world is also dangerous. It's not the people who can see that are dangerous, and those who can't see, if they encounter danger, find a way to break this, and send you to me. Uzumaki Mizuki didn't explain much here. When he met Thanos, he felt that these people should be sure to survive. But when encountering the kind of team that interferes with time and space and belongs to the future spacetime upgraded management team, many abilities may be invalid. This is the biggest change, but Uzumaki Mizuki doesn't care. His current strength can reverse time and space, and the others are Eisen who is close to this level. Yes. Hearing what Uzumaki Mizuki said, everyone immediately became serious. As for the fire on the right, he was a little at a loss at this time. Obviously, he didn't expect that the world he came to would be similar to the world he was in. You should have heard of the concept of parallel worlds. But the facts are more cruel, reaching the level of gods, and telling you part of the truth. On Uzumaki Mizuki's side, he also discovered the ideas of a few tech guys. So I don't plan to hide it, but tell the matter directly, relying on my own head to think about it, because it is troublesome. Or let them come. But forget it if you don't have enough strength. Now it seems that Eisen, an old silver ratio, should be able to reach this level first. Seeing what Uzumaki Mizuki said, the faces of the people on the field changed somewhat, and they were thinking about breaking their heads, and they couldn't figure out how cruel the reality would be. The three of you follow me, if you three, move freely and collect more data outside. Uzumaki Mizuki said. Get the three of Orochimaru out and let them run around for the most benefit. Anyway, they have already been imprinted by themselves, in the soul, they can't escape even if they want to run. Yes. The three of Orochimaru naturally had no opinion. It is naturally the happiest to stalk them. By the way, in this world, there are treasures called infinite gems. This one in my hand is the space gem. After owning it, I can directly control the space power, and it is very easy to transfer a planet in an instant. There are also power gems, soul gems, reality gems, time gems, and mind gems. There are 6 kinds in total. If you encounter them, remember to collect them. With this kind of gemstone, you can obtain the infinite energy similar to that of the demon gods in the world of Academy City, but there is no immortality, which is similar to controlling a rule. Asterisk. But this kind of thing, in the hands of the upgraded authority at that time, has no effect, remember. Uzumaki Mizuki finally ordered. He felt that letting a few people go out would definitely cause big things. Therefore, I didn't hide and pinch it, let them do it well. Yes, King. Hearing Uzumaki Mizuki's description, the eyes of the three lit up. Eisen and Urahara feel this gem, as if it were Hogyaku, but possibly stronger. But soon, everyone was puzzled. Isn't this gem unique to this world? Why does the king have this jewel in his hand? Thinking of this, the people present were a little silent. Then as soon as possible, this world has a lot of technology, and there is no shortage of magic. Become stronger in this world as soon as possible, I feel like time is running out. Uzumaki Mizuki said. After finishing speaking, he snapped his fingers and left with the right fire, Niji, and Yoryuki, leaving Orochimaru and the three of them in place. In this world, how cruel is it that the king cares so much? Urahara couldn't help asking. Have power, at least to the extent that you can help the king. However, I am getting more and more excited. This kind of world is indeed what I want to come to. On Eisen's side, when he remembered the first day he saw Wang, he never thought that so many things would happen. The speed of Wang's growth has begun to slow down, and it seems to be approaching a certain level. Everyone, oil up. Orochimaru this way, concluded at last. He has watched Uzumaki Mizuki grow to this level all the way. Thinking about it now, I still think it was too exaggerated. Just under 20 years. He has grown into a strong man who can control the death of a planet at will. Work hard to become stronger. This is how you can help a little bit? Eisen and Urahara nodded. That's what they said, but they don't know what other people think, but it's right to become stronger. Then, the two disappeared directly in place, each going in a different direction. P.S. I wish you all a happy Mid-Autumn festival. Sure enough, isn't it here? Then, Uzumaki Mizuki took Niji and the three of them to the place where Dr. Strange lives. But it went straight to nothing. The opponent has a time gem, which can travel through time. Know what will happen in the future. This is the only person who will affect his plan, and the second is that spacetime upgraded to manage this kind of organization. He didn't pay too much attention to Thanos or something, but he will meet sooner or later, so he can make plans first. Now that he was out, Uzumaki and Mizuki didn't do much else. He directly led the people, found an open space, and directly released a castle. This was built to move away at any time. At the same time, set up an enchantment so that ordinary people can't find it. You three, as representatives of the Uruk Empire, go out and contact this lighthouse country. Tell them that our 897 is about to take over the entire planet, show a little bit of force, blow up a few asteroids or something, but don't target ordinary people. It doesn't matter to those who are powerful, understand? Uzumaki Mizuki then arranged. He has no interest in waiting for the plot. There is also a space gem in this world, but it is still kept as a special prop. To invade this universe, one must have a stronghold. This planet is still the most suitable, including cultural integration with other worlds. Relying on the science and technology of this planet, it is still somewhat difficult to build a warship flying in space, and it will take a long time. Take it down, add points to him, and then exchange useful props, so that the speed is faster. Yes. The three naturally had no opinion. This matter, Yoryuki, you are responsible for contacting those people. When you need to show your strength, you don't have to be polite, just call them too. If you encounter danger, you will also tear this seal and bring you back. Uzumaki Mizuki continued. Among the three of them, Yoryuki, the oldest, was appointed as the person in charge. At the same time, he threw out 3 pieces of paper about the size of the detonating talisman to them, which were the teleportation array he used to transfer the seal. Unless it reaches his level at the spatial level, otherwise, it is impossible to stop this transmission. The three half-kneeled on the ground, took the teleportation talisman, and then left immediately to carry out Uzumaki Mizuki's arrangement. The place is big, and it's not easy to manage. We need to recruit a lot of subordinates in this universe. Thanos men seem to be very good, or go to Asgard. That place also has a lot of manpower that can be recruited by Byte. Uzumaki Mizuki still prefers to use the people of this world to manage the world. In this universe, there are still many powerful guys. If you collect all the infinite gems, you can pose a threat to him. Most importantly, this world has parallel universes. It can be said that if the population counts as points, it is a huge treasure house. So, now that he has points, he is not superstitious about the power of infinite gems, and continues to exchange for other infinite gems. Instead, he chose to save it and exchange it for something he valued more. Get rid of the danger first, and at the same time, see if you want to open a new portal and continue in another world. Now that we have manpower, we also support this. Uzumaki Mizuki thought next. This world is considered a big universe, and it takes a lot of energy, and it can't be solved in a short while. With this time, it is completely possible to fight on two fronts and open up a new battlefield. I have lived for hundreds of years, believe me, I will not make wrong judgments. On Yoriyuki's side, they are beginning to capture people's hearts. She is still very happy with her two young little brothers. Originally, this time, I planned to choose Byakuya Kokaki, but because of Yurihara Kisuk, I finally chose her. She also felt bored staying in that world. At the same time, Zanpakuto has the least influence on her, and her combat power, it can be said that without using Zanpakuto, she is the top 3 existence in the Shinigami world. Shall we go directly to the lighthouse country now? Niji didn't feel much about Yoriyuki's statement, but asked directly. The sooner the work is done, the sooner it is over. To be selected and brought here is Wang's trust. Obviously, he was not beaten or subdued when he was a child. The pattern of this world is very similar to my world. Indeed, it is a suitable choice to directly choose the lighthouse country. After getting rid of him, other countries will also be able to relax. On the right side of Zhiwo, he said very calmly, "If this kind of work is trivial?" At that time, he was ready to cause a world war, but fell to Eisen first. Seeing the truly powerful world, he felt that what he did was indeed a little out of order. Even if he fully develops the ability of the divine right, comparable to the existence of gods, he is not the king's opponent. In the new world, the group is more interesting. Then, let's go directly to the location of the head of the lighthouse country, first show our strength, and then start talking. Yoriyuki thought for a while, and then said directly, "Now that the king has said it, there is basically no threat to them on this planet. Then there is no need to think so much, first meet with the amiable ones, and convince all the unconvinced ones." Then, the 3 of them flew directly towards the White House in Tajikistan at supersonic speed in midair. Warning, warning, supersonic object approaching. The lighthouse country's weapon defense system was activated immediately. The people in the military department are all on standby, for fear that a world war will start. Immediately intercept, when the Air Force destroys. Vice Admiral, who was in charge of high-altitude defense, gave the order without hesitation. In less than a minute, hundreds of interceptor missiles about the thickness of a thigh were launched directly. Can't see the screen. Is it the polar bear, or the attack from the rabbit side? After giving the order, Yu Zhang began to ask. In the situation just now, there is no room for hesitation. After intercepting, confirm the other party's situation before making the next step. Can't lock, but it's not big, like a small warhead. 3.7. The defense system on the lighthouse country's side can only determine the approximate size through radar waves. The images taken by the satellite are all blurry, and it is impossible to see clearly. You don't even know where it launched from. Vice Admiral was a little annoyed. He wondered if there was a nuclear submarine that sneaked into the missiles launched off the coast. This is a major mistake that cannot be forgiven. Interceptor missile exploded. The target has not been cleared, and is still moving at supersonic speed. The direction, Flower, Washington? It's the White House. The target of this attack is the White House. The colonel in charge of the radar quickly broadcast the news. Hearing this news, the faces of the people present were instantly stiff, and then they all acted, launching new interceptor missiles again, and must intercept this attack. Hurry up, take refuge in the basement, there are 2 minutes left, and the attack will arrive. At this time, the White House was in chaos. The interception base informed the White House immediately. Although only an approximate location can be confirmed, it is enough. After all, I can't afford to gamble. If you lose, you will lose your life. This is the brain of the entire beacon country? A large group of people rushed down in a panic. There is a nuclear anti-nuclear base built underground in Begong. After all, this is where the president spends most of his time. A large group of people evacuated quickly, and many of them didn't even have time to get in, with a look of despair on their faces. After all, no one thought that someone would really do this and start a nuclear war. And the most important thing is that these people all believe that they should be the ones who will start this war, not other countries who did not expect to be attacked first by others. Damn, what's going on? Why did the interceptor missile explode in advance when it approached? If it was empty, forget it. Why did it explode? Did the insider detonate the bomb in advance in 25 of our units? Vice Admiral, who is in the interception department, is about to explode at this moment. 3 times? A full 3 interceptor missiles were launched. However, when it was a few kilometers away from the target, it exploded directly. However, logically speaking, this should also have an impact. The power of the interception missile's explosion and the impact formed should be enough to change the direction of the opponent's intercontinental missile. But no, the pictures captured have been restored. People. It looks like a human body, not a warhead. But at this time, the person in charge of satellite monitoring hurriedly spoke, and while speaking, he hadn't even read the picture himself. When he finished reading it, he was completely dumbfounded. Humanoid missile? Pictures are projected on the largest screen possible. The people on the field couldn't help being stunned looking at these three humanoid things. The gunpowder attack is indeed relatively primitive. It doesn't have the super missiles locked from outer space like in Academy City. Right, sides Hiwo said very calmly. But in fact, he only knew about the missile in Academy City, and didn't pay attention to it, because it had no effect on him. Get to the destination in a minute, Niji said calmly. Before setting off, I have looked at the map and locked the location. Now his Tensagen can be locked into the White House. Young man, you are so powerful. Yoriyuki has electric arcs all over his body and a smile on his face. The missile attack just now was stopped by two people. She didn't even have time to make a move. After all, she is really not very good at long-range attacks. And in terms of speed, I found that the boy with white pupils was slightly slower than me, but in other respects, he seemed to be stronger than me. The other one in a suit is constantly using collision. And she felt that the other party seemed to be following them deliberately, without any intention of surpassing them. Otherwise, it seemed that they could throw the two of them away at any time. Soon, the three of them appeared directly over the White House. The shock brought by the stop bent the trees planted in the White House. Then the three of them landed directly in front of the White House gate from midair. Da-da-da. But at the same time as the three of them appeared, machine guns appeared on the walls of the White House, on the ground, including in the stone handrail beside it. Quickly shoot dense bullets. Zi. But they were directly blocked by the electric arc emanating from Yoriyuki's body, and countless bullets stopped in midair, and then fell directly to the ground. We are envoys from the Uruk Empire, the president of the Lighthouse country. Come out and meet us. It is the fire of the right that speaks. He found that the language here was similar to the world he lived in. There were also many doubts in his heart, but he didn't ask any more questions. After all, Eisen, who was stronger than him, Tien didn't explain anything to him. He felt that he would know about this sooner or later, so let's work hard first. Messenger. Aliens. In underground anti-nuclear facilities, the president of the Beacon country looked at the surveillance video with an uncertain expression. He has been connected to the screen of the Prevention and Control Department, waiting for the nuclear warhead to fall. But unexpectedly, three people appeared, not the nuclear warhead as expected. The other party appeared directly, and did not fly any spaceship, which is very clear. Although there are quite a few upgraded guys on this planet, they are completely incomparable to these people. Is it a mutant? The other party wants to attack us. SHIELD has been contacted, and their people will be here soon. The Minister of Defense spoke directly. After all, the other party also looks like a human being, not a supercilious, bared-toothed one. Yellow, white, black. Totally tricolor? They said it was aliens, but they didn't believe it. Okay, let's wait here first, and then go out when things are over. The president also breathed a sigh of relief. It would be best not to start a nuclear war. At the same time, there was anger in my heart. These three people must not be let go so easily. Almost, he was about to push a button in a nuclear safe and start a world war. Snapped. But suddenly a crisp voice appeared. At the same time, everyone noticed that the surroundings seemed to light up, and the 610 office couldn't help but be taken aback. There is no time to wait. If you don't want to talk, then get rid of you and change the country. The fire on the right spoke. Just now he used the power of the divine right to directly destroy the ground to the ceiling of the nuclear defense facility. There was no sound, only a crisp click. In the nuclear defense facility below, the faces of those people immediately turned pale. Like a mouse found hiding in a mouse hole, trembling all over. Actually, we're already ready to come out. Welcome to all the envoys of the Uruk Empire. Hurry up and prepare hot tea and dessert. On the president's side, his complexion changed rapidly. Then, with a friendly smile, he directly opened his mouth to welcome. Then he immediately scolded the Chancellor of Finance who was on the side and asked him to prepare snacks for the guests. Then come out first. Zhiwo on the right didn't say much. His face was very calm. Contempt or something, although there is, but it has not been shown. Both Yoriyuki and Niji looked very calm. One was more knowledgeable. Dead people are normal. Niji didn't pay attention to these people at all. After all, he has been following the subordinates of the greatest king. How could he care so much about the leader of a certain country in a world planet? Someone actually attacked the White House. This kind of thing is too bizarre. On Starcase's side, he was changing into his steel suit. At the same time, he said to Nick Fury, who was talking on the screen in midair. He just became Iron Man not long ago. Although he joined this organization, he really didn't want to be transferred. However, this incident, after all, involved the security of his own country, so he still chose to dispatch. There are three people on the other side, and they have already controlled the White House, like mutants. However, they claim to be the envoys of the Uruk Empire. I checked the database just now, but I didn't find this country. Nick Fury is driving a bulletproof car towards the White House. At the same time with Black Widow and Hawkeye, and also summoned other S.H.I.E.L.D. members who were still operating outside, and all members rushed to the White House. I'll be right there, Tony Stark said. Then the mask fell directly, and with a whoosh, he flew out of the opening in the roof and rushed towards the White House. The situation in the White House can be said to have pulled the hearts of all the high-level officials in the entire Beacon country. After all, if it fails, it will be a nuclear war. This kind of thing, no one wants to see it? Almost identical? This space gem in my hand. Could it be something like the one in the drawer of the Spacetime Upgraded Authority? If there is a time gem, can't it be copied all the time? Uzumaki Mizuki didn't stay in the castle all the time either. After arranging the three of them to do things, he himself got the space gem on the Earth. It doesn't take much energy, things of the same origin can be sensed directly, and you can get them in an instant. Looking at the two identical gemstones in front of him, Uzumaki Mizuki hesitated. He was thinking, should he choose to believe in the system, or would it be better to hold this real infinite gem? In the end, he still chose the system exchange. Throw this planet on the Earth into Wang's Haibao curry, and make a special partition to store it away. I am afraid that the world tree will be absorbed directly. This thing already has its own consciousness, like a 2-year-old child, babbling and talking a lot every day. In order to prevent it from messing around, Uzumaki Mizuki set aside a special area in the king's treasure house to place it. My arrival will definitely destroy the progress of this world. Why? At that time, there will definitely be someone who will come to stop me. Is it from the technology department or the strengthening department? Uzumaki Mizuki thought about the enemies he would face next. The world is too complicated. There are a lot of parallel worlds. If you kill Thanos 1, maybe Thanos 2 will come out. Maybe there will be a strengthened Thanos? When the time comes, wear the Infinity Gauntlet and snap your fingers when you come up. So he didn't plan to show up too early, and let others go out first to show their strength. Then according to the situation, he is making plans. So, you are really messengers. In the conference room, the Minister of Defense asked with a surprised face. He found the other party, and did not interfere with their means of conveying information. At the same time, they were not imprisoned, but received by the two countries very normally. The Uruk Empire is an empire spanning 3 universes. We came here to incorporate this universe. The first stop is this planet, and then continue to expand outwards to cover the entire universe, and then proceed to the next new universe. Yoriyuki spoke very formally. But 3 universes, some bragging? After all, except for the slightly larger universe in the ninja world, the other 2 worlds, at most, are at the level of galaxies, and cannot expand their area anymore. It can't reach the real cosmic level at all. At most, it is similar to Frisia, controlling a part of the universe. Wow! Hearing Yoriyuki's words, all the people present showed shocked expressions on their faces. After all, this planet and even the galaxies have not been controlled yet, but the other party has almost controlled 3 universes? What proof do you have? The vice president on the side asked directly. If you are deceived, it is really a joke. It is impossible for others to believe what they say. Right. Who knows if you are mutants sent by other countries? If there is no evidence, forgive us for not being able to believe this. After all, it is too exaggerated. The president on the side also said directly. After all, the bragging is too big, he can't believe it. They haven't left the solar system yet, how can they believe that someone has mastered 2 universes? Sorry, we are not here to prove what you believe, but to inform. You have a week to think about it. If you don't agree, I will talk with another group of people. After Yoriyuki finished speaking here, he got up directly. Her words made the officials of the beacon country present very ugly. Good guy? Usually they show their face to other people, but today they were given a face, which made them feel a little uncomfortable. If I hadn't witnessed the strength of these 3 people with my own eyes just now, maybe I would have cursed at this time. Yoriyuki ignored them, and walked out with his slender thighs. The leaders of the beacon country watched the 3 of them leave the conference room. The manpower has arrived, do you want to do it? Asked the Minister of Defense. Nick Fury has already brought people over. At the same time, there are thousands of soldiers who are already waiting outside the White House, ready to attack at any time. If you miss this opportunity, it will be very difficult to find them next time. On the side of the Minister of Defense, seeing that the president was still hesitating, he said hastily, the opponent can move at supersonic speed. If you want to kill them next time, you don't know how much effort you will have to spend to find the opponent. The others didn't speak at this time. After all, what if those people were real? If you kill the messenger, you will face the wrath of the huge, good, empire that controls the 3 universes. Do it. The president of the Lighthouse country was very decisive in the end. Just surrender like this, he can't bear it. And he also knows that there are many people in SHIELD with great strength. He didn't believe that with so many people in SHIELD, they still couldn't kill these 3 people? Yes. On the side of the Minister of Defense, the information was sent out in a hurry. The faces of the people present also began to change rapidly, and they didn't know what they were thinking. Are you going to kill the person who came? The fire on the right asked. The 3 wanted to leave, but basically disappeared instantly. Walk? That was just to wait for the other party's backhand tile. Kill. Yoriyuki nodded. She will not show mercy, this kind of thing will kill people on the battlefield. Blind eyes. Niji opened his eyes very calmly and began to scan his surroundings.